We're going to do that one more time. Looks like I caught people sleeping tonight. You never know when I'm going to strike. Let's do it again. Okay. I think that's enough of that. We're going to have the song more later on. We're going to do a nice one tonight. Of course, every time we have our mighty brother Ison on, it's always a mighty and informational show. And we're going to kind of roll where he wants to roll. It's going to be very laid back and relaxed, but of course, it's going to be very entertaining. And I'm looking forward to this chop up, brother Ison. I wanted to welcome you, you know what I mean? And I'm in a very nice location right now, as I told you earlier. I'm close to nature, and I'll spill the beans. I'm out on the sun porch right now, just relaxing, hearing the sounds of nature, and glad the mosquitoes are on the other side of the mesh. And I'm just loving this. And like I said, I will be getting up every now and then because I'm getting older and bladders do fail, you know, like old transmissions on old American vehicles. So I will be going a little more frequent and working for the fire department part time. But we spoke a little while ago, and we were speaking about some of these movies, and this is just a starter, and then we're gonna roll. And I'm gonna drink some of this grapefruit juice. I drink it like I'm an alcoholic, right? So we're talking about the purges and the kind of movies, and let's start right there, brother, because I thought that was very interesting. And I want to welcome everybody who came on in, and it looks like I caught everybody by surprise, you know, so that's a good thing. But vibe with me, brother. Talk to me, brother. Thank you so much, brother. And I just want to say to everybody who's just chiming in, and I'll probably say it again, that we will open the lines up later, but we're going to take our sweet time and allow Brother Ison to share with us the wisdom that he has from within completely, you know, and then you are the one who's going to say, hey, let's open up the lines. So right now we're going to have the lines closed, and we're just going to talk and vibe, and then we'll do it a little while later on when you feel. Some Somebody's telling me there's no sound here. Okay, they don't hear you. Okay, let me see. Now that would be an issue right out here around this time of night, right? Let me see what I can do with this. Okay, cool. Okay, nobody's hearing you. Okay, they only hear me. Okay, that kind of tells me what I need to do here. Somebody's wire slipped out. Okay, cool. Just let me play some music a little while, and I'm gonna come right back with that. Thanks so much. Yeah. Yeah, we're not using that number seeking wisdom. That's the cell number. We're going to use the calling number, but we're not going to open up any lines right now. We're going to wait till Brother Ison finishes talking, and we got to first of all get him to talking. So I'll be right back.
been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the east, he was living in the caves of a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted
of the white man's wrath. Let me see if we can get you. I mean, I knew every word when I was like 3 years old. I used to play that, had my parents play that song for me every night before I went to bed. That's why I am the way I am. Anyway, let me see. Let me get a 1, 2, 3, brother, and let me see if everyone in the chat room can hear you. I believe I corrected everything on your side, so you're hearing me, everyone. But let's see if we can.
All right,
you can hear
1, 2, 3,
and let me know.
Check.
Okay. Let's see.
Sound like an MC in here.
I know, right? 1, 2, 1, 2. In the place to be. MC Lancey from Southside Queens. Let me know if you can hear Brother Ice and everybody in the chat room. You can? Master Glam said great.
I can hear.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you so much for the feedback, everybody. If I hit the lottery one day, everybody please get happy because I'm sharing. All right. So anyway, loud and clear they can hear us both. So hit that mute button if get a little gaseous out here. You know what I mean? But other than that, we're good. So we were talking about purging, and we're talking about the other kind of purging.
Yeah. I was just shouting out the SCURV family, LANCESCURV platform. Shout out to you. Miss SCURV, Kwaku, all the family. I don't leave nobody out, but all the family.
Both of them are fast asleep right now. But anyway, go ahead. I'm the night bird here. Lance. You're gonna just a soldier, and I found out. So with you, because I was wondering, where's that energy? So you said you were Aries. That explains it right there. Because Aries is the god of. Aries is the god of war. Oh, for real?
Aries is the god of war. Yeah, so
that's why I'm
Aries is always ready. Yeah, it's that energy. So it's like, you the master of that. So don't nobody want to that tree because you already, it's already drawn and sharpened.
Wow. So let me tell you something. You're really hitting it on the head, and I never knew why. But growing up, it was always freakish energy. I mean, like freakish. And it's not even a brag thing. I began to think there's something wrong with me. I mean, okay, I'm 57 years old now. You see my energy. Could you imagine when I was 20 years old? There were people.
No, you couldn't. That'd be scary. Man, that would be crazy. Yeah, I'm nuts. Athlete or something.
Let me tell you how nuts I was. I would work. I'd go to the gym. I'd go, mind you, I'm 20 years old and single. I'd go visit a young lady and stay up all night doing calisthenics and then get up and go back to the gym again, go back to work, go back to the gym. And, just, it was whatever I wanted to do, I did. And there were people who, when I was younger, they're like, listen, your boy Lance, I know he does bodybuilding. I know he takes care of himself, but he's got to be sniffing. Find out who his coke dealer is. And they're like, he doesn't do that stuff. They're like, yes, he has to. I'm a crackhead and I can't keep up with that guy, but it's just always been that way. And whatever amount I need, it's like I feel sleep coming on sometime.
But
yeah,
I'll just say, okay, I'm not sleeping now. I'm going to do this first. And I lock in like a pit bull. And it's always been a psychological thing with me. I know how to manipulate my mind in a warlike fashion. I've always thought, and it's funny you say that, I always thought like in a warlike fashion. Like if I was in the gym, I would think like gory things to motivate me. Like, okay, if I had to do 10 reps on a set of hack squats with a weight allow me to go home, they're going to behead my parents. And I'd be like, I would tap into the war mentality. I would say all these wild things in my head. If I'm riding a bike and I'm fatigued and I was in the street and there was a bus coming up behind me fast, I'm like, if that bus passes me, it's like a monster going to swallow me up. I got to get out of here. And I really believe this. I would put myself in these particular situations and it's some like warlike thing going on with me. And even with stuff that I'm doing, it's like, okay, you would not believe the amount of back work that I have to do within the next 2 days. Okay. Cause I think like within the last month, I did like maybe close to 90 videos. You know what I mean? So I've got to do stuff with each one and distribute each one. So now I'm doing this tonight. I'm going to have something to put up for the morning. But when I wake up, I'm coming out here in the sunlight with the computer and everything like that. And I'm going to do that work that would probably take somebody else maybe 6 days. I'm doing it tomorrow. I might take a break and do an hour show, do more, and do something at night and throw up some quick footage. Tomorrow is war for me. I'm kicking some behind, but it's not anything physical. It's mental. You know?
Yeah, that's what it is. Those are the mental energies. Yeah.
And then
I need to tap into some of that. Some of that energy.
And instead of getting mad at anybody who's done me wrong, I allow myself to get pissed off and get them back by shining. Okay, you did this to me. I mean, I might be mad at some third grade teacher that, you know what I mean? Maybe anybody, but it's not anger because I won't allow a person to get me angry. They get me effective. Right. You get me motivated. Still energy. It's energy. Right. Yeah. So I tell people who throw negative energy, I'm a negative energy transformer. I can change it over.
There you go.
If you give me positive energy, you made it easier for me. But energy is energy. I know how to deal with both. So transmute it. So the best way to not be or not give me any energy is just don't give me any energy. That's the best way of getting me back. But I'm still going to have energy. So you just want a grain of sand.
It ain't no way to. Yeah. There you go. There you go. There ain't no way around it.
Exactly. I'm deep into that mental thing. I'm into that mental game. And I always say it to people, and I've been doing this for a long time. And you got Ali at some time. Like you just got to say, hey, I'm the greatest. I tell them I'm the master of mind games. Don't try to play mind games with me because I love that. No, I love it. And if you get me somehow, some way, I'm gonna recuperate and we're gonna roll all night. And I will go all the way.
Yeah, I will. That's the RAM. The Aries is the RAM. So the RAM, you know, you see how it's like. If you look at the zodiac, if you study or you pay attention to the characteristics of those animals or symbols, it describes that energy. So it's not really saying you are that animal, but that
right.
The functionality, right? Like the ram, like you said, you going head on. When a ram is cool, but once it's determined that it's about to attack you, it's full head on. Everything, just charging in, and there's nothing you can do.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And if you persist in staying in my way, I'm not just going to crush you, I'm going to destroy you. But have it to in my initial spirit. But trying to destroy me, I'm going to destroy you and crush you.
That's right.
Granulate you, burn you, bury you, scatter you, piss on you, do everything on you. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah,
but that's
cool. What that is. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I feel sorry for the people that don't know that, because they find out, man. Oh, so, but yeah, that's the God of War. But
wow.
Yeah, it's been a lot going on, taking place this year. It's just really been from January. It's been, they didn't waste no time. They didn't waste no time at all. Mm-hmm. Yes. And that's because, the Aquarius, the water, the age we're in, all of it coming back and it's pouring down. Mm-hmm. So since they know that, they're almost in haste, really. If you look at how fast they're trying to do this.
I see.
Yeah. They're trying to lock it down quickly. because I was listening to shout out to some time I Ray.
Yes.
Earlier, I listened to a little bit of his his show, and he was touching on the feminine energy, and
yes,
that's interesting to me because a lot of the information he was talking about, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but those were things that just in my studies I hadn't even known about as much as whether it was through Dr. York or a lot of the things he was documenting.
Mm-hmm.
I came to my own conclusion through my own studies of that information. So that just kind of reaffirmed it for me as far as the how we all come from women. And there was it where they got separated. And that's what we're battling right now, the duality. So that was just really interesting to hear him talk about. A lot of people, everything you hear is man dominated, you know, male
exactly.
this, male God.
Mm-hmm.
You refer to God, the father, but not the mother. You refer to the son of God, but not the daughter of God. It's just, and it's so common, we don't even think about it. It's the culture we're in. So the patriarchy. So that's what we're dealing with.
So true.
But yeah, you were talking about the movies and things like that. Yeah, they have been relentlessly putting out content to let us know what time we're in, and they usually do it a few years ahead, so that by the time you forget about it, boom, it rolls out. So that's just like the Bill Gates thing, where he said that he was going to get the population down through vaccines. Now, I didn't know what he meant at the time, because I'm like, what do you mean get it down through vaccines? Now we're seeing what he meant 4 years later, because he's not a medical doctor. He's not he's not in any field medically. He doesn't.
Who died and made him boss just because he has
exactly
pocket change?
Right, and you're seeing him. They're putting about how long it may take and all this, and I'm saying this is totally scripted. This is total. I mean, they had this in mind before the year started. So, you know, man, it just ties into so much, like even with the Kobe Bryant thing and how they ritualistically murdered him Grammy night, or Grammy morning, should I say.
Right.
He represented the serpent, and the serpent is representing the woman, the mother energy, which is actually androgynous. We all have male and female in us.
Right.
A lot of people like to, I'm all man. But if you came out of a woman and you have male and female energies in you, you know, or hormones in you, which we have both estrogen and testosterone, you can't just be all male. But he represented the black mamba, and parthogenesis make to this day, for the people who want to debate it, they still have asexual birth. That's one of the last, you know, animals that you can see today,
right, that
they can have birth without a male. So he represented the black mamba, and just like Brother Zamal was covering about the male chopping up or destroying the snake, the ancient texts, you got them cutting up Kobe or chopping up the black mamba, including, we had 2 black mambas this year that ritualistically died, which was Floyd Mayweather's uncle, Roger, went by the black mamba too. So that's 2 black mambas in the same year, only in the first quarter of the year. So this is definitely a ritual, you know, of locking down that serpentine energy, which is feminine or feminine, which is the 9 structure. So yeah, it's just so much going on. I don't even know where to start, but but yeah, the movie The Purge, that was basically, I feel like that was foreshadowing what's happening now. where, you know, in the movie they had everyone locked up, all the stores were shut down, the country was shut down, and then they had a particular time and curfew where everyone had to be in, and then they would let you out for a amount of time, and they suspend law. So everyone could kill each other, steal, do whatever, until that period was over, and then you go back into your house. So I'm wondering now, looking at right now,
what's the next step?
Yeah, is that what they're trying to do? Because, like I said, we don't feel it yet. It's a lot of businesses and things like that they're still hanging on, but let this go a few more months. Let this go into 6-7 months. It's going to be serious, you know. It's really, I don't know. And I'm not trying to operate under fear, but I'm just saying those who are prepared are going to be the ones who, you know.
Well, you prepare so you don't have to get into the whole fear thing. Preparing is the opposite of fear. Fear is sitting there crippled like a deer in the headlight. And preparing is the absence of fear while you prepare for something that can be very much real. Like, okay,
that's right.
You know, we have car insurance. Doesn't mean like we're afraid to get on the road, but just in case, we have to have it.
Just in case.
You know, we have a fire extinguisher near our kitchen. Hopefully most of us do. Just in case things rage out of control, we can take care of it. It's being prepared. Those who are in fear, that tells me that they're not preparing. You know what I mean? If you begin to feel any kind of fear, that's something that you need to say, hey, why am I feeling this way? Why am I feeling vulnerable? You can't let it get out of control. Let me start preparing. Give me something to do. I don't have no time to sit here and fear anything. That's a call to action. You see what I mean?
Exactly. And who you think gonna be the most prepared for not having anything? You know who that is.
I know.
That's us.
I know.
That's the black. You see, because we've done without for so long, we make our art out of it. We do things they can't do with money. So I'm saying, if it came down to everyone being at an even kill, and, you know, it gets to where all the businesses are shut down, everything, and we're all at an even playing field, you know who's going to be the one who has the advantage, because we were already there.
Right.
But ain't nothing new. Yeah. So this could be, you know, and I do feel like this is a new period with the 2020 year arriving, because it represents the changing of a frequency. You see what I'm saying? That has been here so long that we started to feel like it would never change. And that's what I'm seeing. And I believe that's why they're trying to lock it down out of fear. They don't want to step off the throne. You know what I mean? They don't want to give up that power, but it's not up to them. The time has come. Yeah. Cause that was really powerful. Last evening with we were calling her fourth sister and the women on the line. Yeah. That energy was incredible. We need more of that just in general, that the feminine energy together. Cause we, you know, we hear so much of the male side, but we all, like I said, every man was formed in the womb of a woman.
That's right.
So you can't tell me, oh, I'm this and that, where did you come from?
Right.
That's the bottom line.
Right.
Yeah.
That's one thing that's undeniable. Another thing is that many of us have got to stop thinking that the female is a weak energy. You see what I mean?
That's
because
right.
the Europeans dainty touch on things. I'm not saying that, you know, we're out here, the females are hard rock or whatever have you, but they can tolerate pain. They can think better when not in the European mindset. They can and be cool with it. See, so, and I had to say that in there about the whole European mindset. And, you know, oh my God, what am I going to do? No, the real woman takes charge, and she knows. Not that the man can't do it either, right? But her presence has been minimized in this society. And no, you stay on the side. I'm the man. I'll do whatever. You know, look, if anybody says that, well, women get too emotional. Well, men get that way too. But a lot of men have too much damn ego. That gets in the way. They're driven by showing and having a pissing contest, whatever have you. So any man who throws off on any real strong, truly strong woman, which she doesn't have to say it, you see it. And the woman's strength is cool, like a sports car's engine under the hood. You don't hear it at the red light. And that bad boy pulls off on you. Vroom, you're like, whoa, wait a second. Then the regular car is making all this noise in the world just to get to 40 miles an hour. You know what I mean? So
that's a great analogy. Yeah.
So, you know, that's it's amazing.
They usually say the loudest one in the room is the one that is the
Oh God, I just dropped the phone. Just disconnected, Brother Ice, and hold on with me, everybody. Hold tight. Hold tight, everybody. Brother, you still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Man, I don't know. I just knocked the phone up my hand on the stand that it was on, because I'm like in the back right now. I'm enjoying just it's so nice out here, and I cut some of the lights off and I knocked it over, and I lost you for like about maybe 60 seconds. So keep going.
That's all right. No, I just said we need to get back to that feminine energy, where we come from, and because a woman is male and female. Most, especially in Black families, you being raised by a single parent, a single mother household. You know what I'm saying? So she has to be both, and they can be. My grandmother had that energy. My great grandmother, my mother's grandmother, she, even though it wasn't a father in their house,
right,
she was the father. Like, people in the neighborhood were scared of her because she had that energy where she would, like, from what I heard, my mother told me she stabbed a guy before. She
I'm not laughing.
They were scared of her.
Right.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is they wouldn't dare think about messing with my mother, even though there wasn't no man standing there. They were saying, because her name was Vivian. They say, yo, you don't want to mess with her, because you have to answer. So yeah, it's both. It's there. But the reason is we taking on that culture, and as it was documented, that was the God they were worshiping, was the male who stood on the female. So the God that we worship, it's the same one under a different name. So right. I heard Brother Zamal talking about Indra and how they worship Indra for destroying the feminine dragon energy that came before him. So that explains the Zeus worship in Greece and Rome. And then now the Jehovah, that's Zeus as well. In Christianity. It's a male figure that, basically
with homo undertones. It's funny how, when you say Greek and then you say Greece, there's many ways to spell Greece. All right, so you know what I'm talking about.
That's right. So, Crisco. Yeah, the Louvre. That's right.
I'm surprised they don't have a Crisco Greece like over there in Greece.
They do. They actually say that those the popes and the priests that they use Crisco. They said they will order a lot of cans of Crisco.
Hell no.
I was like, wow, yeah, this is for real. You can research that Crisco. How they had a whole shelves.
Oh man,
of Crisco.
That's nasty. So I can see them like doing a commercial and like having the Pope endorse Crisco. Imagine that.
And you know what's crazy? We would have no idea what the link was. We'd just be like, what's the link here?
Preferences of the pedos.
That's right. Oh, well, man. I mean, look at that culture though too. Look at the Greek and the Roman culture. It was male on male. It was all about suppressing the feminine. So you can even take that and look at when they show about Michael, the archangel Michael, and they have a picture of him with his foot on the serpent, right? And they tell you the serpent is Satan and that they stepped on it, but that really means our enemy. The Satan means our opponent, our adversary. But yeah, that's what they have in these chapels and these.
But you remember when we went to Ghana and we took a picture and did a little quick video on that statue that had gone viral, and it was, I believe they said it was Michael, the archangel, but he had his foot on the neck of a black man, and his other foot down by his genitals. In other words, you know, what that stands for is not just kicking you between the legs, but that's where you produce, that's your seed. So we're going to just continuously down to the generations, just terrify and just get rid of your seed. So you have no hope. And I couldn't believe it, because it was a couple of days before, I believe, that went out there. And then here I am, it was right there, but it wasn't where you can see it visible. It wasn't in a major area, and it was way out. And you had to walk. I mean, it was way off the road, and you wouldn't see it. So I couldn't believe that I went all the way out there and I got that. And I'm going to tell you one thing. The funny thing about it is there was a lot of funny business. And hold your thought. I just want to interject this in there. There's a lot of funny business going on in Ghana. I was very careful with my footage. I was very careful with things as I videotaped them, right? So I made sure that, you know, when I videotape, I said, okay, let me check this in the camera, make sure it's here, because once I leave here, I might not come back for a long time. So everything was going smooth. And, you know, they have, they have the 3G, the 4G, and some places they have 2G. So things are going to be slow in certain places. So lots of times I was always checking. I was checking. I get back to the hotel room. We went to Kumasi. I think we were on our way from Accra to Kumasi when we got that footage, and we were in Kumasi at this hotel, and I checked everything. And so since things took longer to upload, I would set things up as soon as I got in the evening so it can go all night to render as far as recorded video. Live streams are a different thing. And, you know, I dropped the link. I mean, I dropped the live stream 50 million times because I would hit gaps because it's so huge out there. So when I had rendered this thing up and looked at it and everything was good and I was rendering it, I let it sit, let it go all night. Okay, I was so glad because that was a trending topic. And here I am. I actually went to the statue. And you ain't going to find, you can go in Ghana and you're just not going to find it like that. So I was so good. I was so glad. I looked in the computer. Guess what? I ain't going to lie. I'm not going to try to make it seem like a conspiracy theory. That footage wasn't there. That footage was not there on my computer. Gone. Finito. Done. And
wow. So how'd you?
The only thing that helped me to get it up there was when I actually did a recording on my phone from the van up to where we walked to the statue. But what was on the camera wasn't there. It wasn't there. I transferred it. I did the beginning and ending editing. I never take anything out, but, you know, just make it fancy where it comes at the right time. Brother Kwaku did a phenomenal speech while I did the camera work. And then I said a few things too with the wireless camera and everything like that. And it was phenomenal. I said, man, I can't wait, because he got down on it. And when I brought it back, I saw it. Everything was there. Boom. It was gone. It's like you going food shopping and packing up your shelves. You run out to the store again for 10 minutes and come back and everything's gone. So go figure, you know. So
that could be spiritual.
Yeah. Stuff goes on. Trust me. I can go with a lot of stories like stuff like that, but stuff happens and it's just not glitches.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's for a reason.
Yeah,
just get that truth out. That's probably because I've noticed things like that too when certain topics or certain stuff will cut out, or because, you know, I mean, now we can go into another.
Let's flow.
I mean, I'm saying that's a whole nother topic as far as the electronics we use. Peace and love, Ella Gee.
Yes,
I see it in the chat. Yeah, but as far as the technology that we're using, it's what the Muslims refer to as smokeless fire, which is electricity. So, you know, fire, you can't put fire inside of something without it producing smoke and burning burning it up.
Right.
So they're saying that the jinn or these lower angels, or what we call demons, demonic energy, they're smokeless, and they need a disembodied. So they need a something to give them a body. They need a body frame. They're saying.
Let me just let you know that I'm in the backyard, in the sun porch, in nature, in pitch black, looking at trees and nothing around me. You're talking about I'm just playing with you, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no,
no, I'm good. That stuff don't scare me. No, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just playing.
No, I'm just saying.
Little humor.
It's the No, that's where I need to be, because I'm not gonna lie. A lot of this information I got was not just from reading and academia. It was a lot of this was observation, but also I had a lot of visions, because I have a tree, like I said, in front of my house that I asked to give me some information. I spoke to it just like a living being. Had a conversation.
I'm with
said,
you.
You know,
I'm with you.
If you have any knowledge, yeah. And I was I didn't think anything was going to happen. And that day, I didn't even get to go to sleep. I had dozed off for a few, in the daytime, and it was just like someone just flooding you, it was just a torrent of information just pouring. And when I woke up, I had to write all of it down. And it was a lot of the things that's interesting that I'm hearing was in the ancient times. So I'm saying that's confirmation that it was true. But how many people do you know would ask a tree?
Well,
or would ask something ancient?
I'm your brother. Yeah. I'm your brother for real, because I hug trees and I ask for things. Right. And I don't care where I am. I could be in the hood. I can folks' neighborhood. I can be somewhere near that truck that wants to take me away and put me in a straitjacket. But I'm going all out with what I feel and what I know. And too many of us hold ourselves back from the blessings of nature that are there waiting to be given to us, because we're thinking, oh, I don't want to show this side of myself and they're going to think I'm crazy. Or you might start to think that you're crazy, but you're not crazy. Everything like sister force, was it sister, the fourth sister last night, and other people, Sister Kafunya, Elegy, Minerva, everybody who came on, we were in agreement, and you were there, I believe you heard this, that everything has a vibration and everything on the earth is living. Treat it that way.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's correct.
And you'll be in harmony with everything. And like I said, the higher of our vibration is the more we won't have to feel vulnerable to nature, which is on our side. But if we represent man's engineered, toxic world, then it's not going to want to have anything to do with us. Insects will be biting us, and this is all kind of thing. Get away from me. We're not going to agree with this. So let's just go into it. Let's just get away from this. Let's meditate. Let's try to go along with nature. Nature is more powerful than, we sit here and fear man and, idolize him. Yes, well, in America, we have the best military in the world. Well, in nature, which I'm part of, your military can't hold a stick to it. You understand? So
that's right. Especially the elements, like the wind, the air, the rain, the hurricanes, which they actually describe some of these ancient beings as that, by the way. Like there's one they describe as a water dragon, a hurricane with multiple heads.
Wow. And
it doesn't matter what they have down here, they can't contain hurricanes. You see what happened in Texas a few years back, and it's destructive. But the water, that's a feminine energy, which is why, we are born in her water.
Right.
And why they, that comes from the feminine. The dry, that's the male. But water is life-giving. So that's how basically, that it has to be a feminine principle that created all of this, because without water, nothing is created. You can't name me anything that doesn't have some form of water structure to give birth. Yeah. So, but back touching on, you were saying why they, the statue where they're stepping on the man's genitals. That's representing being against the black sexuality and black reproduction. That's what that's symbolizing, crushing that, because that represents their enemy.
That's right. Or
their Satan, in Latin, their adversary. So they have to keep us locked down and held down, because that's their, like I said, the God they're serving. They tricked us to serve that God or worship that God in these churches, which is Zeus, which is a male principle deity, and they suppress the woman. So I'm just saying, you're seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Why are these things not happening? Because we're not giving the energy back to the woman to be able to defeat this male energy. We're not allowed to. I mean, I don't know any churches I could go to where they have the ancient, like, actually that's unheard of. I don't see that anywhere, actually. The only thing I'm seeing now is Christian churches and Muslim churches for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that tell you? We're giving our energy to that male principle, and it's shutting us down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the waters of noon, indigenous warrior. Yes, the waters of noon. That's a principle that comes from the Og god, which is the original 8, and that was so ancient. They don't have as many stories as like Heru and Isis and the rest. So it's so much that happened before. It's amazing. Like, the terrain we're on is a battlefield and a cemetery of those ancient dragons. Like, if you look at the mountains, this is what the tree showed me, by the way,
mm-hmm.
in a vision. It showed me way back. And there was these dragons I'm talking about. See, it's hard to even wrap your mind around some of this stuff.
I'm with you, brother.
Basically, like, because, if you haven't seen it in person, a lot of people, they have a hard time imagining it. But I'm talking about a dragon like 600-mile long.
Right.
Like, that's what Godzilla is about. The movie Godzilla, you get the word God and Zilla. God, you know what God is.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking about a higher deity or principle, and Zilla, which means reptile or dragon. So the story, the movie, he comes down, you see how large he is. They make a big point in the movie to show that he's as huge as the city, right? Towering over the city. And he comes to destroy the city. And then you have the military and everyone, they're all trying to stop Godzilla or shut Godzilla down. And they always ritually in the movie where they break down Godzilla. So that's the same as these stories about them suppressing the feminine energy or tearing up or chopping up that serpent.
Right.
So what the tree was showing me in the visions was these we call them mountains. These are the remains and the bones and the leftover remnants of these large dragons. That's why the mountains, you see how big they are and they're uneven.
Yeah.
If you actually go inside, they see a lot of this stuff, including crystals and bone. Because the bone that's inside of your body,
mm-hmm.
do you know that's the same? They call it igneous rock. We call it skeleton. But
mm-hmm.
Once your skin disintegrates,
mm-hmm.
what's left is the skull and the bone. And that's the same as rock. So that story about us being made from the earth.
It's true.
And it has to be, because that's what your bone is made out of. And it stays.
Mm-hmm.
They're digging up skulls under the ground from millions of years back. So
amazing.
You think dragon bone would just disappear? No.
Right.
They form the mountains. And it's actually they got some of this map software where you can zoom out and you can see for miles, and you'll see they're even shaped. Some of them have serpent shapes, the mountains and the what we call the canyons,
mm-hmm.
where there's deep down, you can see where something fell in that space, and it left a whole vacant area. And a lot of those canyons, when you zoom out, they look like a huge dragon was laying there and left the imprint. So it's a lot of stuff that was, lost and forgotten. But now, like I said, the age of Aquarius is coming back. It's coming back. And so now they're once again trying to suppress us. They got us in the house. Oh, you can't come outside. Oh, you can't do this. You can't. They're that afraid of the feminine energy. And they have to. They have to. So basically, the suppression is the only way they can continue to have power. And that's what the whole ritual is about. Yeah. And the hatred of women. The whole hatred of women, because the principle they're serving is lower than women. But when we give him our energy, it allows him to continue, the suppression. That's why all the rituals are male dominated, because you're
right about that.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you're helping it along. Now, as far as what I was saying about the technology that we're using, this is lower entity technology. They call it electronics. So we're dealing with electrons. Electrons are the lower end of the spectrum on the carbon. Basically, you got protons, neutrons, and electrons. Electrons, they have a negative charge, but you need something to generate energy for electrons. You see what I'm saying? They don't self-produce. So that's why, like, the devices we have, you got to plug them in, or you got to have some type of generator, for electricity. So if we have electronics, then where's the neutronics and the protonics? How come they're not released? Because protonics dealing with solar or the sun, and the sun regenerates self-producing. Like I said, the feminine self-producing parthenogenesis, it doesn't need a generator.
Right.
But the male needs a generator. So yeah, these devices we have, I'm sorry to say, but what we call electricity, those are those entities powering these devices. Because even if you look at, I don't know if you know about electric circuits.
A little bit.
Yeah, how electricity works is you need to have a seal. You need to have a seal, and a seal is a circle or a circuit. A closed circuit allows the electricity to work and travel. So that's a seal called Solomon's seal, which is actually ancient. This is ancient magic, or the technology of trapping high energy spirits in a seal. So they had the story of Solomon. He had a ring, and he was able to harness these powerful demons in the ring. And when he harnessed them in the ring, he could control them once they were locked in the ring. As long as they were out of the ring, they were dangerous. So that's just like electricity. Out of a circuit, you can get electrocuted. See what I'm saying? And it can kill you. But you can take that same voltage, and once you seal it, now it can power your devices. It can do all of these things for you because you trap it. So that's what we're dealing with. But also the seals in your DNA, what we call cells. Cells are seals as well, because your cells are trapping that feminine dragon energy, which is the higher angels. They call them seraphim, cherubim, the ones from the above the fourth dimension. That's trapped in your DNA in little seals we call cells and DNA. So they're basically, what I'm saying is what's powering your body is a spell too. The spell was when they made a seal to put you in. And we call ourselves humans, but yeah, we're just trapped spirits. This is deep stuff. I'm trying to make it,
no, we're good
basic.
Though.
Yeah.
I know you can go deeper, but yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So that's, once we get the information again of how to free ourselves out of this trap or this matrix, we will be able to basically stop the curse or the cycle, which is a cycle, something that goes in a circle, and liberate ourselves from the matrix. But a lot of people are so scared, you know, all they know is the earth that we're in, that the idea of being or escaping earth scares them. And they're like, oh no, you know, I don't want to destroy, or I don't want to leave. And it's just like the slave that is scared to leave the plantation because he's so familiar with it.
Right.
That represents uncertainty.
Exactly.
Yes.
In my own personal life, I have jumped realities that many people want to jump. I don't mean some mystical type thing. I mean just practical, just not being afraid to go beyond, not being afraid to embrace something else, not being afraid to just leap from one thing that's so disastrous from yet with no guilt. You know, I mean, and reinvent yourself. And it's not a matter of reinventing, it's really rediscovering what's inside.
Yes.
And okay.
What's already there.
That's the way I look at it right now. You know, when you go up in a plane, no, I don't have the corona. When you go up in the plane.
Don't stop me laughing.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But when you go up in the plane and you see how small the houses are getting and buildings are getting, you're like, wait a second. The issues that I have, which I don't call problems, I say are challenges. I said, they're minuscule. Tiny is. So look at which is a great thing because my life is my life and I'm in it. But I'm not afraid. Like, okay, when people say, well, oh man, you know, I don't have a job, I don't have any money, or I do have a job and not enough money. I'm like, listen, somewhere on the planet, there is a reality waiting for you that you have shunned because you didn't take the necessary steps on those crossroads that were offered to you in life. We take only the familiar crossroad. We don't go beyond that comfort zone, which is a killer zone, because a comfort zone kills you. It makes you too soft. You know, I don't mind enjoying the comfort zone with a nice bed, but I'm prepared to sleep on rocks out in a cold climate. Right. So you have to know between every time you receive something in that comfort zone, you better keep your mind on the opposite. You know, because my personal saying is that you could never really appreciate what's sweet until you embrace what's sour. How do you know the good times are the good times? So
that's right.
The sour is just as important, because I don't know any kid that when he had cookies that he said, give me cookies and sweet tea. No, too much sweet. Give me cookies and milk to balance it out. Everything is a balance. Sweet and sour. That's the beauty of lemonade. You're sweet and sweet sugar or sour lemon. And your mind is confused and compelled, and it's a beautiful thing to lemonade when made just right. So to me, I have no problem discarding the garb that I have on to move on to another reality. And if you want to take that as what they call death, I have no problem with that. This is only but a pit stop to reality. This is not forever, and most of it is an illusion. Enjoy it. It's like an amusement park. You go to the haunted house. It's an illusion. You go to get scared, but you know that there's nothing to be afraid of. And too many of us get caught in that mindset. But the realities out here right now, what if we teleported? What if we had a thing like Star Trek with Captain Kirk, beam me up. Come on, let's go to Ghana. Boom. And we're there. And you're like, wait a second. Like even me, when I went to Ghana, I'm like, all these issues with these different people on this job and people that live in your neighborhood, all that BS is gone. Look at me now. Look at me now. You can step right out of it immediately. You don't have to suffer. We cling on to the very thing that kills us. Talk about that, brother.
No, you're absolutely right. Out of familiarity, because that's the one thing. It's like the person who stays with the spouse or the significant other who is beating them. The one who stays with the person who's, verbally or however it is, you're in a relationship and this person is beating your ass, but you stay with them. Why? Because you say, well, at least I know what to expect with this person. Whereas if I leave them, it may represent uncertainty. And that's what we're dealing with especially as Black people. I keep talking about Black people, but it's starting to get to be more than us too now. especially in the United States.
Yes.
But that's the relationship we have here, is the abused with the abuser, and we just keep forgiving and giving reasons and, you know, explanations of why, well, it's okay now. It's okay now, no matter what such and such did to me, no matter how they destroyed me, no matter how they're still destroying us.
Right.
It's okay because, you know, we're going to come around. That's the same as the battered wife, like I said.
Exactly.
So, yeah, in our history, we never healed from that. It's like what do they call it? The syndrome. What's the word they use?
Stockholm.
I don't know why I can't think of it.
Yeah,
Stockholm.
Mm-hmm.
Stockholm syndrome, where you loving your captor now. You didn't got so, you know, you didn't forget. So now you're like, man, what are you talking about? I love my master, you know? But ultimately what I found out is we can focus on, oh, it's like, man, oh, it's the government, oh, it's to this and that. But it goes beyond that. It's a spiritual thing, because the ones that they answer to, the government, they answer to these higher principle beings. And they are vampires.
Right.
Like I told you, the electrons, they need generators. They need labor. They need something to give them energy, so they're not self-sufficient. So how that works is the government, it's like a farm. That's what it is. And I'm just be blunt about it. A lot of people have a hard time with this, but I'm going to go ahead. Basically, the earth, the same way we call them farmers here. When you have a farm, you have animals or lesser living things that you can control, and you put them in an area that you can basically feed off of their energy. And you make a barrier where they can't escape, and you make a system for them to reproduce, for them to eat, and a system so that you can eat them ultimately. So that's the same in the spirit realm. Unfortunately, we are on their farm. So the relationship, a lot of times, like in churches and with just spirituality in general, you have people, they worship a specific deity, but the relationship is always master-slave.
Yes.
It's always, I'm going to serve, or I serve this, or I serve that, or you're doing offerings, you're doing rituals. It's a giving of energy. So what I'm saying is ultimately, they may get blessings or benefits from this principle that they're serving, but it's only in that relationship. So it's the same as, you know, you have a pet at home, right? Or or a farmer. You love your pet as long as they obey, as long as they serve you for whatever purpose that you train them to do. That's the extent of the relationship. Now, if that pet is not obedient to you, or is not under your control, a lot of times you don't, you see what I'm saying? It's a different, you have no incentive a lot of times.
Right.
So that's the same as these beings that unfortunately, we thought they were good because we were taught to praise and worship. Their motive is to suck your energy. It's a vampiric system. So the same way we farm on Earth, they farm Earths. They farm systems. So it's a solar system. So we're down here, and they want us to basically stay on the farm. They don't want us getting free. So as long as you stay within their system or their cycle, and they can eat off you, they're fine.
That's right. And
that's how it works. Yeah. So I had to kind of come out of that too, because we're told to worship God and all that. And I'm saying
fear
anything
God.
that needs worship, yes, fear. That's their favorite dish, by the way. That's their filet mignon. Fear gives them more energy. It's in the movie. They put it in a lot of these children movies, and it's so unsuscepting because you're thinking, oh, this is just some movie. But trust me, they're not spending $50 million on a movie. And it's about nothing. It's in a movie called Monsters, Inc.
I never saw that one.
Monsters, Inc. Okay, and Monsters, Inc., they have these monsters. And they made the movie look real cute and the characters look real innocent, you know, like it's for children. But these monsters, they go to work every day for a factory to produce fear out of the children. So their boss comes and he's strict on them, and he's saying, look, you need to produce more fear. What are you doing? And they have a contest of who can scare these children the most and get the lives out. So they go into the children's bedrooms and scare the children up, and they scream. So once they scream, they have these containers that they put the fear energy in, and they seal it. And it's like a form of currency. So this realm that they're on is not Earth, but it's another dimension. These monsters, their whole city is powered by the fear of the children.
Wow.
That is the actual truth. This is why in your Bible, Zeus or Jehovah or Yahweh, whatever, why he needs blood sacrifice, why he needs your fear. Because that's how they eat, the same way as a chicken on a farm. You know, the chicken don't know. The chicken is just living. He doesn't know that I produced him because he's going to eventually become hot wings. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't know that.
Right.
So that's the same as these people who, you know, their eye ain't open yet. And they think life is about, oh, we're just down here to have sex, reproduce, and enjoy ourselves. No, it's a deeper thing. And they feed off of our energy. It's in another movie. It's called Jupiter Ascending. They actually show you the gods in that movie, and they talk about why they produced humanity. And they said, through you guys, through humanity, we're able to live for you through your fear and your emotions. And they showed this big vault. It was like a vault, like you hold gold in, and it had this clear liquid that they extracted from the humans. That these gods were old, like millions of years old, but they would drink this elixir and youthful. So when they would drink it, they would go back and they looked like they were in their 20s.
Wow.
But it came from the human. See what I'm saying? This is all in these movies that we think are some bullshit, and they're giving you the truth that is too hard for your mind to process. But Tina Blackson, They Live talks about it. When he puts on the glasses and he sees the real signs are saying reproduce, no independent thought, no obey, fear, consume. This is how a farm is run. And so your government, they're only imitating the higher beings who taught them this system of farming, which is, they call, your government, it means to govern men or government, govern your mind. And so they establish laws for the farm. That's basically what it is, laws for the farm. You produce labor and you produce energy. And you got a small few, which is what the pyramid on your dollar bill, because everybody talk, there's no Illuminati. What are you talking about? That pyramid, that pyramid on the back of your dollar with the capstone represents the few farming the many. So that's why there's a separation in the pyramid with the capstone, is they're saying it's the farm. On the farm, you got a few farmers, but you got hundreds and thousands of cattle. So they're saying they're farming us, and only those who go up that ladder to understand how farming works can use that same technology for power. So this is why in the corporate world, they say it's a pyramid, or the corporate climbing up the ladder. The CEO basically is farming what they call the HR, the human resources. Human resource. They're saying that you are a human resource to a corporation. So this is no different, like I said, than you see these cows and whatever, and we eat, you know, thousands of hamburgers, millions of chickens, billions of chickens. This is how they do it. So they have to keep us in fear, like this coronavirus thing, to feed the gods that rule above us, or what they call the rulers, or the archons, or the archangels, the ones that are suppressing the feminine energy. This is how they eat. They need us to live. This is what you don't know. They need you. Why do you think when you pray, or when they teach you to pray, you got to give your energy? That's the trick. To tell you, well, I'm bigger than you, but I need your energy.
Right, right.
I need your energy. If you're self-sufficient, you don't need nothing.
Exactly.
And that's why, exactly, the feminine principle is in the trees and the plants too. Because if you look at a tree defies most of the nature I'm talking about on the earth. Meaning, not only are they the longest living, everything about a tree supports humanity.
Right.
When everything else is like usually in duality, where, you know, you have to fight, you have to whatever. A tree gives you oxygen. Naturally, it brings fruit, bears you fruit, whatever, gives you nutrition, and it doesn't even eat fruit itself. It's a nurturing type of entity. Mm-hmm. So I think even what like I told you, the tree outside, what it was showing me was even the tree is a serpent. It's a petrified serpent.
Ain't that something?
Yeah, because it was showing me the roots in the ground. You know how they look like snakes? They're saying those were gods or these dragons, that the form they end up being when they were killed or destroyed, that was one form that they were trapped in, was the trees. So that's what a tree is you're looking at. And even the branches that come out look like little snakes. Mm-hmm. And they're the tallest things on the planet. So even the ritual of chopping trees down is the same suppressing the feminine ritual too. That's why they chopped all the trees to make paper. So in your schools, you're dealing with magic too, because your pencil is made out of a tree that they chopped down. Your paper is made out of a tree that you chopped down, and then the ink or the lead is carbon. Mm-hmm. So carbon is the 666, which is graphite. Graphite is one of the softest forms of carbon, and that's what lead, they call it lead. So the whole thing where they're saying alchemy is transforming lead to gold. Gold is 100% carbon too, if you get 100% gold.
Wow.
So you get gold, diamond. Diamond is the hardest form of carbon, and graphite, which is, by the way, the most expensive things on the planet. And we don't know why, because they won't tell why. Because if you put those things together right, the technology is that great feminine that they chop down. Why do you think they hoarding all the gold? You think it's because gold is just shiny? No. You put gold in a certain way. Like they just made, do you know about quantum computers? Have you heard about this?
In concept, but not exactly, like, you know, because I'm a social media guy, not really a computer guy, but I understand.
Right.
You know.
Right. Well, they went from microchips, which, you know, they have gold, in the silicon, which silicon is sand. And they went now and they got quantum computers where the chassis of the quantum computer is made out of 100% pure gold. That's why they're so expensive. It costs a minimum of like $2 to $3 million to make a quantum computer.
Damn.
But they're saying that the quantum computers can access the outer dimensions. That's what they're saying. So what I'm saying is there's more to gold than just ornament. Because even this technology we're using now in our computers, your processor it has to have 100% gold coating on it to run. So I'm saying it's a technology in gold. That's why it doesn't tarnish and why it's so ancient. They also get gold out of the mountains and the rocks. So this is a disintegrated or a broken up element of a being that was living that they understand if we knew how to use it, we could, fight their technology, and because it's a superior technology. So what they did, they hoard it all, and they make sure, like I said, in the United States, they don't even sell pure gold. You can only get like 14 or 18 max carat gold, which is mixed with other metals. So you have to go to somewhere like India, China, Africa to get pure gold. And then if you get it, people just put it around their neck. They don't know how to really use it like these scientists and these engineers making this technology. But if we did, I'm telling you, we would be back in power, basically. Back in power. And a lot of this sounds foreign, but I've learned people, when you want to know the truth, you got to learn to retrain your mind that the sound familiar to you to at least consider and examine it first before you, oh no, that sounds crazy, because the craziest shit is the truth. I've learned that through my life. What I thought was, you think fantasy is strange. No, the truth is way more strange than fiction.
Of course.
Absolutely. So we're in the age of knowledge now, and I think they're just scared of giving it up. They've been greedy. Like, you talk about the leprechaun and the hoarding of gold. All of these myths, they call myths. They're truths. Because the rule over something is, like I said, to find the weakness and to keep it away from its power. And our power is the woman, the divine feminine.
That's why our families have to be broken up.
That's right. And why they reward you for getting the male out of the house. You see what I'm saying? And making our women worship them. As far as rewarding them, giving them government payouts and all this stuff. So to stay away from the man, this goes so deep. I mean, I hate to condense it.
Look, I know what you mean. You want to go in detail, I know, but look, we're just gonna keep going, and you know how I am. I'm gonna be right here. We're gonna keep swinging. I mean, like, even if we don't get it all, because see, when you say one thing, you think of three other things and other roads to go.
Yeah, then I'm trying to.
Yeah, then you're trying to come back
and
to
I don't
it.
want to.
I know.
Yeah.
But look, we're like that person that's on that artificial Bronco at the bar, where it's an electronic thing and you sit on it and it moves back and forth to throw you off. We ain't getting thrown off. Look, the bar is empty. Right. I'm still holding on to that thing. I ain't getting off yet. You know what I mean? So
that's right.
We all vibrate here on a higher level, pretty much, in this chat room, on this show, and those who listen. So we're already there. So jump around, man. Never be, I'm not saying you're afraid, but we're not kindergarten. We doing trigonometry right now. And so we're all on that level. You see?
Let's go in. Because I even found, this is another thing. The best place to hide something is in plain sight.
Of course.
Because when you do that, nobody's going to look for it there. Because it's too obvious it could not be there. So you're looking for your eyeglasses because they're on the tip of they're on top of your head, and you forgot. You see what I'm saying? You're looking all around the house, and it's right inside you. So that's why they tell you God is everywhere else but inside, because you're going to look everywhere else, and you're not going to look inside because, that's too obvious. No. That's where it is. And they hide these things in the most unbelievable places. I'm talking about actually any nursery rhyme or what they call fairy tale. I could break down any one of them, and you will see just how deep. Like, I was reading Dr. Seuss, which is really Dr. Zeus, right? The story,
brother, break that down while I go grab this vegan yogurt. I'm having a little craving right now. This is really good.
Okay,
man. Just keep going. I'll be right back. I got to keep it straight up. All right.
So Dr. Zeus or Dr. Seuss, he talks about the Cat in the Hat. And you've heard this story a million times. You've heard the story a million times, but you don't know how they have hidden the actual truth in that story. Because the Cat in the Hat represents the God of this world, basically. If you go back and read the story, it even starts out, it says, it's even going into Genesis in the Cat in the Hat, because at the beginning, the story starts out and he says, there was no sun. That's how the story starts. There was no sun. So, in Genesis in your Bible, at the beginning of the earth, they say there was no sun. It was only darkness. So that whole story, and most what we call fairy tales, they hide the elements of truth that you would never suspect. And, depending on which one you're talking about, I could go just too deep in there and, decode each part. But they're telling you the truth. Humpty Dumpty, that's the truth. Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses, king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. Notice they didn't tell you who Humpty was. This is our story. Sitting on a wall is talking about the higher dimensions above the fourth dimension. You see what I'm saying? Having a great fall, that represents falling into the physical dimension of humanity. Being broken apart, that is representing the body of Christ or the body of Osiris or the broken serpent. And they're saying that all the scientists, all the kings, all the people, we're trying to put ourselves back together again, but we can't. That's our story. I mean, it's so many elements that they put in these nursery rhymes. And that's why they tell them to the children, because they have to tell you the truth in order to rule over you. That's one of the laws, is that you must tell the truth, but they tell you the truth in a way that you think it's a lie. Like, what's another one? Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack and the Beanstalk, he talks about selling his mother's last cow to receive these magic beans. And his mother thinks the beans are nothing. And so he gets, chastised because she told him to bring back money because that was their last cow and they were, starving. He's back these magic beans and he forgets about them and they end up growing into the heavens, into the higher dimensions. And he climbs them and steals the golden goose. Well, what that's talking about is, I don't know if you know about plants, but you got mushrooms, you got different herbs that when you consume them, they actually open up those other dimensions where you can see them. So that's the Jack and the Beanstalk. They didn't say the beanstalk. There's different plants you can take, like the ibogaine plant from Africa, that open up more of the electromagnetic spectrum that we can't see normally with your two eyes, and they open up where you can see, and you'll see the higher dimensions. You can actually travel them. I've did a lot of research just looking at videos of people saying their DMT experience or their experience on mushrooms or their experience on these different herbs where they saw different beings.
I just got back, man. Are you talking about ayahuasca?
Yes. Ayahuasca, mushrooms,
well,
DMT.
It was I don't do substances and I don't do things, but I understand now about that. I learned about that. I learned about that through Dr. Kang. I learned about it in detail. I learned a lot of things on a spiritual level that I would have otherwise never learned And I'm soon to take that and do that.
Yeah, they're natural.
Yeah.
Now, stay away from the chemical versions though. Like,
no, right.
That's the stuff. But if it grows out of the ground, that's the stuff that it actually is in sync with your body.
But check this out. He was telling me that he says, listen, when you come out of it, you're going to be so focused. You're going to be so determined. You're going to know what your exact mission is. You're going to speak to entities and meet things and see things that will, it might bring you to tears. It might have you balled up in a fetal position. It might have you, when you come to these great realizations, this is no joke. I've spoken to people who have done it. Yes. And he said, listen, Lance, people think you're a dynamo now. You take that. You go through the whole experience. I'm like, I don't know, man.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
no, funny. Just wait. You'll see with a camera running down the street at top speed, like,
man.
We went into detail about it. So there's a lot of misinformation about it. So, if I say something like that, I'm going to do it at some point, maybe this year. And when I come out of it, trust me.
Yes. Let me know. I haven't tried mushrooms either, but that's the whole thing. Before we had writing and all that, or we used to have a lot of verbal traditions and secrets that were passed down verbally only. And as time goes on, if it's forgotten, people don't even know the real meaning. So like Christmas, that whole thing is about mushrooms, because the pine tree, it's an evergreen, but around a certain time of year, it produces mushrooms underneath. And that's where they came up with the presents underneath the tree.
Wow.
When they would consume the mushrooms under the pine tree, they would be able to see those beings. That's why a lot of the artwork that you see, that's the stuff they saw when they took the mushroom. So like you see pictures of fairies, gnomes, clowns, these beings, right? That they only, you're saying what artist came up with this? That was when they took the mushroom. They were talking and interfacing with these beings.
Here's something interesting. Dr. Kang does, he's not just going to meet you in the street and you say, hey, I want to do this. Okay, come on. No. He's got to do some work on you to know you. And there were two individuals that had the same experience, the ayahuasca experience, and they each at some point they did some artwork with some crayons and stuff. One on regular size paper, like 8.5 by 11, something like that, maybe a little bigger. One was in one room, the other was in the other room. And wouldn't you believe they drew the same exact picture, but side by side, like you took a picture and ripped it in half.
Wow.
And one side, one person drew on the other side. I mean, the mountain was at the same point on the paper. I mean, it was perfect.
Unbelievable.
And on the video, one of the videos, because, when I was out there in Houston, I took a ton of videos, but he showed that particular picture when he was showing us some of the things that he used in his therapy. I'll say therapy. That's not his word, but I'll say it that way. Very, very interesting. Like I said, just being there, it woke me up. And
yes,
it really did some things. But as he said, down the line, you'll be ready. Right now, you're not ready. So why am I not ready? He said, no, you're not ready. You'll be off the chain when you come. You gotta, I'm like, okay, no problem.
Yeah, right. They'd be scared. They're already scared. I'm saying I'm scared. Shit. If you, man, I don't know what, you might have wings on your back or something, but all I know is seriously, because this is the stuff, like I said, in the Bible, a lot of those things, you wondering why they banned them, right?
Right.
They banned all the certain, don't take these plants. Don't do this. We knew which plants, because it's even a plant, the peyote plant. They said people were seeing visions on there where you didn't have to pray or talk. All you had to do was be quiet and meditate, because you were speaking with these beings telepathically, and they were bringing down information and knowledge. And so they started, what they would do when they were open up to that, after the experience, they would take stuff and draw what they saw. That's exactly what it was. So that's why you see those dragons and things like that in the ancient world. People are saying, well, they didn't exist. No, you can't see certain dimensions on this dimension because this is a lockdown dimension.
Right.
It's like
limited.
You see what I mean? Limited. So it's like I said, we're chickens in the factory, and it's thousands of chickens with us, but we're in a closed building. So we think the ceiling or the window, right? We think that's all. That's it. That's all we can see. But you got this one chick that slipped out back, and he said, "Oh, wait a minute. I see. Wait, there's way more out there. I thought this was it. This little area we're in. But I snuck out, and not only is it, I saw the factories. I saw like just for as far as I can see." And they're like, whatever. What are you talking about? Because they can't see it.
Right. They're
still in the factory. Well, that's what it's like when you open up to these other dimensions. You see it's way more than just the human reality, because this is physical, which means weight. You know, when you put weight on light, it keeps it down. You know, what we call gravity. So all we know is gravity. All we know is physical body. But these light beings that are higher up, it's amazing. And yeah, I can't wait to try, that experience as well. Because, I don't know what I'm going to come out with when
it'll be something like, really to the limits, beyond the limits of what, this world would comprehend. Because remember,
can describe.
We know we're in a lockdown place. I know I'm in a cage on this in the system. I was listening to Dr. Mumbi's show, which I really love, and she's authentic. And one day soon, I want
Dr. Who?
Mumbai from wake up, Africa. She's a real thing. I don't mind.
Well, I gotta check her out.
Plug. Yeah. And she was basically saying how, for those who choose to go to the motherland, don't be prepared to go over there and live a European lifestyle. And you want to go there to be able to go into the wilderness that's untouched. You can put your foot in the city. You can live whatever, but don't expect to go there and live. So what I'm saying is that there are levels to this thing, on your calling. Yes. And how are we going to be the ones to challenge the frontiers and conquer the frontiers, not to tear it up, not to cut down trees. And I don't mean just the wilderness, but just those uncharted areas in human nature within us and what we see physically. Like, okay, I am so, right now, I walk around with a quiet anger. Ever since I went to Ghana and came back, I'm like, you mean it doesn't have to be this way? See, I went past the ceiling that you described earlier, where there's a ceiling and everybody thinks the ceiling is it, and you see there's something beyond the ceiling. There's an unlimited sky. So when I came back, it was like, I don't want to be here. And that was my experience. I'm not going to try to convince anybody else. But what she was saying on her podcast there, she was saying basically, don't try to waste your time to convince anybody else on what you've realized, because you took a whole lifetime to get to this point. So I'm going to go back and explain to you a whole lifetime. If you don't get it, you may get it eventually. It may not be for you to get it.
Might not be time yet.
There's a point now of letting go. And that's where I am right now as far as what I do. I'm with everybody. I'm here for you anytime you call, whatever. But right now there's a liftoff right now. And I can't convince people, you have to do this and this is what I saw. Because half the time you can think I'm crazy anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm training.
Right. I'm not going to waste time. If you got me, you understand, or you just say, I don't understand, but I respect it. I'm still cool with that. But I'm not going to feel angry if you don't understand me or just waste my time doing that. I don't think I get it. So what did you say now? You go back, girl, that nigga crazy. No, you know what I mean? I don't want to be bothered with that.
Right. Yeah, I've had to battle with that too, because it'd be an urge in me, because I know I have seen things. And once you see the truth, everything in you wants to, bring that information to other people.
You want to,
so that they can see it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Right.
See, most of the time, yeah. Or they waste a lot of time coming at you the wrong way. I have no time. Call
or
me
scares
crazy.
them.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me get my spiritual crazy check and let me just move on. I don't mean money. I'm just saying, let me just get the rewards of what I see and let me just move on.
And keep going.
Yeah, I still love everybody. You know what I mean? We cool and everything. And I know you think I'm crazy, but I can't be here anymore. You know, I mean, once the sperm comes out of the testicles, where's he going to go except inside to hit that egg? I'm trying to hit the egg, man. I ain't got no time to waste, hanging out in the vagina the wrong way. I got to hit the egg.
That's right. And technically, let's think about it. Technically, a man especially, we come out of, this is how you know that the woman is all there is this. Mm-hmm. We come out of the vagina.
Right.
Through birth. And we spend our entire life
trying to get back up in it.
Trying to get back in there. Is that something?
Is that something?
So what does that tell you? Yes. So that's, and then once again, and that's the portal, like I said, the circle.
Exactly.
Or the seal. Mm-hmm.
But that could also be, I'm not going to say it's lower vibrational, but that could be a way where, I'm not saying it's lower vibrational, just get me, that there is a portal on to the next level, but we all we know is this one. You understand?
Yes.
As we get older, like myself, as I get older, I realize that, hey, because I had a good amount of decades in my life trying to go back into that portal with various examples, but I know now there's something more. I know a gentleman who I'll say it this way. I kind of psychoanalyzed him. And he didn't have a good relationship with his mother, but at present and for many years, he's been trying to bed down as many women as he possibly could because I understand he's seeking his mother's love. It's not that he would see his mother and say, oh, let's have sex. No.
No, I know what you mean.
You see what I mean?
He's trying to make up for that feminine.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And it's not enough for him because it's not the real thing that he really, and I know that he's been brought to tears and thinks about the relationship that he never had that could possibly still heal up, but it wasn't his fault. So he's on a hypersexual mission. Like, I mean, my God, this guy, I thought I was bad when I was young, but this guy, and
he's just on a roll.
He's not ready to really hear that from me. I'm not trying to make it seem like, the time will come where if I am to, I'm willing to impart some things, and he does trust me and everything, but it's going to take time,
Yeah, in his time. Yep. Because a lot of times, you're right, I had to learn that hard lesson, is that it's just like being in a house and people are asleep, right? You didn't got your rest. You ready to go. And you like, look, y'all got to get up, man, because such and such, you're going to miss it. If you don't get up right now, you're going to miss it. And they like, man, I'm sleeping. I'm good. I'm going to get up when I'm ready. And it's like, but you're going to miss it. That's what it's like trying to wake people up that sleep out here. Mm-hmm. It's like you see how much they're missing the information that will change their life. And you trying to tell them to get up, but they like, but I'm not ready. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so they'll attack you, cut that light off. What you doing? I'm asleep.
Right.
Why you,
Right. That's right.
I was having a good dream. You're going to mess my dream up, man. That's what's going on. Because what do they call American dream? Or they ask you, what's your dream? Mm-hmm. Why has it got to be a dream? Why can't it be, what's your vision? Mm-hmm. No, what's your dream? Because you got to be asleep to believe in this matrix. And that's what they don't tell you, but they're telling you by calling it a dream.
Right.
But yeah, as far as the other dimensions, I always use that analogy, like I said, of the farm, because it's so true. It's like, I'm a cow that escaped, which is I'm just saying, think about it just in real life. How rare is it for a cow to escape?
I know.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They usually don't even know they're in danger. So I'm that cow that escaped, and I brought back ground beef.
Wow.
And I tell them, look guys, oh, he crazy. Yeah, there you go again. That's Iceland. He crazy, or he's coming with these theories. He talking about everything is that they killing us and they turn us into food and whatever. I don't want to hear that. That's negativity. I don't want to hear.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We on our way to church trying to do the right thing, man. We got to bring our tithes to the pastor. That nigga crazy.
That's right. We got to worship. We got to worship Farmer because he take care of us. What you talking about? How dare you say something against Farmer? He feed us. He put clothes. You know, like in church. I want to thank he woke me up this morning, and I'm like, that's the farm. He woke me up. He gave me some feed. You know what I'm saying? He gave us a place to stay. But ultimately, what is really going on behind the scenes?
That's right.
Why do he want me in this area? Why can't I be free? Because I thought about that too. I found out the archangels, right? That people pray to, that they tricked you and told you that's your guardian and all that. Those are demons.
See that?
They call them archons. I'm gonna tell you how. Logically, think about this. Guardian angel is supposed to protect you and be there. If that's the case, how could if it's your guardian angel, how is it letting things like in the world, people are being raped, people are being molested, people are being abused, beat, all kind of things. And why is this angel, if it's there to protect you, why is he allowing that? They say that the guardian, or what I've got, is that the guardian angel is a guard angel. So his ability is not there to protect you from suffering. He's there to make sure you don't die. That's the point. To keep you in the jail. So it's like this. I go to prison, they give you a guard. But somebody lied to me, right? Let's say I've never seen the outside world. I grew up in prison. And somebody lied to me and tell me, oh, you see that guard that's locking your cell? And, you know, he's there to protect you. No, that guard is there to protect me that I don't get out of jail. That's the point. He ain't there to make sure I don't, serve my sentence.
Right.
Or to stop me from getting in fights and beat up and abused. So, yeah, they're called archons, and that's where you get the word archon, archangel. They're against us. Their job is to make sure you don't rise up. That's why they show the archangel Michael stepping on that serpent. That represents stepping on knowledge also, but also stepping on the... That's what that was about. And they have that symbol all throughout the world of a male, some kind of male figure, whether it's Indra, like he was talking about, Zeus, whoever. It's always them dominating over the feminine or suppressing them. Yes. So that's what we're dealing with. But back to the farm. So I bring these cows, my fellow cows, I bring them a sample and I say, look, this is what they're selling. This is what they're doing to us. They call it ground beef when it really is us cut up for them to eat. And they like, oh, get out of here. Where'd you get that from? No. They sell it in the store called a supermarket. But what y'all don't see is the area that they got hidden way in the back, away from in the back of the farm. Y'all don't know that's where they cut us up, package it and ship it out to these higher beings called humans who are got more intelligent, more power than us, than we can understand.
Yes.
Oh no, you crazy. You crazy, man. You being negative, man. I wanna raise my kids. I wanna live it up. You know what I'm saying? I wanna be able to get as much feed as possible. I'm stacking up on my feed, man. So how dare you come in here and mess up you see? So that's what's going on. When you tell people that this world is deeper than what you think and that there's an origin, they don't want to hear it. But the good news, because everybody says what it is, but they don't offer solution. Solution is the word soul, S-O-L, and you. So your soul is your savior. You're going to be the one that gets you out of this. But it comes through opening your mind because to understand where you are. You hear people say it all the time. You don't know where you're going if you don't know where you are. You see, so if you don't accept that where you are is a version of a farm or something that's unpleasant, something you don't want to believe, if you don't accept that, you're not going to be able to get out because you don't want to hear it. No, that's just, no, I can't, no. Well, hey, that's the truth. And so, yeah, a lot of these movies They giving it to you every day. But we're looking at the entertainment factor. Oh, look at the graphics. Oh, that was good. Did you see that?
Special effects, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The special effects
was so real.
And it was so real. And whoever it was, she was fine and she looked good or whatever. You're not looking at what are they dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
You think they making this shit up? They're telling you your story over and over. I mean, you could give me think of a fairy tale. You could give me a fairy tale right now. I could tell you just how deep. Just off the top of your head, think of one. I can tell you.
Wow.
This is how deep the shit is.
Let me see, because I've been out of fairy tales for such a long time. Just pick one, brother. Off the top. Pick one.
Okay, you want to talk about Cinderella?
Okay, cool. That's a good one.
I mean, I just thought of it. But this shit is deeper than you would ever imagine. So they tell it to the child because when the child is new, your soul has just been recycled. So they got to tell you the truth in order to open your mind up to programming. Mm-hmm. This is what schooling is about and why they start all the kids out on fairy tales. Because the fairy tales are the fucking truth and the child's mind knows it because they haven't learned yet about the lie, history and all this. They haven't learned that yet. So they tell them the truth to open them up to trusting. Mm-hmm. But check this out. So, okay, I was going to use Cinderella. Okay, Cinderella. Cinderella is talking about you, which is a Christ story. So she stays with her evil or her wicked stepmother. They made an emphasis on step and her wicked stepsisters. Mm-hmm. But she's the one, she's prettier than them, but they make her do all the chores. They lock her up. They're cruel. She don't have her real father or her real mother. And basically, she ends up through her fairy godmother. So I'll just break it down because I ain't gonna, most people know the story. So what it is, okay, Cinderella is your soul. You are Cinderella. Your evil stepmother or wicked stepmother is Mother Earth. Mother Earth is harsh. However, she provides a home for you. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But since we are from higher dimensions, we're in our stepmother's house, but it's not our real mother. It's our stepmother. So she houses you, but she's harsh to you. The Christ story is when she ends up going to the ball, she calls her fairy godmother. So her real mother in a higher dimension transports her when she's locked up in the room to the ball at 12 to meet her prince. This is representing being locked up in the body. Because there's a scene where the wicked stepmother, she locks her in a room with a key and she keeps the key in her pocket. Wow. That's being locked up in a physical body. So through the fairy godmother, which is your soul and your pineal gland, you're able to go to these higher dimensions where you belong. And you find your prince. However, when the clock strikes 12 again, she has to come back to Earth and deal with the situation. But he comes looking for her with the glass slipper that only fits her. So then her jealous stepsisters are trying to take her place. They're trying to stuff their foot in the shoe and it won't fit. And the prince is going around the entire world looking for Cinderella, but they got her locked up hiding her because they don't want her to get out. This is talking about the jealous God, Jehovah, whatever. He's jealous of you because what's inside of you, your soul, is higher than this world he rules over, which is the physical.
See.
So he doesn't want your prince or what they call, they say we are the bride of Christ. They're talking about this higher energy from your home above the earth. When it comes and reunites with you, you will get out of the matrix and go back where you belong. So that's what Cinderella is symbol. Like I said, if you look at it from the mundane sense, it's just a story. Or it just don't make sense. Oh, it's just some fancy story. But yeah, all of the fairy tales are extremely true and deep if you know how to look at it. But if you don't, it's just a kid's story,
Wow.
But they gotta tell, like I said, they gotta tell you the truth. That's part of the law. control. They got to tell you the truth, because your subconscious mind, basically, it's like a computer. A computer, it only obeys instructions. So that's what a program is. It's a set of instructions. So the computer has to obey the instructions, whether it's a negative instruction or a positive instruction. So unfortunately, with the schooling that they're giving us, they're training us in our subconscious mind to obey their program, to be against ourselves. And because it's going in the subconscious mind, which must respond and must obey, it you know, does as it's told. So that's why I say it's so important. I know a lot of us can't afford it, but it's better to homeschool your children.
Of course.
Because that school stuff, man, that is mind control on another level. And the whole grading system is saying how well you took the mind control program. What grade? So it's like, did you accept the program? Oh, you got an F. F is for forbidden. That's basically what it's saying. You didn't accept the lie. You didn't accept the program. But if you get A's, man, you're going to have some work to do to uninstall all of that shit. Because if you notice, or at least what I see, the people who are the most educated in college, and I'm not dissing nobody.
Right.
But they are the to see spiritually what's going on.
I've noticed that.
You know what I mean? Yes. Because they've been rewarded. See what I'm saying? Like, if I reward you, if I give you a lie and then I test you on it, and then I reward you, the false sense of being rewarded.
You cement it in.
You see what I'm saying? And then you're thinking that you're getting ahead because I got this piece of paper. Look, I'm getting praise. I got a title. But it's all lies. So in story, we need her story and we need my story, which is mystery. That's the truth. What they tell you is mystery. That's my story.
But you know,
they ain't gonna break it down.
I found that these people, these individuals that you just described like that, they're the masters of quotology, spitting back what the teacher says and seeing the world through that lens. But the prime example is like Brother Kwaku. When he was young, he didn't like school, and he would find himself out in the woods in nature during lessons. He saw things, meaning he downloaded some really deep truths, even though he wasn't all the way there yet. He took pleasure in that, and that's what taught him. So now, when he has had a life in this system and realized how limited and how damning it is, he can go back to what the foundation was. And these others who are filled up with the cheap, limited filler of what they were taught. How can the created teach something else was created? How vast? You have to experience it yourself. Yeah, because we think that, okay, we get to 12th grade and we get 4 years of college and we're good. Every moment of every day should be absorbing something. Like even right now, it's so beautiful. I'm looking at the trees. I'm seeing in the back
how things work. Yes,
I'm seeing through to the lake over there that I do, my videos on in the park next door, and I'm hearing nature and I'm feeling the breeze, and I'm it's better for me than being inside. I mean, I like being inside, sometimes, but right now I'm going to do a lot of this outside like I'm doing now. And it's so vast.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Yes. Why do you think they got us in the house now?
See that?
That's the point. And and I noticed too with North America, it's way more colder spots, it seems to me, than it is warmer. Now, at least from where I'm at. And I believe that hinders us because nature does teach. It teaches through observation. You learn more observing than just a book with some, what somebody told you. And that's a lot of the learning I've seen. It's been through observation, but you're right. They train our mind that you can only learn in a format where it's the academic format. Read something, repeat it back, get a test. No, no, you can learn just by observing. Just like I've learned a lot just from watching.
Yes.
Like I watch, like if you think about the butterfly, that's a lesson.
Exactly.
If you really watch the slug and the transformation, what they call the chrysalis or the Christ Ali, if you look at that, that's us. The slug is on foot. It's on the ground.
Right. Right.
And it has to go into a cocoon or a meditative state it has to go away from the world and stay still. And then through the struggle, because by the way, I saw how they develop their wings. It's through struggle. So it's a liquid that goes down the back of the slug when it's in the cocoon trying to break out. That struggle of trying to break out of the cocoon, it grows their wings. And then when they come out, they shed that skin and they're a completely new creature. And now they can fly. Wow. When they were just you see what I'm saying? A ground creature. That is our story. We're on the ground now. But through the transformation of meditation, going in a cocoon with your mind and being still, you can come out and now, you see what I'm saying? You're a new creature. That's what they're talking about as far as the renewing of your mind. They say your mind, not your body. But yeah, you can learn so much observing. I have learned more through my eyes than I ever have reading, which is why I really, like when I read, I skip through stuff. I don't really, like I have a hard time just reading long bits of information. After a while, I get kind of, like I want to see some visuals. And that's only natural too. Like you ask the children to tell you, where's the pictures? Right. They know. You see what I'm saying? Your eyes, you can observe so much more and learn more through your eyes than writing. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's the truth. And you can learn through your children if you're humble enough. You go. The children will teach you. Right. In a very pure fashion too. That's right. Because they're unassuming. They haven't learned to be prejudiced yet or to be prejudging or they haven't learned these concepts. There's no filters. Exactly. And that's what the truth, that's how you learn the truth. That's why they say through the eyes of a child. It means forgetting all of the concepts that you have learned about, oh, I'm looking at it through this way. I'm looking at it through that way, or what I was taught, what I was told. And just coming with it like you don't know anything and accepting it for what it is. That is what I see that is so hard for a lot of people is their emotions, their experiences or whatever. It clouds. Taints. Yes. Clouds their ability to accept things for how they are and not how they want them to be, not how they was told. And that just keeps them, you know, not seeing it. And that's what I love to do. I love to see things for what it is, whether I like it or not. It's the fact of that's the truth of it. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, that's why a lot of people, they run from death. Oh, what? That's negative. It's like, don't you see that everything down here has a cycle of death, reincarnation, or death and a life? You want to run from that? That's like, you know, you don't want to see the truth. Right. Yeah. And it's not really death if you know how to get out. That's the point. It's only death if you get... Stay here too long. This is death. You'll get stagnant staying here on this level. Yes. You know? That's right. And that's why church, like I said, when you get the word, first it was Kirk, which means church. And before that, it was Circe, which is a circle. The Greek goddess of traps, turning people into farm animals and then keeping them there. It's really interesting when you read these Greek and these so-called myths, because when you really look at them for real, you're like, wait a minute, that sound too damn that sound too right to be just some bullshit, because Like, now I'm jumping here, but they keep coming with this movie Jurassic Park.
Yeah. What's up with that?
See, you got to look at the words. Jurassic, they're talking about the Jura Mountains. They're called the Jura Mountains, Jura. And they say those mountains are back from some 60 million years of a period. And they said that's when those mountains were formed. So they're saying the Jurassic Park, those are the bones of those dragons, or what they call dinosaurs, from that far back. So they put it in your face calling it Jurassic Park, but you ain't gonna look up the words. I was like, wow. So that confirmed for me when I found out it was from the mountain, about me, vision they showed me of the carcasses of these huge dragons being what we call mountains. I said, wow. And they're so even excavate the whole thing. Because some of them are actually the whole body. So like, you got terrain area that looks like skin. It looks like dragon skin. This is deep stuff. I'm saying, I'm like, wow. But once again, they say this was before humans. So if this is before humans, you see how old the mountains and the trees and all that stuff are. They're talking about the, what do you want to call, aftermath. We're the aftermath. So what they call humanity is the aftermath of a battle that took place that we're trying to figure out now, trying to go back and figure that out. And the ancients, they actually knew because they drew pictures of what the hell it was. But these self-righteous, white archaeologists who thought they were smart, they said, oh, this is just something they just were saying this because to describe something. And it's like, no. Just because you don't understand something don't mean it ain't true. It just means you don't understand it. And that's hard for people's ego, because I've gotten into it with people because they feel like, well, I'm a PhD and da-da-da-da-da. How the hell are you going to tell me something? And that's the ego. Because they don't, once again, I give them the information, but they ain't going to go look because they don't want to be wrong. And that's what, like I say, that's what blocks you from getting to the truth and knowledge, is when your ego is blocking you because, oh, I know already. Well, you can't teach me nothing. You younger than me. I've learned more from children than I have from older people, especially the real older ones, yes. And they think they know it all. You can't tell me nothing. I'm old enough to be your grand. You already know. I'm old enough to be your grand. How you going to tell me something? I know about God. It's like, but do you study? I'm just saying, if you don't study, then how do you know? I'm constantly learning more and more of stuff that I thought I knew and seeing more and more to it. And I'm like, wow, I thought I knew, but like I said, did you know the word pastor?
Yes. Tell me.
It's dealing with farming.
Is what?
Remember I was telling you about farming?
Yeah.
Pastor. It's dealing with farming.
Right.
You get the word, You get
true.
the word pastoral.
Right. That's true.
Pastoral is dealing with pasture. Look, let me give you the definition. Because I was like, that people thought, oh, that's my pastor. Oh, so that's your farmer. Here it is. Look, pastoralis, relating to shepherd or pastor shepherd. It says life of a shepherd. Hold on. Sheep herder. So you're saying that you are a sheep when you say you got a pastor. And what is he doing? He is eating off you too. Honestly. That's correct. All those members they have in there, the pastor ain't paying you. He's milking you. You the cow. You giving your milk in that basket, in that offering. He's the farmer. You are the farm or the congregation. Like I say, the congregation, sheeps congregate. Sheep congregate, cows congregate. They feel safe, but it's a false sense. The apex predator, he by himself, or he with a small group. You see what I'm saying? And he has his choice of whoever. So I'm saying, you see what I'm saying? That's that mentality. I want to feel safe because everybody else doing it.
That's right.
And oh, you look around and it's 30,000 members. So I think they said we slaughter. Let me see. Did I write that down? I think I was looking at a stat on the agriculture. They say, and meat process. They say I think it's over 30 billion chickens a year. 30 billion chickens. Now that's across the world. Can you imagine? No, I can't. I'm not even gonna lie and say I can imagine. I can't put that, as a quantifiable to see that as a number in my mind. That's beyond imagining. And we slaughter that many chickens. And the chickens, like I say, they still don't know. You think they know?
Right. But then then look at us en masse as human beings, right? Human, okay? We're in this system and we don't realize how we're being slaughtered for someone else's gain. Willingly slaughtered puffing on cigarettes, willingly slaughtered eating this so-called fast food, willingly slaughtered going to a Walgreens, a Dwayne Reed, or a CVS to correct a problem that came from eating bad food that threw us off, and now we're taking more poison to bring us back, but it never brings us back. Thrown off by the wrong so-called indoctrination, or what they call education, so that we never find ourselves. Thrown off on so many different levels. We have so many different things that we gravitate to because we are told that it's right, but it's bringing us into that wrong place. Even the religion that will never bring us into a spirituality. It promises us spirituality, but it never takes us there. And only when we break away from it do we find that true thing on the inside. And we say, man, that was so simple. I could have found this all by myself. I don't need any of these toxic people around me to find myself on the spiritual level. All I need is a little time, the passion to learn and to get the right books, and let me find out what it is that I like to do. Let me meditate in the state of myself and look out in the world and say, hey, what do I like to do and what do I want to do? What is it that I can do good? Find your passion. Many people submit themselves to the mental slaughterhouses of these colleges and schools because they haven't found their passion. So they just go ahead and say, let me just repetitiously go through the motion, get a piece of paper for something I don't really, if it's not on the menu, if it's not on the curriculum, well, what is it that I can do? I can do this. I can be a doctor. I can be a lawyer. But then what is the category, the general category that people take when they don't know what the hell they want to do in school? So, we sleepwalk through life not really having a passion. If you're not passionate about what you're doing, you haven't found yourself. Nobody's going to teach you what you like to do and what you want to do and what your unique vision is. That's why people who get out of the matrix, who just get out of it, they know nothing's going to happen there. I mean, it happened to me last year when I was, right before I went to Ghana, I got out of the matrix. I'm like, listen, I'm out. I'm never coming back. You know what I mean? And I stepped out and I did what I had to do and never went back. Right. So it's a funny thing. I saw a supervisor. He looks like he's 40 pounds heavier and 10 pounds old. I'm like, man, he said, man, you look good. I'm seeing you on your videos, man. What's going on with you? I said, I had to leave out of the matrix, man. I had to leave out of the matrix. And I want to help to lead other people out of it. But I'm not going to, at this point, like I said, I can't not fulfill my destiny waiting on somebody, but I'll inspire anybody. It's a glorious thing. It's a victorious thing.
It is.
Oh, man.
It is. It's excellent. And it's amazing how the platform is picking up as well, because I'm seeing a lot more people who want this information and who are ready for it, because there's I've seen a lot of places where it's still an ignorant type of crowd where they're still stuck in the matrix and, it's about, what you got and just this whole earth thing that they sold us the idea of, and they're still not open to, wait a minute, it might be more to this. And so I'm just seeing a growth in really just the last few months.
Yeah. People are really, many people are saying that. I feel, and I know thing given to me by Dr. Kang had a lot to do with it. I have to give credit where where credit is due.
Credit's due.
Yeah, because when I went out there, he really hooked me up on some spiritual things and on certain levels to put in my mind, you know, I mean, the next step is the whole experience with the ayahuasca. But I'm fired up in a way where people don't even know it. I'm more fired up, but it's undetectable to most people. You see the footprint now, but not only that, but the universe has opened up for me, and so many good people are gravitating toward, I'm not saying me, but the nucleus of the energy that's around me on the platform. I'm not going to take credit for this. I'm not going to say, oh, me. No, I'm not going to do that. That would be my downfall. I move with no ego whatsoever. I enjoy being in the epicenter of this energy. And many people say, well, Lance, you got to take credit. Well, I'm not looking for it. Let me do what it is that I have to do. Give credit to the universe and all things around me for putting me in this position. But since I'm in this position, whatever you want to call this position, I feel a special energy around me, and I'm going to roll with it, and that's going to bring me to where I need to be. So I'm not even saying, well, this is where I want to go. No, it's not for me to decide. The universe decides that for me, because
that's correct.
The creator of the universe knows where I need to be and knows where I'm going. So I trust it. Like a child who trusts his parents to say, the child doesn't freak out in the middle of the night. Oh my God, what am I going to eat for breakfast? Is it going to be nutritious? If you have good parents, you say, okay, whatever you put on the table, I'm going to eat. The child doesn't worry about the mortgage because the parents takes care of it. And you don't have to. You just have to be where you are and do what you do at that particular junction point. And that's for me. That's why it's tunnel vision. Like right now, we're on this show. I'm right here. I'm totally focused on right here. I know if I do what's right today and what's right now, tomorrow will take care of itself. Now, it's not a haphazard thing. I got bills to pay. I'm still in the matrix to a point, but there's a half a shackle on one ankle. The other foot is out. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of, I know that. And that's why this thing doesn't scare me. That's why I said for this so-called pandemic, I'm relating and having more fun than I ever had in my life. I mean, me and Mrs. SCURV, Mrs. Quaco, we are having a ball. Me and Quaco, man, we getting super more tight than we ever been. I love that. Yeah,
I see that too. Man, and energy is amazing.
Yes, tonight we sat up, we were telling Joe, I'm a comedian. People don't know it. I'm making fun of people's walks and changing my voice, imitating people. We were cracking up. And I was like, hey, my brother, you're a funny guy, man. So, too, people don't see that side of him. You know what I mean? So we laugh, we bug out, and I'm stupid like that. So that has really brought us together more. So we took a little walk around the park. We were talking about certain things. And there's much more that's going to manifest because he knows me more now. We had time to really, and we know each other good for all these years. What I'm saying is that this is really like those times when you think back when you're in school, like, man, we had a time in the schoolyard or summer camp or in the summertime when we did this. It's free. It's free now. So
and you're using it right. Because there's people at home worrying and all that. This is the time to connect with your family. This is the time to, like what you said, bring that energy back and that unity. You know what I'm saying? Because you got the time now. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. They locking us in. Why not be productive? Yes. Exactly. Absolutely.
This is fun. You see, what my thing is that, like, okay, let's use the example, of the rich guys, of the wealthy men. Like, okay, for them, and I'm not honoring them or putting them on a pedestal. I'm just using an example, maybe on a carnal, lower vibrational level that we all can understand. Yeah. Say, for example, get into the mind of these guys. I've been around a lot of these guys. I see and overhear how many different things I've done in this life has brought me into the proximity of millionaires and how they talk and do the things I do around them. There's not any one way to be a millionaire. We focus on that. I'm not saying you or anybody in the chat room because, they got so much more money than I do. They're more special than me. No, they're not. It's just that some of them lucked up on it and things, and some of them worked toward it. Yeah. And okay, we know that that's not the one thing you need to be going after, but being around them, what I've learned, and this is a principle I'm going to explain in the abstract way in 2 statements, but what I've learned for them is that money making for them is fun. It's a game. They got it to lose. They call up their buddies. They say, hey, I was driving, You know, and they may not be the most righteous guys. They might be married to 10 girlfriends. You know, I was driving down the street and, you know the girl there, she was blowing me while I was driving down the street. And I looked over and, you know, I saw these properties, man, and the properties were cheap, man. And, you know, but it's a game. What do you think? Well, man, let's just get up in the morning and come down there and check it out. And they got time to go over there in the morning and check it out. And people say, did you say blowing me? Yeah, I said it that way. I mean, because these guys, they may not have the level of spirituality. Well, maybe something between them that's spiritual. I don't know. But I talk kind of crude after a certain hour of the night. So excuse me. You know what I mean? This is real. So now they get up and they got stuff in the corner of the eye and they go into the same Starbucks that everybody else does. Nobody knows they're millionaires several times over. Go check out the properties. They think something on a creative level. And now it's sold to them and they're doing something with it. So now guess what? We now are so caught up in wearing the mask and looking at what Trump says on TV. We have the time. It may not be where we have the actual money, but we have the time to go sideways.
That's right.
Meaning that we're not stuck in, it's 7:15. I have to be out the house to get to work by 8:30 so I can be there a little earlier. No, you can get up now and go sideways. That's why when it crashes, it's a great opportunity to reset and get things at bargain basement, not just on a money level, but just what may fall into your lap where there might not be any money. It might be where you have a talent that you can offer. Like say, for example, understand, you know, I do graphics. I do all those things and whatnot. I've gotten a little better. I haven't had the time to really. I've gotten better as I've had to do things. Okay, I've had people. I had a brother. I don't know if you all know Star from Star and Buck Wild up in New York City, and he has the show. You know, Star. I don't know what he called it.
Wow, yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, and he has the podcast now that he does every single day. One day he reached out to me. I used to watch him all the time on YouTube when he would get on Vlad TV sometime and he would do his other things. And so one day he reached out to me and I'm at the bus stop and I'm checking my email and he say, hey man, you know, give me a shout sometime. My name is Star. And I'm thinking of some Jamaican dude say, hey, my name is Star, brother. You know, I'm like, who is this guy? Yeah. So I reached back out to him and he says, I don't know if you know me, but you know, I'm in a DJ or whatever, a Hall of Fame personality and this and he says I'm also known for the Star and Boat. I'm like, what the heck? I used to listen to this guy all the time, and I watch him all the time when he was on YouTube on his other show, and I just finished looking at this thing like an hour early, and I'm like, this guy's checking me out and reaching out to me. He says, I love your graphics. He says, I want to know if I can use some of your shows on my YouTube channel. I'm like, what the heck? Who am I to say no? You know what I mean? So wow. That's like Mike Tyson paying me like I'm gonna pay you $5,000 to spar with me, and I'm gonna go easy with you. You know, you're gonna go easy on me. I'm gonna get a little publicity. Okay, come on, let's roll. I'm gonna get paid. Let's go. Yeah, so we did, but then he really blessed me because of his reach with graphics. And I set up like a little side business. So when I say SCURV Media, it entails everything, the artwork, the graphics, everything. So there's things that I do with different income streams, which, you know, some of them slow down. You know what I mean? Some maybe one or two things a week or one thing. But like I said, my father told me if your table has 20 legs under it, you snatch out 3, it's still going to stand. So this is a time to go back to that. It allowed me to see how many people think. While many of us are just, I got to go to work. I got to be there this time. While you go to work, look at the world around you. While you're there, look at what you might like to do or see where you can fit in to provide a service for somebody. It's not always having money. You might do something really well. And the thing that you do really well, you may not have the upfront $2,000 or $3,000 you need to start up, but you might step to somebody who can. And you say, listen, I'd like to work with you. This is what I can do. You can get income passively without having to move a finger if you get to do this. So if your mind is there, you will get there. But if this system mind and fear, you'll never get there. You'll always be thinking about reacting to what's done to you. So while you're catching the lashes on your back, like Kunta Kinte, you're dreaming of the day that you are going to leave. Bad thing with him, he got caught and brought back and they chopped. When I left off the plantation, I said, no, you're not chopping my feet. I need them to run for greatness, to manifest
Right.
those seeds of greatness inside of me. So,
That's right.
you know, the other thing too is that on a spiritual level, we do have, you know, good, and we do have what may be looked at as evil. And I've learned, like, okay, let's use a really abstract scenario. This is what I say. You got to trick these energies, because there will be some, you must visualize what you want, but you got to trick the evil things that are around you, right? Meaning that if you want to reach a certain goal, you look to reach that goal. You work toward it. You meditate on it. But then sometimes you got to speak something else into out to the world. Say, for example, I really want to get that Toyota Camry that's loaded. And I'm using a very carnal example, right?
Yeah.
The dealer is not my friend, no matter how much he smiles.
That's
So
right.
for me now, I'm not going to go right to that Toyota Camry that's loaded, that's on the showroom floor looking good. That's an easy sale for him. He's going to
Yep.
rip me off because he knows I'm already sold on it. So he's like, look, you fool, you're telling me this? Basically, you want this? Okay, we're gonna sell this to you. We're gonna sell everything else that doesn't even matter. Right? So no, I'm gonna walk over to the Corolla. And I'm gonna say how much I love this car, how much I want this car, whatever. And he is gonna try to convince me to go buy the Camry. But now you're trying to convince me on what I really want, but you don't know that. So now you're gonna have to give me some concessions now. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great comparison. Yeah, and the mind is tricky like that. That's what they mean as far as the ego and the soul. The ego and the soul are blended together when you are born in this body, because the soul comes into the body, and now you gotta fight. Like they have, you've seen it, the cartoon where there's a little angel on the left shoulder and a devil on the right shoulder, and they're both whispering in your ear, oh, you should do this, nah, maybe you should do that, but nah, but if you do this, that'll be good. And it's like, nah, you know, if you do that, okay. They got that concept from Kemet as well, and the yin yang, because they have statues in Kemet of you would have the pharaoh, and on his left would be Set, and on his right would be Heru. And they would both be contending for his attention.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But there was the duality there, and it's what you choose. And I saw one statue where the pharaoh was facing Set, the statue. So even though I wasn't thinking about it at first, I was like, wait a minute. He's not in the middle. He's turning his head towards Set. So saying, like, I'm going towards the ego. And that's a lot of times, like you say, it's more enticing. You know, they try to, or the ego tries to sell you, like, once again, on the showroom floor.
Right.
But you know, he already got it set up to rip you off. But, you know, your soul side or your conscious is saying, yo, you know damn well you're gonna pay more than that's worth. So you might as well just wait and don't do it right now. Wait till it's time. So yeah, that's the battle that is going on. It's not just outside, it's the inside. So even with your thoughts, you're right. You got to kind of guard your thoughts from yourself in a way, because yeah, that ego will be trying to deter you. It's like, no, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
No, it got to be towards something, towards the matrix.
Well, see,
so yeah, that's a struggle.
Yeah. So the bottom line is that for me, I can whip anyone. I don't mean just a physical thing, because I catch a butt whipping myself too. I'm not like some Superman. I am Superman. You are Superman. But, you know, I understand that, you know, on the physical level, but even then, the physical doesn't even matter. As long as I slay myself and conquer myself, and then I can use that energy that I've used to conquer and defeat myself. I've mastered myself, so nobody can get me, because all of my faculties, all of my forces, all of my energies now are on the external. I'm not a secret alcoholic who's sitting here, oh God, I got a drinking problem, blah, 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 and it warps my thinking. So people say, well, how do you do so much? How do you keep? Because I'm totally focused, and there must be some residue of stuff that I have to get off of me. I'm not saying I'm perfect. You know what I mean? We all have those spiritual one-ply accidents on spiritual hands when you use the one-ply paper, right? But the bottom line is that, you have to be in a constant state of correcting yourself, a constant state of looking at yourself and searing off those spiritual hairs like the old grand do before she and put the chicken over the fire and burned off the hairs.
Look, all that's right.
Yeah. So you have to know where, and you have to face yourself, and it's not always going to be a pleasant thing. You see what I mean? So exactly. It could be minor stuff that people just don't want to talk about. Yep. People have called me, they feel they can open up, and I never repeat stuff. And some people say, well, you can repeat stuff. This brother told me, he said, man, you can tell me. I don't care, man. I need you to help me, man. I said, well, what's the problem? He's like, man, I live a normal life, and I got girlfriends and stuff. I'm like, it's a girl. And he said, yeah, I'm single, but it's not some every night thing, but I date. I said, okay. He said, man, but I got a problem with porn, man. I got to beat off every night. Oh man, you know what I mean? So I talked to him about it. I mean, people, there are things that we do that we don't want to admit to the world, but we do ourselves, whatever it may be. And people,
it's true. That's the thing
are
about being human.
ashamed to talk about it. Now, I got no problem, tearing out my life and opening it up. You know what I mean? I have no problem. I haven't done it all the way, but I've hinted to a lot of things. So that frees me. So how you going to come at me and haunt me about my past when I told you about it? Like, okay, I did this. Yes. You know what I mean?
They're ready to the problem. Right, they're so ready to judge.
Yeah. But see, they judge, but they could never assess because they don't know. Judging is when you don't know. Okay, well, judge the distance between here and the wall. I don't know. I think it's about 12 feet. Well, assess it with the tape measure. Oh, it's actually 11 and a half feet. So people going to throw off because to the degree that they're in their thing. If you come to me with something that the world would say is embarrassing, I'm not going to laugh at you. Because I had my own shit to deal with. Things that the world would say is embarrassing. Well, I challenge them because I'll reveal. Look, when I get on, this time probably, this is what, Sunday night going into Monday. Probably Sunday night we'll do a show on Patreon. I'll kind of make it not easy for the people who just want to ride the fence. I'm not trying to get money out of people like that. If you want to give $1 or whatever, but you got to kind of show your face when you go there. I want to show your face kind of people who will be there. And I'll send a link to different people who, like I said, it's not a money thing, but for the general public hiding, let me see what Lance is saying. I'm going to make you show your face because, see, I'm going to tell things about myself that you're going to say, I can't believe this guy said that. Because we got to look in ourselves and we got to get superficial foolishness that's killing us. How am I going to be 57 years old and be superficial? I can't be. Yo,
see, that's
I'm just saying, I've done some crazy, freaky stuff in my lifetime.
Right. And you ain't afraid to admit it.
No, I'm not afraid to admit it.
But that's what makes people hypocrite. What I'm saying is the human, like I said, this whole experience that's what they say we was born in sin. They talking about the physical existence is corrupt anyway. It's not perfect. It's dual. You see what I'm saying? It's good and bad. But yeah, you rob yourself when you're a hypocrite. Like what you were just saying, how could you be that age and be shallow like that? Superficial. That's why I can't stand like with the Jay-Z's and the people they promote. because you see what I'm saying? Because if you really look at it, this guy is still that way at the age he is. Like when he raps or whatever, he's still rapping about, I got this and you don't.
Exactly.
And it's like, no, I don't see other cultures do that. When they get in a position of power or they gain something or they make it, what they call making it, right? And they get ahead, they're trying to pull you up, not tease you about, I got it and you don't, to your own people. Right. At that age, I'm saying that, to me, that shows immaturity. And also, it's showing basically non-growth. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You're supposed to be over that. Yes, like if I'm playing with toys at 3, 4, when I get 10, 11, I shouldn't still be amused with that. I already had that. I played with it. Right. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to somebody else. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But instead, you got a guy that's 50 something, he's still saying, yeah, look at my blocks. I got more blocks than you. You see what I'm saying? Is that crazy? It's like, no.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's the mentality, and it's teaching the younger people to do that. It's like, you see you don't have anything as far as, let's say, monetarily, but as soon as you get it, you're copying off of another person whose whole image is, I'm shitting on all the people who don't have anything, instead of, bringing, helping, basically sending a ladder. It's like I get out of the boat. It's a boat sinking. I get out of the boat. I get on land. So I don't throw you a rope.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just up there talking about, yeah, I'm on the land. Y'all sinking. You know what I'm saying? And it's a big ship full of people, but I'm not helping. So that's what I'm saying. This is why they promote these people. And, I got a brother that wants to rap. Well, he raps, but he's saying, he would ask me, because I told you I used to be in the music industry. He's asking me, how come, what should I do to, I said, look, if you want to be famous tomorrow, if you want to do it, I said, all you got to do is rap about drugs.
Of course.
About selling drugs,
or being some undercover. That's the new thing.
Yeah, that too, that gimmick, or something materialistic, as far as something that's not going to uplift people in a knowledge sense or in a spiritual sense. If you promote that shit, boom,
it's
they get
rap,
right behind you.
Exactly.
Ain't that crazy?
It's the truth.
And it's so many. You know how many people are in jail? I'm talking about men whose lives have been taken.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm talking about young guys.
Oh, okay. Following behind that.
Yes, that they got 40 years, they got 50 years, they got whatever, because they were listening to a song when they was 18, when they was 14, when they was 20, trying to emulate something. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Thinking that's the way to success, and now their life is gone. So that's what I'm saying. It's, people love, and it's crazy. When you're famous, everybody just forgive, and give everybody all these different chances of, oh no, he didn't. I'm saying it's a lot of lives I've been taking, especially of black males, based on these people they promote in front of us, because they run out and do it, and the judge just take your life.
Mm-hmm.
Because they, it's so easy for them to write 40 years, life, double life. That's a young person who didn't even get a chance to live yet. But they thought, oh, it's cool, I'm going to go out here and do something, because that's who's promoting it. So I'm saying, how can you blame that? Children are real influenceable.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so it's just funny how, like, even with that Rick Ross situation back in the day, that was so crazy. I'm like, just think about it. He can rap about, I'm selling iPhone, I'm a drug dealer, I'm a this, I'm a that, I shoot, I do this. But I took a woman home. I took a woman home with something in her drink. Oh, that's it. No, that right there, we ain't sponsoring you now.
Right.
But all the drug stuff and shoot a nigga in his head, the blood spill and all, that's cool. But you took a woman home? No. Mm-mm. You know why? Because that's a white crime.
Yeah.
That date rape, yes. That mostly. Because you got to realize, like I said, everything that we do, it has a reason. Black people, we love cats. We love jewelry and all that. We love, and we don't know why. It's a history behind it. It's a culture behind
mm-hmm.
it. We just don't know. Well, the same with white people. Why do they drug women and take them home? It's because that's their history. What they used to call it in the cave time. They call it, they said they would club a woman over the head when she wasn't looking and her hair to the cave. Get up,
mm-hmm.
she fixed dinner, and they would be a happy family. Well, what do they call it when you go out to these places? They call it a club. The club, the nightclub.
Wow,
you see what I'm saying?
Wow.
This is their culture. They have a club to knock a woman out by putting something in the drink, and they take her home. They've been doing that. So it's just funny how if you do something that makes white people look bad,
mm-hmm.
that's illegal as hell.
Exactly.
But if you do something else, we're gonna give him a $30 million Reebok.
Because he's going to Pied Piper all the other niggas into death.
Yes. I'm just saying, I really wish I could, if you could see the stats on how many have lost their life to jail or prison because of Jay-Z, because of whoever they promoting and giving them, saying, look how much money they're making. Because a lot of them, do you know, most of them have not done the shit they are.
Of course. Let me tell you something. I know a guy who has done those things, right? Yeah. And he's like, I would love to rap on the things that I've done, but I'm not a rapper. You know what I mean? And then we have guys who know how to rhyme and write and put things together. And some are just not talented at all. These days, they're not. They have ghostwriters and stuff. But, you know, to go a little deeper in that, like they say, the golden age of rap, you know, back in the days in hip hop when it was organic and it was the people and nothing else. And the radio stations, I remember, they used to love to have guys who are organic, who are making these beats and creating these things, you know, grassroots, and they would share their music late at night. You'd have 5, 6, 7, 8 different stations late at night playing local stuff, meaning that not just stuff from New York City, but where they identified, well, this group here, or this guy here is from Bed-Stuy, this guy here is from Harlem, this guy here is from East New York, this guy here is from Springfield Gardens, Queen, whatever, the Bronx, whatever. Yeah. And then once that container of New York City, I'm not going to make New York City take all the credit, but I mean, look at the history, and we know that there were other influences from the Caribbean, and we know the West Coast had their thing, South, whatever. But so the technology spread, so it's when you saw guys like, okay, like I tell people now that this is a golden age right now. Look, yes, it is. Every time that there's something of a depression, of a civil rights movement, which really should have been the human rights movement for us, but every time it gives birth to something else out of necessity. And so right now, what are we looking at right now? We have to be visionaries at this particular time. We can't be just reactionary. We have to step out of what we are seeing in the world or what's put on us and really see what's happening, because this is going to give birth to great things. This is going to give birth to very efficient inventions, even though we're trying to get out of the matrix per se. But our creativity is not going to end, because that's when we're pushed, is when we create something. When we're pushed is when we see how much we can really do. When we're sitting on a lazy boy, mentally, physically, and spiritually, we don't challenge ourselves. Again, that's the comfort zone. So this particular period, especially with so much information that's being shared, could you imagine the younger folks and some of us older folks who might be my age, which I think my mind is a little open more so, that is going to give birth to so much greatness. I can't imagine. Exactly. 10 years from now, 15 years from now, let the monetary system crash. Why are we holding on to that? Let's look at the creative things that will open up. Maybe in our lifetime, we'll see the car that does run off of sunlight. Maybe we'll see the vehicle that does run off of water. So when it rains, you fill up and you never have to stop. Why don't we dream about those things and go after? The old system is trying to keep us here with fear. You see what I mean? Let go. They don't want to let go. I don't want your fear. You know why? Don't put your fear on me. They don't want to let it go. You know what I mean?
Exactly. They don't want to let it go because they know, just like the technology that gets better, the stuff before it becomes obsolete, right? People don't use it no more. Exactly. They know that when people see stuff can be better, that this system we're in will be obsolete. So they're trying to hold on.
You know what?
As long as possible.
This system is like the jealous boyfriend who's been given his walking papers because his gorgeous, pretty, beautiful, talented, intelligent girlfriend broke free of his terror and realizes that she's beautiful and she has options. She's not fast. She just knows that I don't have to be bothered with you because of your insecurity. And that jealous, like the jealous boyfriend who says, you know what, you're ugly. Nobody's going to want you. You can't be this. You can't be that. And she thinks beyond that. Well, this system is the same way. Black people, you are nothing. You are thugs. You're prostitutes. You're whores. You can't be anything. So some of us accept that and never become anything. Some of us say, you know what? You're a liar. I have the seeds of greatness in me, and my ancestors taught you, and my forebears gave everything to you as far as inventions are concerned. In this world that you see now, that you exploit and give me the thumbs up on, this is my shit. So the hell with you. Exactly. You take your walking papers. Let's see. It's like years ago, I had people that took my artwork and they would scratch out my name and put their name on it. And they say, Lance, man. Somebody, that happened to me once. Yeah, somebody that don't know me, they're like, man, Lance, man, I don't know, man. This dude here is claiming that this is his artwork. And you say it's yours. I saw it on your page first, but I don't know. Maybe it is his. Are you sure it's not? You didn't steal it from him? I said, listen, you reach out to that clown and you tell him, you pick the illustration that you want to draw, and you tell him to draw that same illustration in the same style. And you tell me, and I'll do it. And let's match it up and let's see what we come up with. My style is my style. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If I'm the baddest man on the planet, we take the key and go in the door. Let's see who comes out with the key. You know, once we lock the door and go in, let's see who the real thing is. I will prove. See, we have to know that we are proven products. I use myself as an example a lot because you know the amount of output that I put out there, but there's so much more that I do than just this. But I know I'm a proven product. That is not cockiness. That's right. That is not conceit.
No, it's not.
And see, so many of us.
They teach you to hold back. Yeah,
right.
They teach you to hold back.
We need to get off on the greatness that we have on the inside that the Creator put inside of us. We need to be happy about it. We need to know we can do it. You see, and that's the damn thing. You have certain lifts in Olympic lifting, which I really don't follow. It was bodybuilding that I did. But say, for example, in a particular lift, everybody got to 499 pounds, 499 and a quarter, 499 and a half, 499 and 6/8 or 3/4. They could never break the 500 mark in that lift. Then somebody comes along and does it. Now, all of a sudden, in the next 3 or 4 months, we got 4 or 5 people breaking that limit because now they know it can be done. Why do you have to wait for somebody else for you to know that you can do it? I can do whatever I want to do. If I have a passion, if I want to be a brain surgeon, I can do that. If I want to fly a rocket ship, I can do that. Whatever I want to do, I can do. I know this. This is not cockiness. We as black, melanated, stolen Africans, sun people, whatever you want to call it, that's not even, we know who we are. In actuality, we are beyond names. We are who we are. We're the originals. Call ourselves the originals.
We keep categorizing ourselves based on, you know, geography or where we are or what we believe in. We are, that's right, the original.
Exactly, we're the originals. Okay, everything else comes after us, no matter where we are on the planet. Have us arguing where, I'm indigenous. Yeah. I'm from Africa. I'm from here. I'm from there. Some people are like, I'm not white. I'm not black. I'm this and this and that. I'm Cuban. I'm Italian.
That's division.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you noticed how white people, now keep this in mind, I've seen this though. They'll say, oh yeah, but I'm white. Ain't that interesting? Know what I'm saying? If they get together,
right,
they'll say, yeah, but I'm still white though.
Right.
They'll group up on the white thing. We be ones talking about, no, I'm not. I'm Indian.
Exactly.
And he's like, wait a minute, hold up. Why? But ain't you black though? No. I'm.
But see, this is the thing. But this is the thing. You know, some will come and say, "Oh, you're wrong for saying black because it's a color," and I understand that. I truly understand that. But when this system and those who commandeer it gang up on your ass and talk about I'm white, nobody has an answer for that. You see what I mean?
Yeah. You know, and that's why we've suffered. Yeah.
And they name us. They name us. Well, this decade,
they name us.
Yeah, this decade they'll be colored. This decade they'll be Afro-American. This decade they'll be Negro, mulatto. Yes. This and this and that.
Yes.
See?
Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
The fact they have the ability to name us, and even Africa, that was their name. They named it. They named it Africa.
Right.
It was called Kemet.
Right.
It was called Kush. It was called, and it wasn't even called Egypt either. Egypt, they named it that shit too, Egypt. So, as a part of North Africa or North Kemet. See, I'm still saying Africa, but think about how much control that is to name someone.
And they accept it.
And tell them yes. Because even that nigger thing, believe it or not, people think they came up with, no, they didn't come. We were called Niger.
Right.
And nigger.
Right.
But they, they used it as a way to, they wanted us to accept it as bad. But I told you, they're really calling you God. That's hard for people to know.
That's right.
That's an ancient name for God. Niger, just like Nigeria, and Negro, which is black, which means the cosmos. When you look up there in space, that's Negro. See what I'm saying? That's above all of this colored, disintegrated stuff down here on Earth. You see it in the sky. That's who we are. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We gotta not be shy about what we bring, you know what I mean? And have confidence in ourselves to know that we don't need to be validated all the time by another race or by another group or institution to, embrace what's inside of you, whatever your gift is. Everybody's gift is not the same, because they're robbing a lot of people with this television too, because your gift may be a unique gift that only, or you might set the standard for something new, but they're telling you with this TV to only be in this field or be in the information, the entertainment industry, or only, you know how many kids, I want to be a rapper, be a dancer, I want to be, you see what I'm saying? And it's such a limited, I want to be an athlete. Like, that's the only options. There's going to be somebody, like I said, I've been thinking about this type of stuff. We can make new technology.
That's right.
How in the world in 2020 there's no new technology company? I'm talking about black. How come there's no black technology companies I can name?
But there's
competing with the best.
Yeah, but see, there's so many black folks that are in there driving the success of these companies that will hold you there and give you just a little bit of what you feel that this is why even from young I was taught that when you go to job interviews, the trick question is, well, how much are you asking? They're only going to give you what you think you're worth. Or what? Look, and we sell ourselves short. What I was told, like very young, from people who are in that world, which, like I said, I've worked jobs. I'm not of that. Now I'm free, right? But the thing, you don't say, well, find out what other people are making and say, maybe a little more than that. Well, everybody else is making $20 an hour. Let me ask for 22. No. How much do you think you're worth? How much are you asking for? You tell them it's negotiable. It's negotiable.
Yeah.
You don't, because you could be asking for 22. They're ready to give you 50. And you put down there 22, they're laughing at you. I'm just saying, for those who are in that world, and you hold on to what your worth is and be ready to walk away. You understand? If you have to play that game. But like I said, it's just so huge of a world.
That's what I'm saying. And the possibilities. The possibilities that I still, like I said, this television, remember, everything has an inception. This TV was never meant just to be an entertainment device. This TV was meant to be a brainwash device. How do you brainwash somebody? You show them a series of ideas and suggestions. Your thoughts work through ideas and suggestions, right? You think of something first. It's an idea. If you're sold on it, you start thinking about how to manifest it. So television became the artificial mind. So you tune in, and now it suggests you, it produces and programs your mind when you're supposed to be programming your own mind. And so I'm saying this is keeping the next generation of where we could be from their possibilities. That's the point I'm saying. The possibilities that they could have if you've seen a black Bill Gates, if you've seen a black technology company, or these people being celebrated like a black Elon Musk or a black Walt Disney, like Kanye like to call himself. But he ain't making no animated series, so I don't know what he's talking about. But bottom line, I'm saying, sometimes people can't until they see an example. But yeah, the TV is holding us back big time. And it disappoints me a lot of times because I rarely watch TV. I might watch movies if, something in me moves me to watch it so I could decode what's going on. But the TV is the most dangerous thing in the world.
Of course.
Absolutely, because it's training your mind. That's the most powerful thing you have, is your mind, not your brain, but your imagination and your thoughts. If something guides that and not you, it's a wrap. They'll keep you there forever. And that's why, like I said, that's all they're showing. All this garbage, love and hip hop shit, and black criminality, black ignorance. And then what's crazy is they reward black ignorance, but they don't reward black excellence. When you do ignorant shit, they give you money, they give you awards, they give you contracts.
Of course.
Isn't that crazy? And people, that's what people actually are looking at. They're saying, well, but he's being rewarded. You see what I'm saying? They're like, well, it got to be right. If I take a fool, ain't that crazy? You can control. See, it would take too much resources to go to each individual person and try to sell an idea to them, right? Are we still on?
Yeah, I just muted myself for a second. I had some.
Oh, okay.
No, we good. Okay. It got real silent. I know.
Yeah, I was like, man, okay. It would take too much resources to go to each individual person and try to sell an idea to them of you should do this, you should try to be this in your life and limit their ideas. So instead, you take someone of the idea and the concept you want to keep people locked in, and you put them on a pedestal, and you reward them, and you make them a star, and you make them celebrated. And then now all of the people up under them are going to look at them and see that as a success subconsciously. So now they're mimicking and doing ignorant things because the ignorance was rewarded. This is exactly what's going on, and it has worked for almost 100 years now. They have done this strategy.
Yes.
And it's just sad because I'm glad I broke out of that. But this TV, if I had a child right now, which I don't, I would never let him watch TV. I would never let him watch TV because the images, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words. That means no matter how much you talking to your child, that TV is 1,000 times stronger because they're showing you images.
I see it. And I see it with this. I'm not going to be some old guy blaming the younger generations. All I'm saying is that we all know the passage of time with each passing year that we experience in this plane and in this life. And we begin to see things more like, okay, if you're a 5-year-old at a concert, an open concert in the park, that's free. All you're going to do if you're standing on the ground and see other people's butts, you're not tall enough to see it. So we got to lift you up and put you on the shoulders now so you can see. So you go, this is what I'm seeing.
That's a great, yes. That's a great way to.
So most of us are walking around here seeing other people's butts, not knowing what's going on. And so with the passage of time, you go a little higher. You can see now. Next, you get a little older. You climb up in the tree. You above everybody. You got the best view. See?
That's right.
So with that being said, as time goes on, we can see like, okay, I can see right now in 2020 with the kids the children that I see now that I know of, like family members or friends or whatever, that TV is more of a crack pipe than it's ever been.
Absolutely.
Because, just even from a guesstimate right now, okay, we had TV back in the day. It was very engaging. But now everything is so engineered with the technology and how they can look back at you. And what are they transmitting as far as the sounds to resonate with you on different chakras? What are they transmitting to come through to affect you on a spiritual level as a child? And see, these young children now can see more than what we can see and absorb more in that period, whatever the period of time is. Because I heard from the age of, from some small age up until like a 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever, we absorb more.
The super learning age. That's from 0 to 5.
And we could never get enough. We asked questions of the world because TV wasn't that big of a part of our life. Because we only had channel 2, channel 4, channel 5, channel 7, 9, 11, 13. And lucky to get a couple of Spanish channels thrown in there when it rained or the clouds were right. You know what I mean? 41, 47. I used to love to watch the boxing. Get the antenna with the coat with the pliers on the old TV. Yeah. So,
I came on the end of that. Yeah,
exactly. And then it ended, but now it never ends. So these children who are ready to suck up all of the knowledge righteously have this giant pacifier in front of them, giving it to them at the rate that they can absorb it. So when they're 8, 9 years old, they know so much more than what you think. I find a lot of these children now only play the kitty baby role. I don't mean baby, but if you're 7, 8, 9 years old, I see them change like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. They'll be talking amongst each other, right? I was in the window earlier and I was sleeping. The window was cracked and I heard a couple kids out there and they were talking. And these kids were no more than 10 years old. And the kid was like, yeah. She had his thing in her mouth and she shot out all over. I'm like, wait a second. What are these kids talking about? But when the mother came outside, they changed even the tone of their voice.
Yeah,
they are talking about hardcore sex. Mommy, can I have an ice cream with the ice cream in it? You talk about ejaculation and now all of a sudden, can I have the ice cream? Stop playing. So now the prior generation's way of bringing up these children is not effective anymore for what's happening now. Look, 1960s roach spray is not good in 2020. The same formula that killed roaches back in 1960, the roach would look at you and say, thanks for the bath. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. They're becoming more advanced. But you know what else is the fact that they were advanced before, but it's like we're observing the children more now. Because, I don't know, and put it like this. Most people, we're confused anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about just the way they teach us this culture.
Right.
As far as like the whole naked thing, like, you know, now I know there's people that will attack me, but I don't care. I'm talking about the truth is you was born naked.
Right.
Okay. And a naked body is how you were fed. You were first born.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? You didn't come here with any clothes and you might leave here with some. But the point I'm saying is they have confused. That's confusing for a child to understand these concepts that, okay, it's dirty, it's wrong to be naked and all this. But then they get a certain age and then they're saying, oh, that's bad. That's dirty. That's wrong.
Yeah, but
so they're trying to conceptualize.
Right.
Yeah.
See, they can't look. This is a sick place. Number one, if you have good health, we all get horny sometime. Doesn't mean
that's natural.
When you have a loaded gun, you got to shoot everybody in the head who steps on your toe. You know what I mean?
Right.
Doesn't mean because you have a check for $1 million in your pocket, you're going to go down to the mall and buy everything out and be broke again and have them rich. You have to be responsible. Right. You have to be responsible with what you have. But this system tells us that the marriage bed is undefiled, or even we were born nude, and whatever they say. But then they try to make it something bad. But that's the very thing they're going for. That's why that's why you have societies that are so oppressed and suppressed on a sexual level. That's where you find the most decadence, because there's guilt with it, and we're sneaking, and we got to do this because we know it's wrong. Yeah. But you can't stop it. It makes it more explosive. It's like a pressure cooker.
That's what humanity is. It's natural.
Right. And societies that are more open and like, okay, that's what it is, and whatever, you have less rape, you have less of the twisted stuff going on, and you have a healthier mentality. I mean, look at the Senegalese islands where we have black people out there that were untouched by the European decadence. They're walking around half naked. They're not looking at the next woman's breast. That might be the next husband or next mate.
They haven't been taught that.
Because that's to feed the children, and it has been sexualized. And when it's time for sex, whatever, it happens and you move on. There's so much more to life than sex. It's good when you get it, whatever, but we burn ourselves out.
Let me tell you why they did that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why they did that. In the anything, let me preface it and say this. Anything, this is just science. Anything that you bottle,
right,
or that you suppress, it builds pressure and it eventually comes out. Now the problem is when you bottle it and you don't allow it to breathe, it comes out freaky.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Because it's not gonna come out nice and slow, like if I open the cap and just pour it.
Mm-hmm.
By me suppressing it and bottling it, it's gonna bust out. Or it's gonna come out the bottom, leaking, just getting on everything. And you're like, damn, that's what happens when you suppress sexuality.
That's what happens when you try to hold it and you got to go to the bathroom. And if you just went when your body told you to go, it would hit the water. But when you go and you have to wait for it to get all explosive, it's all up the side of the bowl, up the back of the seat, up on the lid. Like, how to get up there? You know what I mean? Exactly. I'm sorry to be so nasty, but this is real. This is what it is.
It's what it is. And I'm saying the reason we have this issue here is because they figured out how to sell it. That's the point I'm saying. Before the Western and European culture, we didn't see it the same way. By them suppressing even being naked, right? Anything that you keep away from vision, they call it deprivation, sensory deprivation. What happens is they can now sell sex or sell nudity, which they call porn. That's just your natural how you look. But since you have been so sensory deprived because, no, you can't have your titty out. Oh, no, you can't. So now you're so used to not seeing a titty or seeing a vagina or whatever that when you see one, you're so sensory deprived. A titty. Oh, you see what I mean? And now they can sell it. That's the point I'm saying. They made a whole industry on selling nudity. But we never, you see what I'm saying? We don't see them making it. That's how you do it.
That's so funny.
Because if we saw, if you saw it every day.
Down at Universal Studios, when I used to drive the 21 route down there, and I did it for many years, and that's probably one of the roughest routes that nobody wants to take because it goes through some black neighborhoods that might be considered downtrodden straight to the tourist areas and some affluent areas. It's a swirl of everything. So you have the folks at Universal, and I would always drive really late, like the last runs from the afternoon until the wee hours. I loved it because I saw so much. I was like Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro, but I was in Orlando, as a bus driver. So I've accrued a lot of stories, right, and insights. So there was this Haitian lady who, she was about maybe going on 40. She kept herself in shape. And it was funny because, you want to go home on your last, when the time is there where you say, okay, say, for example, at 1:20 in the morning, I'm supposed to be at this particular stop in Universal Studios. And by 1:20, I can leave. I might get there at 1:15, but I have to wait till 1:20. You make sure to have you behind there by 1:18, 1:19, and even 1:20. Just be there when I pull off, that's it. So I waited till like 1:22. Pulled off. I always give people a break because I know sometimes they're a little late and whatever. So I'm zooming off. This chick, and a few of them run to the bus, and I usually stop, but you can't keep training people that you're always going to stop. I didn't even know these folks, so it's like, okay, you're not here. Maybe you think it's the wrong bus, or maybe you think it's the right bus, but it's the wrong bus. This chick jumped out in the street and flipped a titty out. My foot stopped the bus, so I wasn't looking for nothing from this one, but it hit me like a titty. Like what? I wasn't even, it was a shock. There's the wiring that they do. Like, I wanted to understand. Actually, I would have loved to get on the podcast. Like, how did you get into pulling your breasts out to stop a bus? You know what I mean? But
it worked.
It worked. Not because it wasn't I was even embarrassed that I did stop because I didn't want her to think I was like one of those guys. So she got on. She said, "See," to her friends. It worked. I'm like, what? So I said, how many people you been? We were laughing, and passengers were laughing. It was like my bus was like a talk show every day. People would sit up front. We talk. If I could bring back some of those conversations, it was wonderful. But she sat up there and she said, "Well, I know men like to see certain things, and who's gonna stop?" I said, "Listen, my foot took a mind of its own because it shocked me. Now, if you were a dude and whipped out your genitals, it ain't gonna work." But
you would have ran him over.
Exactly. What you trying to do, man? You know what I mean? But it was funny because it showed me the wiring. And again, it wasn't because like, oh, I see her today, I want to get with her. It was just funny. It just shocked me. And the male part of me stopped. Like, what's going on? This Twilight, there's something wrong here.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. These are things that most people, like I said, don't even have time to really think about because we so damn busy in this damn matrix where they got us so. The whole point is to bombard you busy. You don't have time to think about anything. That's the point.
Exactly.
And it works. But yeah, that's how you make an artificial product. How you make an artificial product is you basically deny someone of something or you deprive them of a certain thing and then you sell it in increments. Now you got a product. Because imagine, I'll give you an example. Just let's say it was water, right? Let's say they told you water is dirty, or water is that's a nasty thing, or whatever, or it's something that you can't just have water. You gotta have you can only drink water at certain times. And we was just all around here just thirsty, just so damn thirsty for water. If somebody just pulled out a glass of water.
Right.
You're like, oh my God, that's water, man. You see, and they're the masters at making products. Products it's a shame though, because we're so used to this shit that we don't even see how it is. We think this is how products. The whole point of a product is because I could go really deep with this one as far as even money and all that. The whole point is you take something, right, that is free or that everybody can use, and you deny them of using it. That way they have to pay you for something that already exists. I mean, think about it. We're paying for water now at the store. I saw a bottle of water for almost $3 in the grocery store last week. And I said, this is water. How the hell is water $3?
I know.
Like, wow. So yeah, they're the masters at that. So that's what I'm saying. They're selling us a chance to see a nude body, which is natural now because of the, covering up now. They're selling us water. They're selling us housing. The earth itself, we the only creature that pay for housing.
And
everybody else, yes, they made a product out of, listen, we're dealing with some, like, they took what we did to a whole nother level, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
They make a product out of almost everything you do. They make a product out of it. Oh, you die. You take your last breath.
You got to pay.
You got to pay. You got to pay for this. You got to pay for the embalmment. You got to pay for
hell no. Let me tell you something.
You got to pay for the casket. You got to pay to get buried. You got to pay for the ceremony. Come on now.
Not me. Let me tell you something. I want to look. I want to pick where I'm gonna be buried. I want to build my own casket. It sounds gory. I want to know what I'm gonna be in. My body's
not to me.
Yeah. I want all that squared away so I can finally live. I don't want to people feel because it's this big ceremonial. Oh, he died, and again, I find people. I've known people who own funeral homes, and they start looking dead. I'm serious. They have to.
Yes.
For real.
That is so true.
Let me tell you something.
That is so true. I'd be scared of them.
Yeah. It's just like that substitute teacher or that teacher. I hate to say it this way. Look, this is adult. I don't look down on anybody. We all have situations and family members. It's almost like that teacher who is over developmentally delayed students, which back in the 70s used to call retarded. They start looking tarded. You know what I mean? Just like, wait a second.
Is that crazy?
Yeah. But see, even those people that have funeral homes and deal that way, and that whole you're in the best of care, and we deal with this all the time. It's rubbed off on you. If I hang out in the fish house, I start smelling like fish now, don't I?
That's true.
If I work in the stores, I come home smelling like a toilet bowl. So I mean, these people gravitate toward these industries because not only is it lucrative, and they can take advantage of you because you're distracted, you're emotional, but they feed off of you. And I've known people who are in like those industries, and they love to feed off the negative energy in your life.
Ain't that crazy? They'll
be your best friends when you're down and out. They love to get around you. Yeah. When somebody dies, they're there like an old crow, giving you encouraging words only because you're an open buffet. Yeah, they're eating off of you, and they put themselves as the person to confide in, and you. Oh yeah, well I never really liked that aunt. Well, why not? Well, she was so cheap and this and this and that, and they just picking over the parts, and they're telling you encouraging things, but they're really keeping you going to feed off of the carcass of your lives on the negative side. So for me, I'm cutting all of that out. First of all, like I said, there's going to be a time very soon in my life that you have to pay to get out the matrix, no doubt. But I don't want any mortgage. I don't want to pay for fruit ever again. I'm going to grow it on my own land. Once I pay the thing all the way, I'm not paying no more, because the relationship has been prostituted. Yeah, this wicked system wants to take over all the things you have free. You know?
Ain't it crazy? And I actually thought about that one day. You're absolutely right. I thought about that one day, and it was amazing the layers that they went with this whole the way we live. I'm talking about like it was almost, because I was like, I'm gonna write a book about it called "Everything You Buy Is a Scam," because I thought about it. Yeah, you know, whatever's normal that you grow up with, or whatever, it's normalized. That's just how our brains work. You know, it's normal in Muslim countries to marry a 6-year-old girl to a 40-year-old man with a prearranged marriage.
Right.
It's normal to chop a child's hand off for stealing. It's normal for everybody to wear sheets and cover themselves up in the summer. Or it's normal for me to eat an animal with the head on it in China. Or a rodent, or something that is of a bad, you know, something that's not a clean animal. That's normal. So what I'm saying is our normal in America is we're used to being pimped, prostituted with every single part of your life. You get charged to go to school. You get charged to get out of school. You get charged for everything. You get charged to live. You get charged for your internet. You get charged for your entertainment. You get charged for your food. You get charged for your water. You get charged. It's like, goddamn. And I looked at it, I said, okay, this money shit is a scam, because everything we buy with money is stuff we could have ourselves, but they made a law that it's illegal. Like, I thought about it. I was like, you know, I would build my own house. If I could, I would build my own house. You know what I'm saying? And I would make it just enough space of what I needed and make it, style it how I want it. But they got all this laws about you got to have a license, you got to do this, you got to pay them taxes on the earth now. And then there's this big ass lie about, they're saying the world is overpopulated. That's the biggest lie they ever told. Do you know that 80% of the earth is unpopulated?
I know.
That is crazy. The only thing that's overpopulated is these cities. These cities, because they build them to pile us up. Like, you have a building that got, 400 rooms in it. They all stacked adjacent and whatever. They did that. But just look around. It's more land than anything. But you got to be charged to build your little area to live on. It's just
and
such
pay
a
somebody
scam.
else. I'm through. I am through. I'm done.
Yeah.
I don't put my plans out to the world, but you kind of know what I'm doing. And I'm through. You stay. And I'm not saying you. I'm just saying those who want to stay and believe that this is the way to go. I'm
just sick of it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
You know?
Because attention never goes. Even if you have a lot of money, you worry about who's trying to take it from you.
Yeah.
You get it.
And then think about this. If you even have, let's say you had $1, just for $1, it's not really $1, because they're taxing your income unless you're under a certain class, 501c3 or other exemptions. But if you earn an income, that's from your own labor. But then you have to pay an income tax, but also sales tax.
Yep.
So I'm saying, okay, I worked hard. I made my money. Now I paid you my tax. But then I go to the store. I got to pay a tax again on money that I earn.
Not only that, but money that's devalued. The money's devalued. Yeah.
The money don't even have anything behind it no more. It just says legal tender.
Today's money is worth
to say back in gold.
13 cents of what it was in 1973. So every time they give you $1, you're only getting 13 cents.
That's unbelievable.
Because $1 could buy so much. Let me tell you something. Back in, I'll say 1975, I was 12 years old. 76, I was 13 years old. If I had $2 in my sock, meaning that I had shorts and a tank top and, sneakers, we go to the park, we're playing softball, I would eat in the morning and we would leave. And I would keep $2 in my sock. I'd get me a nice big fat drink, something to snack on. Of course, I'm a little boy. I'm going to gravitate towards certain things. I was eating good at home. I wasn't LANCESCURV, the strict vegan, you know what I mean? A plant-based guy, you know? I was living that kind of life. So I would always have change to put back in my sock. After okay, let's get a break. We'll go home soon, whatever. Hey, let's get some, I'm thirsty. And that was enough, $2 to go into the little corner store and get a big drink. Could have been a quart, maybe almost a half a gallon. We put it down, we sip on it, and something to snack on or something you brought or whatever. It didn't take any money. When I used to go into the supermarkets with my mother and my father, if they spent, let's say, I mean, it was always like sometimes more than that, but they would spend $25 to $50. Okay? They walked out with 2 huge carts, maybe 3 with a couple of bags. And it was like, now go in the supermarket with $50 to spend.
$100. You ain't gonna get nothing. You ain't gonna get but a little bit. And luckily, my grandmother was around to tell me. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying by her letting me know what it used to be. She told me she used to go with my great grandmother. She said you could go in the store with $10. 10. And that 10 spent like 100 today. You could buy, bread, everything you need for a whole week or two with that $10. And, and talking about how a nickel used to be like a dollar today. You could buy a candy bar for a nickel. You could buy so many items for 10 cents. Or, so think about this. If you had money in a bank account from back then, or let's say you found an account that had some inheritance from, somebody that passed in your family, right? From that time, and it didn't accrue any interest. Do you know that shit by default would be less? It would be down.
Of course.
It would only be. So just the way of inflation is making it where you can't even put your money somewhere and let it sit. Because by default, it's going to lose value just based on inflation. So, yeah, this is it's just amazing how there's people who would defend that this is the right way to live. It's oppressive. It really is. And, I just thought about how much money does it really take to live? We think, if I got $1 million, but I'm saying if you don't have something generating,
right.
The way they got this shit, it just consumes.
It consumes itself. So why not buy yourself out of and be prepared to go away from these inner cities that appear to offer security, and you think this is the way and the social thing. Let me tell you something. We're social creatures, and they use that against us because we think we're around all of these different people. We're going to have a good time, but we don't have any time to enjoy time because most of the time we're at the job all the time. Trading our time for money we get the luxury cars and they spend time in the parking lot half the time. We don't even enjoy it. We have the beautiful homes and we're at work all the time. And when we're at home, we're counting down. Oh God, I got this bill. Oh, I got to get back to work. I don't want to be in that. Look, let me maintain something. I'm not just saying I've quit life and, you lost it, Lance. You used to be so ambitious. Yeah, there was one time I was ambitious in this system. But I figured it out early. I knew something was wrong. Right now, I want nothing to do with it. Give me a tree to sit under. Give me a machete to cut some coconuts and something to eat mangoes with. Give me my family and my friends and my inner circle. Give me this podcast for those who are not really around, who I can vibe with every night. Let me laugh. Let's laugh like when we were kids and we laugh until the sun goes down and you win and your legs were tired from running and playing. When was the last time you laughed until your face hurt, right? And you go home and you're like, you're so tired, but you feel good. And you get down in that pillow and you sleep deep. Priceless. Yes, and you sleep deep. Yeah. And you can't wait to get back up and get back out with your friends. You do your chores and man, I want that. And people say, well, you're just trying to go back into childhood. No, well, this is not real adulthood because why should we have chopped that branch off on a tree? Look, we like trees. If we had 2 branches when we were young, we got 50 of them now, but we still got those branches on our tree. Why do we have to not have that? Why is it that the so-called boss or supervisor, he's the one that goes away and, the boss went away. This is the 3rd time this month he went away. And you sitting up there in the warehouse sweating and waiting for the time that you can spend time. And you don't even have the money after all of that time. And you say, okay, I got my 2 weeks of vacation. And I only got this, I got that. After I pay my bills, I don't have enough to get a ticket. And if I did, where can I go? So I'm going to sit here and just, and usually you're so daggone tired from the full schedule of what they call work with a diminished dollar. But then now on the weekend, you have to wash your clothes, you have to clean the house, you have to and you're like, wait, this never ends. When do you have time? And your days off, you end up sleeping and repeat the cycle again.
That's correct. That's so correct. But the problem is people never have time to assess that. You see what I'm saying? They don't think of it. They don't have, they be so exhausted and preoccupied. That's another strategy. Like I said, that's a warfare strategy, actually, including the strategy of the magician. The greatest illusionists know that you must distract. You see what I'm saying? You must distract, and you put something to. Why do you think right after they killed Kobe, they came with this Corona thing? People listen. That feels like that was a year ago now. Just because
so much has happened.
Ain't it crazy? Because they're distracted, and then meanwhile they do this while they're taking laws and shit. While we worried about a Corona, that shit ain't put a dent in other viruses that are present today. There are viruses like the flu, the regular flu, that kills 100 times more than this Corona bullshit. And they got us thinking this is the end of the world. Meanwhile, they're taking away everything. We got a curfew. We're grown people.
We're like little kids, exactly.
That's unbelievable. So you see how powerful it is when you distract someone.
The stimulus check is our allowance.
Wow. Yeah, ain't that crazy? And then I hear people having a hard time even getting that. They're talking about what's an error and the system information not there. I'm like, wow, you got us in our house, hold up. We can't go out, and now you giving us allowance, like you say, our allowance. Like, and really, like $1,200 is going to call these bills.
What is $1,200?
Come on now.
Of course, you know, if I see it laying on the ground, I'll probably break my neck getting it. I'm not saying. I'm just saying this is a joke. But I mean, then what? Okay, they say that, well, you know, your responsibilities of rent and mortgage have been pushed back. Yeah, pushed back. You still have to pay it. So now in actuality, now they know we're at a frustration level now. How many of us can get $1,200 extra, which for most of us, that's like, it will blow through with bills, right? Rent alone, mortgage alone will swallow that up. And if your mortgage or rent's a little less than that, it's still going to swallow it up. How many of us are that disciplined? We are so frustrated, many of us, that we're stuck inside the house. We can't go to the club. We can't hang out at night. We can't go check that little sweet thing around the corner. We got to be inside. That when we get that $1,200, we're going to go buck wild and not think about those responsibilities. Like they know human nature so well. And, you know, trust me. And then now we're going to spend that up. And that's a great way of crashing the economy. That's a great way of messing everything up.
Yeah,
I mean
they are masters at distraction.
Of course.
Masters of distraction. That's what I should. That sounds like a good book title. Masters of distraction. Because, yeah, I mean, because they got us entertained while they just. I'm saying we'll look up. We won't have no rights at all, which is basically now. Honestly, if you can't go out your house at a certain time, I mean, wow, what America. Honestly, not just doing it to black, they doing it to the white. This was crazy. They're doing it to white people too, and they can't believe it because they was believing that, oh, I'm white and I'm free. I'm you know, and they're like, damn, they doing it. They're shutting our businesses down too.
Well, see, their whiteness is like an adjustable rate mortgage. It was all cool in the beginning when they thought that it was an advantage, but after a while they realized the rates went up, and now they're paying the nigger fees now. It went up.
Right. That's right. Right.
So look, we've always been there. We know. You know, I'm not saying all black people are used to not having any money.
The majority in America.
You know. Yeah, exactly. But there are parts of our life, or sometimes most of our life, or if we've never been through that, we know somebody who has. We understand that. How are you gonna knock me down when I'm used to rubbing the two nickels together to make ends meet? Even when things are better for many of us, how much better really is it? We still have that in the back of our mind, like people who have survived the depression, who we have some depression survivors, depression from after 1929 into the 30s, World War II, that was still living. That thing messed them up so much. You ain't never gonna make them become some frivolous spender and somebody who's irresponsible. It affected them. So those of us who are black, right, melanated, who are used to this, I mean, even when we do good, we still don't waste. Look, I don't care how you got to be damn rich and wealthy as a black person. You know how you gauge when they got out of the mentality of being braced for something bad? When they finally made it out of what they thought was the system, which they never really make it out. But you know one thing that tells me that? Most people that I know that are affluent, that have money, that are black, that they still never forgot being poor. You know how I tell? You go into their cupboard and you see that plastic bag that has all of the ketchups and soy sauce and duck sauce and hot mustard from the restaurant. That way, that's right. When you run out of ketchup, when you baby, come on, go on and get that bag. We got ketchup here, baby. So and so. Say, oh damn. When you got that, you ain't lost touch yet. Trust me, you haven't lost touch.
That's right. No, and that's true. And that's very true, because I've been what you really need to look for is the hot sauce. If you go in a black person's house, they got that hot sauce, they ain't lost touch. See what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because that tells you.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Soy sauce, and they're old too. Some of them look all oily and whatnot.
Yeah.
Soy sauce from 8 years ago.
How long you had this in here? Yeah. How long it's been in this cabinet? But bottom line, it's just so many deceptions, and we're so used to it. It's just a shame, because, like I said, give me an area of land. That's what I want. An area of land that's free from your law. That's it. That's exactly. Because we keep asking for the wrong thing. Oh, give us money. Oh, give us this. Oh, give us. No, give us our little area and leave us the fuck alone. Because what I feel like, if you had even if I just by myself, if I was on an island even, or just an area, and I was able to construct my little spot and figure out how, to eat and survive, whatever, I would be happy and self-sufficient. I wouldn't need none of this shit. And I wouldn't need nobody standing over me telling me how to live, how to dress, and charging me for every, charging you for, they charge us, it's unbelievable. Gas, water, electricity. And the sad part is we don't even need to use this shit.
Exactly.
So what's worse? The fact that we have technology and we're not using it, no. What's worse? The fact that we have these technologies that we're not using, or the fact that we have discovered these technologies that could take us into the next phase of living a lot easier, and we suppress them. That is worse. The fact that we used to want to be able to do these things, and we are able to now.
Yep.
But because of greed, it's not allowed. That's even more tragic.
Right.
Because people was telling me, well, no, they, this and that. I said they used to have. Don't tell me we can't have a car on water. They used to have locomotives.
Right.
They told you it was powered by steam.
So what's up with that?
So if you can make a fucking train, a heavy steel train with water, how the hell are we still going to the gas station? This is unreal. And then they had stuff that came out in the early 20s and 30s, free flowing electricity. That was just open air electricity. They suppressed that. Everything that makes life easier because of their need to have a labor-based system. That's the point. They don't want us self-sufficient.
Right.
And I really wish it was a spot I could go. Maybe it is somewhere where you could go outside of America in a nice tropical climate. Because it's just really oppressive that the way they make bills now, you can never... Have you noticed something? You can never pay anything fully off now.
They don't want that. You have to stay on the wheel. They want to encourage you to stay.
So every bill is monthly now. It used to be, you used to buy something and it was yours.
Right.
Now, no. Exactly. Because I'm seeing apps on, like, if you go on your cell phone, apps, it used to be you buy an app and you buy the add-ons to it, and it's yours. Now, no, they want you to pay for the app monthly to keep it. I'm
See
like,
that?
damn, so,
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's getting worse is what I'm saying. We're supposed to be getting freer, or things are supposed to be getting easier. That was the whole idea of technology. And I feel like we're paying more now for shit than when it wasn't this advanced. And it's just sad. I mean, you know, I get my cable bill and the shit is, or my internet bill, because I don't have cable, but
Right.
the shit is going up every month.
And you got to fight them back down. And it's like they're just adding on, and
Yeah.
they know they're getting away with it, but unless you stay on them,
Yeah, they'll just charge it.
Exactly.
Because I'm like, what's this shit here? And they're like, oh, that's this and that. Oh, okay, sir, we'll be right. And it's like, well, if I didn't call, you would have just charged me anyway.
And it would have went
And they
up
know
higher.
you don't have the time.
That's right.
Exactly. To call into, 2-hour fucking automated. It's just
Exactly.
This is just,
and you got to wait, or you're number 26 in the line. Your estimated time that your call will be received is 3 hours, and when you get it, all of a sudden they just hang up on you, and you're like,
Yeah.
So you know what I do? This is what I do. If I have a house phone, or you have a house phone available, call on the house phone, call on your cell phone, and let both of them bad boys be on there. So when they try that trick, no way. No way.
sad.
One of them it increases your chances. You know what I mean?
Increase your chances of your blood pressure, because I remember I called and I explained everything, and the guy was
And you got cut off.
and it got cut off. I said, oh my God. So I called back and I got the person. I said, did they write down what I said?
Nope.
No, sir.
Nope.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what? I said, damn, that was a whole 2 hours of a wasted. So they know what they're doing with that too.
Yeah.
To make it a hassle. So they know if they make it hard for you, you're just going to go ahead and pay it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just so many. What I'm saying is, it's so oppressive living in America, depending on where you live now. And I'm in Chicago.
Different degrees.
This shit is,
yeah, but you can't get away from it. It's like being in a really massive swimming pool at some millionaire's house, and somebody on the other end pees in it. It's just a matter of time before you got
Until it comes up.
before you're wearing somebody else's urine like perfume.
It's sad because they got it here, like parking everywhere is paid parking. So it'd be areas and it's just, it's streets open, but they want you to pay just to park your damn car.
Pay for everything.
Yes, they got speed limits strict in certain areas, and there's no signs up to let you know. So if you go over like 3 or 4 miles over, like let's say the speed limit is 30, and you go 34, 35, they'll mail you a damn ticket saying
either you
went
appear.
over. Look,
No, that's the worst part. Either you appear and come back, and it's What's that area? In Virginia, when you go through I-95, it goes down to like 55 or 50, 45. And here you are speeding along, you're doing 70, 75, and you cool, 80,
wow,
you cool. And there's a little area in Virginia, I forgot what that county is, but they post the signs.
That's what happened to me.
Oh, was it Fairview or Fairbanks or Fair something?
Fair
something.
Banks or something.
Yeah, and they ain't fair over there, but they'll mail you a ticket and they'll say, yes, you can come back and argue or try to dispute it. I'm not driving all the way back to Fairfax to go dispute nothing. And they got you that way. Well, I'm just going to pay this money. And they got you.
No, that happened to me. Because you on the highway, it's already like the limit is high, and it don't, like this limit, it don't show you. If you're not really looking on the road while driving, you'll go right through it. And I was like, damn, I didn't know. It's just, man. So that's what I'm saying. I believe the only way, because, you know, black people talking we're going to be liberated, and you got people like, you know, Umar Johnson and some of these other people that they're trying to do a school, and the point is, none of that shit, I'm just keeping it real, none of that's going to work until we get our own area outside of this system. As long as we're in this system,
it's funny you mentioned Umar Johnson.
Yeah.
You know, I think I'm not going to mention any names. There's somebody near and dear to me here that is on this show that's listening. And I never try to blow another brother up, but there's an interview that I did. I want to see if it can be heard over. Let me see something.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a funny interview. It wasn't funny. It really wasn't funny. It was a serious interview. And okay, I'm gonna pull it up here. And this was done November 28th, 2016. Okay. And it was a lady who was a former IRS. It's public, so I'm not telling on anybody. We did the interview, and this woman, she spoke on it herself, and she wasn't holding back or anything like that. So let me see if I can play a clip of this. I may have to do it through the computer, through the phone, but it's crazy what happens. Since you mentioned Umar, it has nothing to do with the content of the show, but I'm going to give everybody a laugh, which is really sad. It's not really a laugh, right?
Right.
Here's a woman who is in a wheelchair, and she reached out to me. She had a stroke. She had slight mental issues. She was really, let me see if they're telling me not to do it. I heard you. They said, "Oh my God, I'm going to share it. If you don't think I should share it, my dear friend, let me know." But it's public, and people heard it, and it's like people we look up. Okay, I understand we're all sexual creatures and sexual social beings. I understand that, but it was just funny. And we're going to take a little laugh right now, a little commercial break. If I can play this over the thing, right? This woman had a stroke. She had mental issues. She worked for the IRS as an agent, but the government and part of the healthcare industry mishandled her and actually went after her because she was put in a position to be a whistleblower. But if she didn't blow the whistle, then, you know, she was going to get it either way. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But it was in her to blow the whistle on certain things that weren't right with the IRS. But, you know, when you go against, I'm not going to say that the government, because internal revenue, I mean, that's a separate thing.
No, that shit. No, they ain't nothing but the government's henchmen.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, I know, but the original whatever. But yeah, they work. They play good cop, bad cop. Because if you're bad with them, then the government's gonna come after you too. So they are the government way. So anyway, this woman went to she was Professor Griff came into town, and she couldn't get around as much. So she's like, "Oh my God, you're in town. I would love to meet you, whatever." And Griff is a straight up guy, decent guy. All of that's good stuff. Some people, when you're visible, they're going to have, I got haters, right? Fabricated stories. Anyway, so he visited her safely and shared information with her and moved on. He's that kind of guy. He'll go out in the street corner and talk to the brothers for hours and not look to be, oh, you know who I am? He'll just kick it with you, right? You know, I had a bunch of conversations with him 2 weeks ago, you know, always accessible. And that's the way I try to be. So she also reached out to Umar Johnson. And, you know, sometimes we see the character of people, and here's the big thing: is Umar Johnson a bad guy, or is he that guy? Or I'm not trying to blow gossip out there, but it's just so funny that many, especially with what's being revealed about him now, because I've always supported him down through the years. But after a while, I'm like, okay, bro, come on now, something ain't right. So I'm not trying to put another nail in this casket, but this is public. It has been out there already, but because I'm not the biggest cookie in the bag, people have overlooked it. But let me see if I can play this. And let me know if you hear this. Hold on.
Okay.
And I said, "Can you take me to Maryland to meet Professor Griff?"
Okay, we're at that part where it may not make sense at this part of the interview, but she's speaking about her nephew and different things, whatever. Let me just pull it back. I want you, okay, we're going to play about 2 minutes of this. Let me pull it back a little more, all right? Just listen to this and like, oh, my God, you know, it was almost a running joke with different friends of mine. I don't want to see anybody get taken advantage of or anything. But this one of situations, like when you see a little kid like fall and cry, and it's like, okay, I don't want to wish that kid any pain, but that was funny the way it looked.
That was,
you know what I mean? So here we go. Just absorb this, and in the chat room, let me know if you can hear this. Here we go.
I'm in Pennsylvania, You know, we were right next door. And I explained to him how I can't travel, you know, and I am going to try to get a ride there to see him.
Yes.
He told me I could write it down and drop off what I wanted to say to him. And I didn't get a chance to tell him that I have trouble writing, okay, because my arm that the stroke went through, that arm hurts and it's very weak and I can't move it. It don't do what I tell it to do, you know? So I tell you, what has been so challenging is to reach out to people, and, you know, people just don't understand my limitations. Like, you know, I can't do what other people do. I couldn't even get a ride. I mean, this is a prime example. The prime example is I called my nephew, and he's my godson, and I said, "Can you take me to Maryland to meet Professor Griff?" Now, my godson is a very good rapper. Okay, he can spit raps off the top of his head and makes music and so forth. So I thought the nigga would jump at the chance to go see Professor Griff.
Right.
This nigga told me he was just in Maryland yesterday. I was like, nigga, what did that have to do with Saturday?
Right.
Yeah, don't you? This is an opportunity for you to meet Dr. Griff, Professor Griff. He's so in the how'd you connect with him? I said, over the phone. So I said, yeah, a lot of people be amazed at the people I can connect with. You know, you heard of Dr. Umar?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I connected with him over the phone, and he came to see me, but I didn't get a chance to tell him the story because one thing about me is I'm too accommodating. You know, and people take advantage of me because they see that I got, you know, mental problems, you know, with this stroke and all. But it wasn't successful. And then you know, can I be honest with you?
You can be very honest.
Okay. Dr. Umar made me suck his dick, and then he told me he didn't want to talk about nothing, and I wanted to talk like I'm talking to you, so that somebody would know the story,
right?
And they could help. You could help other people by telling the people. Okay, I'm trying to warn the people, but you know, Dr. Umar is just take over, and it wound up me doing what he wanted to do, and he didn't even want to listen to me. But anyway, miss.
Amazing.
So thank you. I just want you. I kind of want to tell you the whole story. I could see you got good sense because of the way you talk, and I hope that you will, you know, understand my intentions.
Yes.
And all, you know.
Oh, I do.
That I did try to warn people, and then other people, they couldn't be warned because they're not listening to me. They got other agendas, you know. So I'm very pleased as someone with your platform, which that even I had the opportunity to reach out to you, and you would call me back. Okay. And I'm very pleased to that, and you give me the opportunity to.
Okay, there's a whole lot more to that. I'll drop the link in. I mean, I didn't share that to smear anybody, but since we brought that up, it shows you how whatever you do will get out there when you do what you do. like I said, you know, there are other things that have come to me that were like even more severe. I don't mean anything criminal or anything like that, but I kind of, nobody's perfect, right? We know nobody, you know, to make somebody do that. They in a wheelchair with a stroke, slobbering, man. You go over there, and I really, people in the comment section of that particular video were like, okay, she got mental issues, and you know, come on. There are things that I saw.
She wouldn't make that up.
Yeah, because she just said it in the past, and that was it. And we went on for another couple hours of talking without something like that.
Yeah. No, she didn't make that up.
But what I will say is that, you know, she had a demeanor that was one that you can easily take advantage of. And I would never do that. Like, okay, you know, I can get away with this because she was like, I'm very accommodating and I would love for you to come up. It was admiration. And a lot of times with a lot of our sisters, and I say it again, the only currency of appreciation that many know are to give, you know, whatever favors or, they're really showing appreciation, but they don't know any other way because they may have been raised that way. So it's my responsibility to understand that if they even said, you know, that, hey, you know, I understand. I'm not going to say it, but you're not going to hurt their feelings either. But to sit there and maybe he didn't. So don't accuse me. Anybody is saying, oh, you're rolling with the lady's story. It could be it could be fake. But I see. I
don't get that.
Exactly.
Because the way she explained it, it sounded like she was saying,
oh, wow. Homeboy Dr. Umar might have some connections somewhere because the phone just cut off. Let me call Brother Ison back. Yeah. We got cut off. I think Umar has connections with the phone companies, man. You know, shut them down.
No. You know, I think something with this phone, it may be after something goes over a certain amount of hours, the session just, it hangs up, I think, because I notice only do that if it's a long call. I don't know.
I'm gonna drop the link to the show. It was really one that was mostly, she wanted to get a story out, and she was rejected by so many people, and it was almost like, okay, I'll do it for you. You know, it wasn't some feel sorry thing, but in a sense, it was an element to it. Like, I really feel sorry for this lady. Let me. You know, and we went on, the effectiveness of the interview, it kind of petered out after a little while, but I let it talk. Let people talk. That may be the only way or only outlet that they have to be heard, and let them have the satisfaction of it. Maybe somebody 10 years from now or 2 years from now or 2 days after reached out to her in some kind of way, and she did need help. She did need, you know, and I was just glad to be able to do that. It wasn't, look, this is the first time you ever heard me play something like that. That was actually on November 28th. 2016. Okay,
so he's been on a roll there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is like 3.5 years ago. And
that's what I'm saying. And I don't think she's lying, because what I say is she was so matter of fact about it,
right?
And also the way that she described how she just wanted to talk to him,
right?
That doesn't sound like what I mean is, if it was somebody who had was trying to get him or make him look bad, she would have talked about how bad he was and how this and that. No, she sounded like that's exactly what happened. Like, she wanted to talk to him, and he said, "No, you know, I'll show you what to talk with." Because I'm not gonna lie, I've seen things come out of him too that kind of shocked me, and then I said, "Oh, okay, it's coming out." Some people can hide it,
right?
But because it was a stream he was doing, and you know, the whole school thing got shut down with what he was trying to do, the whole GoFundMe or whatever he had. So now, I saw a video. He was doing something. And he was dissing people who were sending him.
Yes. They're not sending enough and all this stuff. That's what, you know. The question was posed in the chat room. If I think he's legit, I think he started out possibly with the right
intentions.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. You know, when you go places all over the country and people start to know you, I could see where that could be an intoxicating thing. And you know, maybe in my old age, it's like, okay, I'm on a humble, ego-free type thing, but I can see where you know, he's been on the Breakfast Club. He's well known, man.
Yeah.
And so wherever he goes, and I'm not even hating on him on a pure man level. Like, okay, there are a lot of women that admire this man. And I remember going to out to St. Petersburg to hear him speak. It was like maybe 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And I was trying to get his attention to see if I can get to record some stuff. But the guy who was in charge said, listen, we're not trying to, you know, allow that, because you can present it in any way. They said they had people there to record stuff. I wasn't trying to be the replacement, but I wanted to get my own stuff. And they said I can talk to the people, but a lot of the people, they were in a different mindset. This was the imprint that I got. This guy is gifted as a speaker. He's very influential. He what the information he brings is on point about the school system and all of that stuff. I'm not even trying to question his credentials, because he's already proven that. As a matter of fact, when he went to court, I think it was in January of 2018 or 17 or whatever year it was.
Yeah, they dismissed it.
I did a live show right after that when they said he won, but it wasn't really a victory. It was just like, okay, they didn't get him. And I was in his corner. And I got news within a few days of that live show that we did that went on for like 4 or 5, 6 hours. You know me. And he put it up on his Twitter page. And I got people, yo, you know, Dr. Umar got your show, man. Because I believe that he liked what he heard, and my full support of him. Even after the whole stripper thing, he's a single man. Come on now. It's hard enough for a married man to be cool with all this, you know, that's coming at you, right? So I defended him on that. I said, well, he was trying to put out the right thing about being celibate, to really say, listen, don't focus on all things sexual that may be amped up because of this system that's trying to drive you crazy with everything sex. I understand that. Well, he got caught up in that stripper was kind of always following him around. That's another story. But all I'm saying is that I just believe that after a while he say, hey, this is for the school, but who's going to question 10,000 missing here and there? You know, and you know, he morphed into something. We can all become monsters. I'll say that to be nice. You see what I mean? I'll say that to be nice. I'll leave the door open for him to be nice. But from what I'm seeing, come on now. You get even if look, let me tell you something. Even if I got $100,000 to start a school, do you think I'm going to get an actual big school? Let me get a small house that's needs renovation, and I know there's going to be costs that it will go over $100,000. But let me start where I am. I don't have to have the big grand thing. People say, well, man, SCURV, you should be in radio, man. You got the stamina, you talk, you know a lot of things, whatever. I can't walk up to some place and say, give me that. I got to build up. I got to show and prove. I got to start small and take baby steps. And I don't want to be, I'm not looking to be big. If it happens, I can handle it. But I'm happy where I am. I'm not in a comfort zone. But my thing is, how could I be in a comfort zone with most of my nights? Most of my nights I'm up. Most of my days I'm doing this. Most of the time I'm out. I'm doing what I got to do. You see what I mean? So there's some people out here who just don't understand, but I think he got caught up. I really think he got caught up. Yeah,
I think so too. But I also looked at his original intentions. I believe he had good intent. You know, they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You mean well, but on the way, it ends up becoming something else. I do believe that some of that did go to his head. Because I seen a video where he was just basically talking about a lot of insecurities he had as a child and those type of things. And so this newfound fame, I feel, kind of filled a void that was there. And like I think he went too far with it. But as far as with he was just dishonest, put it like that. He had been lying about that school. He was never going to do a school. And it was some people who called him out on that. And people gave him the opportunity to, you know, rectify it. He still didn't. I think it became like he was making money off of it and able to live.
But
so
see,
it became this is survival.
Yeah, this is what I saw. I don't hate on any brothers. I don't.
No, I know. Yeah, you don't like the. Yeah, I know.
I don't like to air dirty laundry. We're up here late at night. Pretty much this might not get out. Like, it's not like I took that one little clip. I always knew this, right? And there are things I know factually about people that others who do the same thing, or maybe even in media, in the mainstream media, say, listen, Lance, please don't share this. I want you to see this or this and that, but you can work around it on your show. I honor that. I've been doing this a long time, and I've run into a lot of people, and there's a lot of crud and a lot of dirt going on out here. And this is what keeps me knowing the traps, because I'm extremely and righteously paranoid my daggone self. Traps are sent my way. Okay. But all I'm saying is that with him, when I saw him, I didn't get a chance to shake hands. I was like 6 feet away from him, but I could see the ego jumping. I could see that whole thing. And believe me, I'm 100% secure in myself as a man. I love myself. I don't have any hang-ups. I'm used to getting attention. I don't man hate like that. But I could see that in him. And then when he is brilliant on stage. He's captivating. I know, like it was mentioned earlier in the chat room, that he repeats things 5 times sometime. On those videos, he will do that. And I know, like, you know, and it's funny because he does do that, you know, and it does work too. After a while, it does work. But when he was up there on stage, he wasn't really doing that. He might have did it once or twice, but he was coming with it. And I was like, man, this guy's brilliant. But I saw the ego. And at the end of the time that we were there, he was saying, listen, we got to get out of here. It's time to go. I'm going to take 10 questions from the audience of anybody. Just line up right here. I want to get 10 questions. And I also have to say that, you know, there were women who, and I'm blaming the women. Sometimes women and men can get starstruck, and some were definitely starstruck. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the way some of those women were dressed. Yes, I am a man, and I saw what they were showing. I wasn't sitting there going, oh, but I knew the intention of the way they accentuated their female adornments. I'm going to be fair and say that. I mean, the outfits and the revealing stuff with the ankhs. Some of them ankhs were hanging down in the cleavage of some places that, you know, the happy ankh, you know what I mean? The yoga pants and the tight stuff, but the head wraps, they were dressed beautifully, but it was just too much accentuated into the, you know, I'm dressed righteous, but I hope you see what else is on the side plate. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so they were lining up and asking questions. And when more stood up, like there were like another 5. Okay. I'll take you the next 5. It was all women, right? So then afterward, he was like, well, listen, we got to get out of here. But if you want to chat or talk a little bit, and it really wasn't, from what I saw, a sincere thing. It was like he was drooling. He was like, we're going to go to this restaurant after this is over. If you want to hang with me, we can hang. And in my mind, the way it looked and the way they were giggling, looked at each other like, oh, we're going to be picked. Like the groupies who get picked by the rock band to go back to the hotel room. I'm not hating. Yep. And I hate to, maybe I'm coming off like I'm hating or exposing or going against the code. But on this one here, you know, and plus there are other things, right? So I have videos where I am just outright supporting him. And that's years ago. And people say, well, you're a hypocrite. I found this video. When you find videos of me saying something a little different than what I say now, check the dates, because this was November of 2016, 3.5 years ago. Okay. How many shows have I done between November of 2016 and now? You tell me how many countless thousands of hours that I've done.
Yeah.
You understand? And the influences and the things I've heard, whatever. So you can dig deep on things and say, aha, you were wrong here. And I'll say, you know what? I was wrong too. But I know better now. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to put nobody down. Like
we're not.
The last people. But I did see a not honest side of him come out a couple times, and I was like, he might not be what people. Because black people, we so desperate for a leader. I don't blame us. And we're so desperate for a leader that
exactly. If it talks like one, sounds like one,
anybody.
It will take anybody. Like I said, if you are that,
we don't have no leadership.
You have to have complete transparency. Complete. You got to be willing to beat the bad press that comes out. Listen, if I ever, which I'm not trying to be or say that I am, but if anybody said, well, at this particular time, we chose you to be this, I'm gonna say, come on, yo, we're gonna have a sit down. We're gonna talk about a few things that are going to come out. Nothing bad, nothing bad. But I used to be a bodybuilder, and back in them days, you know, they want to photograph you, and your pictures end up in magazines and different things, and you get paid well. I mean, they tried to get me into porn. I never did it. But there are some pictures floating around of LANCESCURV that you'll say, oh my God, look what he's doing. Not no homo stuff now, you know what I mean? But, you know, but I don't even care about that. Things have been found by friends of mine. I was like, yo, Lance, man, I found this on the site. That's you, man. I remember when you had them Jerry curls. But you were in shape. Nobody would know who you are. I'm like, God, dog. It's like, man, you had fun that day. I'm like, yeah, but you know what I mean? We do things. So I'm not going to sit
be
here.
Human.
Exactly. I'm not going to sit here and let somebody rule me.
It's not a judgment.
Right.
I'm
No,
just
I know.
I saw, you know, and this was recently too. You know, it was people sending him stuff, and he's sitting in his car, which was making me think that he's either homeless or something happened, because every video now he's either in a car or outside.
Or in a storage unit. Yeah. And I'm not gloating over that. That's sad, though.
No, that's sad.
It really is sad.
But then the people sending you money, and he's talking about, yeah, well, I appreciate you sent me this, but next time send some more.
That's
I'm
crazy.
like, no, that's not the right spirit. Yeah, that turned me off.
Let me tell you straight up. It freaks me out in a good way, but it is a responsibility when people take their hard-earned money, whether it's 2 cents, $50, $100, or $500, and they hand it to you without restraint because they feel something from you. For me,
yes.
Oh, that'd be a crime if I ever mislead anybody or just not do the work. It empowers you, yes, and it makes you feel the love, like, wow, they really support what we're doing here. But I can't play with that, man. That's why I tell people, if you want receipts on what I spend to keep this platform going and the equipment that I get to make things better. Right now, I'm looking at a field recorder, which I have a very old one that's not working anymore. And the old one that's not working anymore, it costs over $300. Well, I'm going to spend the same amount.
But it ain't about that.
No,
it ain't about spending.
I know.
I'm talking about the way his energy, like.
No, but be humble. People are believing in you, man. Be humble and do what you're supposed to do, because to me, that's potential that was wasted, because that man got greatness in him. Regardless as to
he does.
Like, I don't want to see him take advantage of our sisters, but what I'm saying is that I can still see that he has possibly, but it's compromised with other things. If you can get away from that, the way that man can talk and the way he spits facts and has gotten all the way, I'm not saying all the way like Roland Martin is the epitome of TV, but Roland Martin was coming after him and he handled him. And now look at him, damn near homeless possibly, right? So my thing is that let's take the good and get rid of the bad. So again, my intention was not to smear his character, but we spoke about him. And if anybody asked me, because people have asked me, man, it's like, you're a big supporter of Umar at one time. And it's not that I don't support the greatness that he has in him, but it's marbled with stuff that he needs to take care of on the inside by humbling himself, meditating, and getting back on track. That's what I wish for him. Yeah. You understand? But now,
here's my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's my question. How long are we supposed to give him? That's my only question.
No.
How long? You know what I mean?
Right. We have to pull back. We cannot continue to give him for what? Nothing has. Look, I would take my stuff incrementally. Why would I say to people, well, I plan on building the LANCESCURV studio and I'm going to need $200,000 and I need, no, I don't want it. I want to be able to do what I do on this level until growth is demanded, that I have proven ahead of time through diligent work day and night for years that, okay, that's why many here will say, you know what? I can afford this. I'm gonna give you $5. I'm gonna give you $2. And it's an honor. And I would never take advantage of that. I don't even ask. You give, I honor it. I do the right thing by it. I increase production. I get what is needed. And for almost 2 decades, I've been putting my own money into it. So it's not like, it's like this lady that I met. I met her in Fort Pierce. And Dr. Akbar Muhammad, second in command in the Nation of Islam, was going to be there to speak. I had already interviewed him several times over the phone, and this was the first time that I was going to meet him in person. So my buddy Vibrant Muhammad, who's a history professor here in Central Florida, works in several schools. He's going to be coming back on. He used to do shows with me before, but he got real busy. He was traveling back and forth to the motherland. He has a lot of wonderful things to say. Hopefully, I'm going to call him tomorrow. Maybe I'll get him on tomorrow or later on today. But anyway, I was invited down there, and I went down there, and they said, okay, we're going to meet him in person. We're going to get another exclusive interview in person. I actually got up there on the podium with him to speak next to him. It was an honor. But there was a young lady that was there who was quite starstruck at Brother Vibrant and Dr. Akbar and many of the prestigious people who were there that were in the organization. A lot of them who I've come to know. Eventually, Akbar ended up coming to my home. That was a little classic interview that I did right there in the room with the yellow stripes and stuff. But there was a young lady there that, as I was wrapping up with the equipment, even though the thing was still going on, my part, I was pretty much done recording. And they asked me at that point, like, listen, this is kind of sensitive. So, there's always that part where you can't record. So I said, okay, no problem. Let me disengage the equipment. So there was a lady sitting next to me. And she was asking me, okay, what is that? What kind of thing is that? And I didn't have what I have now. I have a lot of better stuff, and I still have improvements to make as far as, equipment for production. But I milk it, So I'm telling her, and she says, oh, I have a podcast. I said, oh, really? I said, that's nice, and I'm always trying to encourage somebody. I said, well, what do you focus on? She says, well, I only have one episode, and I'm looking for a sponsor. And I said to myself, like, did I hear this correctly? And she says, but then she said again, she said, yeah, I'm looking for a sponsor. So I said, well, honestly, and she asked me my opinion, and I said, well, honestly, you might want to put some work in, because the way you're doing it was very easy, meaning that she didn't go the equipment route or the video route. I said, put some work in. She said, well, how much? I said, well, put in 6 months and go at it every day. She said, every day? I said, yeah, every day. She said, no, I maybe once a week. I said, well, sister, you got to understand. You have to affect people's lives in a great way. You have to be there for them. You got to commit to this in a way where maybe you might not want to do it that day. But if you're passionate, you will. They have to see your commitment to it. They have to see how accessible you are. They have to see how much you're really about it, even to the point where you put your life on the line. I'm not saying actually put your life on the line, but me with my big mouth, I've put my life on the line. Brother Quaco, don't you? We're down here in Central Florida in George Zimmerman land. We're not afraid of them, but they're there. We've been doxxed by that lady who wanted to run for Congress and put all our business out to these Jewish organizations. We're already there. I get cussed out in the street every now and then, the dirty looks from these white folks. You're racist. They're brave at the red light when it's about to change, to green. But this lady wanted sponsors. She's like, listen, I need sponsors for travel. I need brand new equipment. I need an office because I'm going to. No, you earn that. And there's no timeline on that. When you show that you're the real thing, people will know what to do, and you must not let them down. You must not let them down. So the same thing, there's another guy that I know who never did a podcast. And this was years ago. I mean, this is like about 10 years ago. He was on YouTube demanding all of this money. And the brother was cuckoo, man. I ain't gonna lie. He wasn't right in the head. And he would always come up with these different angles. My aunt was killed back in 1954, so this is for domestic violence, and I'm going to be the spokesperson. Why are you electing yourself? Wherever I'm needed is what I do. Like I said, earlier we talked. We said, okay, we're going to get on the show. We're going to flow. Let's flow. We did that. Guess what? This time tomorrow night, I'll probably be up doing the same thing again. Look at the body of work. Show and prove. Show me. Show me that you're about
body of work.
Even when
it's sad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? It's sad when I see people who are frauds, and they don't have the body of work, but they got a little bit, but they're fraud, but they get promoted.
Let me just give a little quick shout out to Mrs. Melanin. She's leaving. She's got to get up, you know.
Okay.
Mrs. Melanin, I'm sorry to keep you up so late. I'm sorry. We'll be doing more episodes a little early and sprinkled out throughout the whole day. You know what I mean? But we got to keep coming. We got to keep coming. We got to keep bringing it, man. You know what I mean? So that's what we do. But
Did you want to open up for a little bit before we hang up?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Because like I said, you commandeer that, brother. You know what I mean? When you're ready, we do it. Okay. So we're going to do it right now. Let me just open up the conference line. Just give me a second.
You get a few questions.
Yeah, definitely. Let's get some calls in here. Okay, let me log in. Let me connect.
Yeah, that was some information right there. I didn't expect.
Oh, you mean about Umar?
Man, you went in the archives. I said, damn.
Oh, I got some archives now.
Man.
Let me have them call me and I'll join this in. Hold on one second, brother. Hold on one second.
I shouldn't have laughed. I don't know why I was laughing though when she was saying that.
No, it was kind of funny though.
The way she said it.
No, I know. It was like,
I'm like, man.
Invited you to a conference. Press 1 to join.
Okay, let me join my own conference. Here we are. Here we go. This call will be
Joining
recorded.
conference now. This call is being recorded.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, and I let her know that it's being recorded. And even after the show was over, I said, listen, ma'am, I said, you know, you revealed some, you know, personal things. I said, are you okay with everything that you said to go up? She said, oh, by all means, put it up. I'm like, oh, man, you know, talk about transparency in journalism. You know what I mean? But she touched it and she just went off and we had hours after that. I mean, let me see how long this was 2 hours and 38 minutes. And it was the first 8 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever, 9 minutes, and it went off into other things. And I did mute myself because I was like, oh my God, you know, I was like, yeah, I understand. You know, and I was like, oh God, you know, because it threw me for a curve because that was unexpected.
Yeah, it didn't sound like she was gonna.
Yeah, it didn't
like,
sound. Yeah,
the way she built it up, I thought she was gonna say, "Oh, he said no." The way she just flat out, and that's why I believe she's telling the truth because she didn't. I thought she was gonna it was no build up.
Right. No. Okay, we got somebody else on that has to cut their computer down, the background noise down. Cut your computer or your phone down because we're getting a little echo from the 302. Yeah. You know.
Hello, Lance. This is Antoinette.
Antoinette, how are you? Yes. I have been.
Hi. I want you to check the text.
Okay. Let me check the text. Yes. Because I've been trying, and I have been. Oh man. And I was about to send a partial text out to somebody. So when I send that particular text out, let me see. I gotta clear that one before I can move the other one out. And the person who just gets it from Maryland, just understand I was gonna text you a longer one. I know she's hanging with, but let me check this out. Okay. You just sent it?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't get it yet. Let me see. Was it an email or a text?
A text.
Okay, let me see. I didn't receive it yet. I don't know why. If you can just try to resend it again, because you know my phones are severely compromised.
Yes, I can do that.
My text messages go all up through Washington, D.C. before I get it.
Okay, let me figure out how do you do this again.
Okay, you can still send the email. I'll check that too, whichever way is easier for you.
Okay, well, let me go to my laptop, and that way I can send you the other part to it. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, all right. But
okay,
yeah,
hi.
All right, and
I'm enjoying your show.
Okay, yeah, we're just hanging out, and like I said, I'm ready to simulcast more. I keep saying that, and I got to explain to you like what I'm doing otherwise, other than the shows and stuff like that, and you'll understand because you know. But before you go, please tell everybody your links and your show and what you do, and know that I completely ordain it. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, thank you. I'm on Blog Talk Radio, Dry Bones Connection on Wednesday night, and sometimes Thursday and Friday. A lot of times Thursday and Friday.
Mm-hmm.
But, Yes, and I've had some pretty interesting guests.
You're the queen of that.
No,
yes,
really.
you are.
Been...
You have some heavy people on there. I'm not talking about fat people. I'm talking about some really heavy people there. And you are the queen of consistently getting relevant guests that have power. It's like she has an ability. You got the inside track. You got a gift. These people come to you and get stuck like fly paper. And I'm like, wow, you just do it every time, because I do see things and say, okay, I'm going to get on. And also, I never intend to go on when you're on, even with, I do things on a whim, and sometimes I'll do it on a whim, and you might say, this guy's on live, and I'm on live. I always want to simulcast with you. I always want to, like, when you do a show, just bump me over the head. You know, yeah, I know that, but just bump me over the head and remind me, just call me and say, Lance, don't think about doing that between 9 and 10 or 9 and 11. I'm going on. You have to simulcast me. Now, the only thing about...
Well, I'm having a good one on Thursday.
Okay, tell us about it.
I'm having a good one on Thursday.
Tell us about it.
His name is Tyreek.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be discussing the dictionary.
Okay.
Words. With
Spells.
The real meaning of words.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So you're going to use your dictionaries. Pardon me? Your old dictionaries with the brackets.
One of those.
Law dictionaries.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, law dictionaries got me, because we're going to go with the real meaning of words.
Wow.
That's right up my alley, too.
I
love etymology.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what we're going to be doing. And, of course, you know, we're going to talk about this virus. This man-made virus.
What time on Thursday?
That's excellent.
At 9 o'clock Eastern time.
I should have no problem simulcasting that, and I don't have no problem with anybody just going directly to the link to support you. This is my only thing, and
send me her link if you can.
Yes, and I'll discuss it openly. When I'm on YouTube, and say for example, I simulcast where I hope most people know what that means. Like, you take a person's original, broadcast and run it through your channel the same way. You can either look at it on my channel, or really I like the credit to go to her, even though you're on Blog Talk. When you play copyright music, that destroys the YouTube video, where pretty much they'll block it.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, well, I'll do it in the beginning of the show.
Yeah, because you got to give time to get people to come in.
Usually I try to do it in the middle of the show, like that first almost 2 hours, because people that have, I think it's not Metro, the other one, but it's one where every 2 hours, you can only talk for 2 hours.
Right.
And then your call will drop.
Right.
So for people that have that service.
Yes. And the people.
I try to accommodate them.
But see, I started out on Blog Talk. So they can
hang up and call back.
I don't know if you remember,
Pardon me?
I started out on Blog Talk, and my first Blog Talk show was August 11th, 2011. So really, in actuality, when next year comes, it'll be 10 years I've been doing shows in some form or fashion. So I understand how that works. And one good thing I like about that, and even doing a simulcast with you, is that, okay, you have different levels that you can get. And I had the exact same one that you have, where after 2 hours, it's not an open line anymore, but there is another hour that goes on that you can't call in on.
Yeah, the hour of.
So if I'm piped in and attached to you, called in, I can still broadcast that hour, and I can still take calls on my end that you can listen to and respond to. So it will extend that extra hour for you, So I have no problem with that. We can do that, and work together on it.
That'd be great.
Yeah. But you're an unsung hero. You're an example of someone. And I work with you. I'll support you. Like I said, there's a lot of people who come around me, and they don't come around me no more because they expose themselves. And like I said, that's the way it is. But you are really about the work, and I completely support you 1,000,000%. And anytime, you need anything, or just to say, put the word out, which I haven't even settled in enough to do all that I need. I'm really a month behind in transferring my videos onto the site. Right? I mean, if people don't believe me, go to LANCESCURV.com. And the last post I put on there was March 17th. Right now it's April 20th. So I've got about 90 videos I got to transfer within the next day or so while doing shows.
Well, you can be a busy man.
Well,
I'm trying to find this one thing that I really want you to see. And you know what? I'm going to send you the email to take what it was about, but I'm trying to find you the exact thing so that you can see it for yourself.
Yes. And I want to apologize too, because like I say, My SCURV media at Gmail is what I use, but I ain't gonna lie, it's getting flooded. I'm gonna have to.
Oh, and that's where I send you things at.
Yes, and I catch a lot of the things, but it floods, and I have to scroll down. Same thing with the text message. And I'm not saying I'm that busy. I just have to expand a little more. I'm gonna get another email address, and I'm still gonna put it out publicly, but I'm gonna keep it to certain things. You know what I mean? Where you can still call me. That'll alleviate the whole thing, because I want to stay on top of everything, because we have time sensitive information that comes toward us. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I do personal phone calls. There's 2 people that I have to speak to who really need encouragement. And I have to do that tomorrow. There's things I have to do for Dr. Kang. There's things I have to do. There's a lot of things that I have to do. And like I said, this is my life, you know, and I appreciate you for it, because I know it's your life. And you make a big difference. You really make a big difference, because you are ego free. You're a true servant of our people. And you're not full of this fluff and this foolishness. You bring it straight.
No, I don't want to be that.
Yeah, no, but I have to honor you publicly. If I honor somebody, I'm not going to do it behind closed doors. I'm going to come out and say it publicly.
I'm honoring you. You do the work. I mean, you're busy. You are really busy.
If I am, it's for my people. You know what I mean? And it's for you and all those who are really about it. You know what I mean? Because, like I say, somebody got to do it, and you're doing it. And there are other people out there that are doing it. And I do have a lot of inside information on people who look like they're doing it, but they're not really about doing it. And I will say that you are one who is about doing it, because year after year, you've been there. See, when you're not built right, when you're not built for this and have the bad intentions, you don't last. You last. You're right there.
No.
You know?
And I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired.
The fatigue can set in, but trust me, we have to be there for each other. And we have to have a real personal talk. And I'm not trying to get in your business. I'm just saying personal, to give you a little pep talk, because this is not easy work. You have to really be about it. You know what I mean? It's not easy at all.
Yes, I agree.
You know, but
I think I sent it to you.
Okay, I just heard something come in, or maybe it was another call that came in. Yeah, it was another call.
Oh, I don't.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I clicked it yet or not. I think I'm trying to find you the link so you can.
Okay, I found it.
See this.
I don't
have to spend my time Googling.
I got the Umar. Yeah, I got the Umar.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah. Wow. Is that for real? So what's the problem?
Yes, and I'm trying to find it for you.
Yeah, but wow.
I'm trying to.
Wow. Because I know you like to back up your stuff. Jump on it nice, and don't you still here with us? Yeah.
But
this is
in
amazing.
The county, you can find this.
Can I repeat what you sent to me? Or is this something that really is just okay? Well,
I mean, you can. I mean, it's public. I mean, anybody can get it.
Okay, but I always like to honor my sources, right?
Yeah,
but basically,
I mean,
yeah, but it's something that you're going to send to me. But the title of it is Umar Johnson only paid $10 for the school in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, so what about all the rest of the money? You know what I mean? We understand that they're expenses. If you're really about the work, I'm not going to be mad at you if you feed yourself with that. Really, if you're really about the work, I'm quite sure that the most of us would not be angry if you said, I'm 100% in like a fireman. I rent this little room here or this small apartment. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show you how much it costs. This covers me for my living expenses so I can go out and be out there 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 in the morning, whatever, and I'm going to show you. I'm just going to lay my head. I don't think anybody would feel funny about supporting someone who is committed 24/7 to say, you know what, get that little Corolla, get that little place. I don't mind. You have airfare. You're going to little hotels. I'm not even going to some exclusive hotel. I'm going to Motel 6, y'all. I don't care if I have to kill 2 or 3 roaches while I'm sleeping. I'm not trying to fleece anybody like these pastors do, And so, like I say, it should be where you are about it, and wherever you go. I had the blessing of, I did more traveling in my life since the beginning of the year than I did my whole life. Really and truly. I mean, I went to Ghana and Jamaica, but the time I went to Jamaica before that was like, 1987? It was right before Marvin Hagler, before Sugar Ray landed. That's how long ago it was. So when I went around and, and I will say, Dr. Kang wanted me to come there with him and he covered my flights. I said, man, don't do that, man. No, I want you to come. You earn that. You help me. We do stuff together, I said, okay, cool. So we went here, we went there, and I did some things on my own. He told me some spiritual things to do on a spiritual level, on a physical level, on a mentality level. And it unlocks so much, and I'm so grateful. And so, like I say, I at this age, I give myself to the cause. It's not going to be good enough to just go for, I got to go for me now. At 57 years, what the hell am I going to be? I'm going for me now. 13 years, I'm 70. Get the hell out of here. At this point in your life, share the wisdom that you learned, that you absorb. Help somebody to not make the same mistakes. The little fun that I get to meet my sisters and brothers wherever I travel, that's the gift. That's what I love. Let me give myself to you. Right? I could be asleep right now.
I'm sorry. I'm busy looking for this because I have it. I have it in a file, and I'm busy. I'm trying to listen to you and look this up too.
You could tune me out and just.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude.
No, you're not rude. You're not rude. You're not rude.
What's the name of her show again?
Yeah, Dry Bones Connection on Blog Talk Radio.
Yeah.
Dry Bones Connection.
So go to blogtalkradio.com and then search for Dry Bones Connection, and you'll find it. And please subscribe, whichever way you can subscribe or connect with her.
Yeah, because I might speak to her. See what her schedule is too.
Yeah, well,
and she really, really has
I'm on every Wednesday.
Yeah, but the effectiveness of your guests, it's like I gotta, and I'm not competing, but I'm just saying I gotta do 25 shows that have the effectiveness of your one. That's what makes you great.
No, you don't.
You come with the knockout blows.
Fantastic, yeah.
No,
he's going too far now. Yeah,
fantastic.
No. But what I'm saying is that you pack a punch. You're very effective. You pack a punch. You see, if this was boxing, she's like Ernie Shavers, George Foreman, Mike Tyson. You pack a punch. I'm like Ali. No. I gotta throw 50 million jabs and talk some smack to, I might win, but this is not a competition between me and you. I'm just saying that we all have different ways of being effective. Put it this way. Let's put it this way now. If I did one show a week, I wouldn't even be on the scale. You do one show a week, you have a great following. No, I'm just saying that you pack a punch. I admire that. If I had to do one show a week, trust me, I would have to do it in the way that you do it, and you're unique. Only you're doing it like that. You really pack a punch. Nobody would know.
So is it OE Dry Bones?
Yes.
That's it. Okay, OE Dry Bones. Okay, perfect.
Okay, I must have said it wrong. Let me. If anybody can put it in the chat room.
Standing guest. I had the Tuskegee Airmen on, and I've had so many people. Kim Weston, Miss Kim comes on a lot, and boy, who was that? I had the oh boy, and I can't think of his name. God forgive me. He was the first black opera singer. Black man.
That's interesting.
He was on, and
what was his name?
I can't remember. You know what? And I should remember because Miss Kim says it all the time.
Okay, what was his around his age? What was his age? I mean, like, how old was he?
Probably about. Let me see. Miss Kim was 80. He was her teacher, so maybe like 85, 90.
Wow. You know why I'm saying wow? Little known fact that many people don't know is that my mother graduated from Juilliard in the early 50s and sung with the Hall Johnson Choir. That's a historical choir that's well known and launched the careers of many black actors and personalities. And she knew many people. And I know that, okay, she passed away at 64 years old in 19...
Sterling. His last name is Sterling.
Sterling?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Sterling. I can't remember his first name.
But if he's in that age group, she would have been around that age right now. Okay, so going up around that age right now.
He started in New York.
See,
He started in New York.
I'm willing to bet that he knows her mother. I'm willing to bet that. I would love to just chat with him for 5 minutes because that circle was tight.
Oh, well, you know what? I'll talk to Miss Kim and see if we can't get him back again.
Yeah, and I would love to be on there because there are names that I can drop of people that I knew as a child, you know, or know from them calling. Okay, like, say, for example, what's the guy's name who played Blackula? She knew him. He would call the house. There's another actress named Virginia Capers. She wasn't some top level whatever, but she's been on many sitcoms in the 70s. She passed away, and she used to call their friends. There's a lot of people that she knew on that level as friends that they would call, but they were doing things in entertainment, but maybe not where they were the top, but they had their roots in opera and in the singing, and then they went into other things, and that was normalcy for me growing up. So when I see somebody, when you said opera and I said, that's why I said, how old was he? I know if he was that age group that, my mother was born in 1930. She passed away at 64 in 1994. So, okay, let's count it up. 74, 84, 6 more years. She would have been 90 this year, or she would have just turned 90.
So she probably born.
You see what I mean?
Yes, yes, I know his name was Sterling. I'm Mr. Sterling. I remember Miss Kim just.
And because she's transitioned, I would never know to say, yeah, she knew you. But if I can come up with some common names, and maybe her name might ring a bell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so this is the importance of, and this is why I say what you're doing is so important, right? Because who would think that up? Who would? I mean, I would love to have him on the show and everything, but you go to where it's necessary. And this is one thing I always want to stress is that I tell people, please, even if you don't send the clip to me or anybody, record your elders. Even if they didn't do anything what the world would say is great, let them name drop. Let them know they'll tell you, see that empty field over there? That used to be a busy street where black people had businesses. You got to say these things. Even if it's 10 seconds, even if it's a minute, please record your elders, of course, with their knowledge, but record them and get them up on social media.
They're gone.
That's what I'm trying to say. And we lose too much information. We
lose a library.
Yes, we do.
We lose a library, as the saying says.
Yeah.
We lose a whole library.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, LG, for dropping that in there.
Yeah, they say that.
Yeah, but
they said a cemetery is
Pardon me? I'm sorry.
No, I was just what he was saying. Yeah, they say the cemetery is a lost, is like a treasure. Lost treasure.
It is.
Exactly.
It truly is. I'm gonna have to go back to and find it. Okay.
Yeah. Even if you send it to me when you wake up or whatever, it's okay. Cause I know that. I got these vampire hours going on. He's like, hey, I know I can catch Lance now.
I do too, so that's the reason why I'm still up.
Oh, there you go.
Because I have them too. I'll go to sleep when it's time to get up.
Well, actually, I came out on.
And then I only sleep for a couple of hours, which is not good.
Yeah, I know the feeling, and I'm going to make sure to get more rest after tonight. I mean, I'm good, but I know I have a lot of work, but I'm going to pace myself, and I'm still going to go hard. I am just so enthused. Like I said to Brother Ice a little while ago, I said, we're in the golden era of something special, and there's going to be a lot born out of this time period. Even though it looks negative, out of necessity, there are going to be things born out of this, either coming through the children or those who are in the womb now, but there's something in the air, and we're in a great period of reset, and we don't even realize how great this period is. We don't realize, even with the suffering that may go on and the loss, this is a great period. And I'm glad to be here to...
Man, I got some things to send you, and you're just going to be shocked. I mean, then again, you may not, because you may already know.
Well, there's some things, like I said, I pride myself in being unshockable, but I may have to retract that statement. You know what I mean? Because because that you're privy to a lot of things doing what you do, and I know I am too. And there are things like that you might send me that I'm not going to blast it out there if I can't. I'm not going to do that. But what I'm saying is that you've heard things and things, and it's like, man, if the public only knew. You see? So,
Lance,
yes.
What I told you when I called you, when we talked that last time we talked, you see that's happening now? See that's happening now?
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm.
Yep, I said it took a while. I was hoping that it wasn't going to happen, but it happened.
It happened. Yep. Yep.
Yep, I mean, it's happening.
This is no joke. It's really no joke.
Yeah.
This period, you know.
Like what you was saying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, brother.
No, what you was saying with the you saying that eventually they're going to try to shut down some of these platforms and stuff.
Yes, yes.
And I was saying,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because we're talking too much and we're catching on.
A lot of people.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. And I spoke about it last night. And I don't know if you heard about this, Antoinette. Amazon.
No, I didn't. What?
There are a lot of white folks that are crying.
Yeah.
A lot of white folks that are crying right now. Not everybody, but these white folks that got a grip on Amazon from years ago, and they've been making some good money. And they have the Amazon affiliate program where, you know, you have your link, and if people buy from your link, it's the same price as if you went to Amazon now. But they will give you a cut because the sale that you got for Amazon, they probably wouldn't be able to get. So this has been going on for years and years and years. There's no one percentage about it, but for certain things like household items or you know, tools, you know, to work with, like stuff from Home Depot, each one has their percentage. And this particular gentleman, who happens to be a Caucasian, that I do listen to because he does bring pertinent, you know, information that I can learn from to make my stuff better. Everybody here to enjoy, right? You know, I mean, there's a lot of us out here who know stuff, and there's a lot of different people that I can learn from. But anyway, he was basically in his body language. Okay. Yeah.
I found it, and you can go right to the site.
Okay.
And you will see it for yourself from the deed, from the lot number and everything.
Beautiful. I'll do just that. But yeah, so
I knew it was going to take me a minute, but
no, take your time. Take your time. Take your time, sister. So anyway,
and it's on its way.
Okay.
I can set this laptop down.
All right, I'm gonna go right to my mail, and I'll be right there when it comes. But anyway, okay, I got it. Let me open it up.
Okay, good.
Okay, but yeah, so this guy was saying how he was getting $8 off every $100 that. Oh man, talk about public. Yes, this is public. Wow. There ain't no doubt in this.
No.
What?
That's why I said that's not something that somebody can make up. That's something that is the actual thing.
Yes, this is the actual thing.
I'm serious, not sure. I mean, it's wonderful.
Is this something I can share in the chat room, or is this something?
It's a legal site. I mean, it's
yeah.
from Delaware, so.
Well, I always honor, all right, I'm gonna drop this in here, and again, this is not the Umar Johnson smear night, but when things are that.
No, but I mean, people still need to be careful.
You have to be careful.
Where you put your money.
Yes.
I mean, because I was all for him at first too, and
I know, and I was really proud.
I was like, oh no.
You know what?
Pardon me?
But I'm saying I was so proud, and I'm like, I mean, I know we have ups and downs, and I know that
because it's potential. You saw its potential.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
I was like really thinking,
but he didn't do right.
Right. I was thinking, and I could take a few slips, but now you outright demand the money. Now you don't go to the Chinese joint. Send me your money. You send me 5. It needs to be 50. It needs to be this. You can't dictate to people. Let the spirit lead.
No, but
them.
it was an unappreciative spirit he had, and I was like, how can you accept something from somebody, but at the same time you're berating, you're dissing them? That just turned me on. I'm just saying, like, what's going on inside of you to have that type of spirit? That's what I want to know.
When you have attained such a level of visibility and trust on that level, produce something. Even if you keep something in escrow where you say, okay, you gave me $800,000, but I only used $150 for this, and here it is. You won't have to dig deep. I'm going to send you the links to prove to you what's going on. Now, I don't know how it works with bank accounts, but if I was him, I would maybe have to black out the account number or something like that, obviously, right? But I would show what's in there. I would show expenses. I would show it. What you gonna do to me if I'm transparent? What you gonna do? Like rip me off or something? You can't do that. It's there. You gave to that. Here's the expenses. This is what I purchased. This is what I got. This is what I spent it for. So you can see, to me, that would have been better than just sending, you know, whatever on that level. You know what I mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
We really have to have complete transparency. And if the day ever came where I'm on a certain level, which even now I got transparency, you want to know where it went? I'll show you. I have a bank account just for SCURV Media. Sometimes laughable because it may not go high and sometimes, but that's where I could show. I spent this or I spent that. I spent this. I spent that. It's just for the show. It's just for all things that I do. And there are expenses that go beyond just a computer and a microphone or something like that. That really, you know, when I fly and go someplace, and I say, okay, when I'm going, look, when I went to Ghana, when didn't I videotape? You know what I mean? I didn't say, well, the ticket was this amount of money, and I did it. Yeah, I didn't.
So this here is what I'm looking at. I'm just trying to. Is this is this what she's talking about? The $10?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
On last February 6th. Not this, but last year.
I think so.
$10.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
You see how much the taxes are.
But $10, not 100.
No.
Yeah, I couldn't make it. I would. People would think you were exaggerating if you.
Yeah, but that's from the actual.
Wow.
That's from that's Newcastle County.
Mm-hmm.
That's from the county. Their record. That's their records.
Well,
I mean, which you can go online and so.
I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, but at $10 with all that was given to you, you know what I mean? Come on now.
Yeah.
That's almost what this.
And number two,
well,
I wouldn't. That was a good deal, but that size school, if that's the one that he walked inside or whatever, the work that needed to be done, and from what I heard from people that live around that area, they're like, listen, that's not a good area to invest in. Which I'm not going to go and echo somebody who says, oh, because it's black and downtrodden. I'm not going to say that, but there are other issues, there are other things that would have went along with that. You know what I mean? Because of what goes on at night in that particular neighborhood, the drugs and different things. You have kids going around.
Yeah.
You know, you have prostitutes, which brings Johns that may look at some of the little kids. You understand? So on that note, it's all about the children.
So thank goodness mine are grown. But I wouldn't send my grandchildren there. I would have a fit if they sent my grandchildren there.
Exactly. You have to even if it was, like I said, it was something smaller. It was something smaller in a commercial area that's smaller that you say, well, these are the amount of kids that I can accommodate, but it's going to be excellent all the way around. This is why I am not trying to get to some level in the things that I do that I can't handle. I'm not going to do it.
Right.
You understand? So it's got to be authentic. It's got to be realistic. It's got to be something that you can see brick by brick, dollar by dollar. You have to celebrate this thing every single day. And it cannot be some old thing where you have doubt.
His philosophy at first was wonderful. But,
it was.
You know, I wish he would have stuck to what, he initially was planning on doing. That was wonderful, but not now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what I said. It's like the same as a preacher. Like, the preacher telling you, oh, this and that, but you got to look at, like, what is it that they're really doing? Do they just want to pimp you? Because a lot of people don't.
But, Brother Ison,
pimp gang.
Brother Ison, we, many of us, I'm not going to say anybody here in the chat room or on the phone, but many of us are already pre-wired for that hierarchy of we're looking for a leader. And of course we need specialists. Right. We need specialists. We need people who specifically know about things. But many of us as black people, we automatically give a trust to anybody who comes in that packaging. We've got to vet everybody at this point. We can't afford to lose any time or years or even $1 on somebody who's trying to rip us off. We can't. So anybody who puts themselves in that position needs to know that they're going to get checked out. And we're going to watch over you all the way through, not because of we thinking you bad. I dropped the phone again. Look at that. Did I lose the connection, y'all? Let me see. Yes, I did. I lost the connection. Let me get everything together. I got the serious dropsies tonight, but I know they'll be there. They're probably saying, "Oh, where is he? Where is he?" Okay, let's put this back together. Am I back online with you, sister and brother? I dropped the phone again. I got it up here. I have a makeshift situation here because I wanted to come out, and I've been quite loud in the house at night, so I came out to the sun porch, and I just absolutely love it. Doesn't get hot out here. I'm back here with the trees.
I was like the Joe in the 90s, aren't you? I was talking to some people in Florida today, and they told me it was 92, 93.
In the daytime, yeah. It was up there.
That's too hot.
But see, what happened was today, I didn't get a chance to really go out today. I had so much to do. I woke up a little late because, I did the live stream like I'm doing now and up to this hour. So I don't worry about waking up. I'm just like, okay, I'm going to sleep till I wake up. And then I got up and I felt like it was like 8 o'clock, but it was like 12. I was like, whoa, so I got stuff done. I laid around and everything. And, I had things to do on the inside. Like I had to transfer some of the videos that I had in the last month to Vimeo. That's the other platform that I use that saves my video. So then now some of it crashed in the middle of the upload. So I had to figure out which ones did I get and which ones didn't I get. So, I was going between computers. I was inside. I looked around and said, wait a second. It's 5 o'clock. I got to hurry up and I was going to do a video outside. And I did, but it wasn't in my usual spot. I had to go to Whole Foods because, they close at 8 now. And there's certain things I had to get. So when I got out of there, I dropped the tripod right in the parking lot and just started talking. And the sun was going down and it got dark. It was only 30 minutes I talked. So I'm going to upload that right now. It'll take a few hours whenever I sleep.
Lance,
yes.
Did you look at the other email I sent you?
Okay, let me go back to that. Let me see.
Regarding the doctor. It's a you can hear him say it too.
Okay, that's when you just sent me now, one before. Oh, let me.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I have wow.
It was a wow. Okay.
Did I put wow?
Oh, when you put wow.
Did I don't know. See, I'm thinking. Wait,
no.
I may not have. Let me.
No, it didn't go through. No.
No. Yes, I did.
You did?
I did. I did put wow.
Okay, let me.
Yes.
Let me.
It's the second one.
Second one. We have the first one you sent me that said he only paid $2, $10. Might as well be $2, right?
Yeah.
And the second one that you sent with the link.
might as well be. See the second one?
And the second one has the actual link. So
yeah.
There's only 2. The one you sent me, it didn't have anything in it except a little $10 statement, and the other one that had the link.
Okay.
So let me go search through. If it's something you sent before, I'll just search my mail and Okay, let me see.
Oh, you want me to send it to you again?
That'll be easier.
No, she's saying the one with the link is the one. She's saying the one with the link.
It says wow.
Oh yeah. No, I got that one.
It says wow.
I got that one.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay. With the link inside. You have 2 Richard Wolff statements, unless you want me to open that link up again.
Yeah, okay, let me do it again.
Yeah, no, I have the link.
Okay, it's right above the statement.
Yeah. No,
that's what I...
Yeah, the actual document.
Look at the thing.
Okay. Where in this document do you want me to look at? Because it's, it shows the prices, what he paid and everything. And
oh, no, not that. No. Look at the wow one that says wow.
Okay.
On the subject line that says wow.
Okay, let me go back. There's not one here recent that has that. Maybe the first one you sent.
Okay, let me send it to you.
Yeah. And on that note, let me run to the restroom real quick, so nobody comes out here in the morning that says wow. I don't want to wow anybody in the wrong way. You know what I mean? This grapefruit juice is kicking.
Okay.
So y'all continue talking, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
now
be
we
right
got to
back.
see if this is going to work for me. This is the computer that works when it wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Just came back from the back in the front room. No, and it doesn't want to work for me.
Mm. Sometimes the emails don't go through right away. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes I think what it has in there doesn't want to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Some things are just
the Gmail. I was using Gmail. That everything they give us is got things behind it that we don't consider.
Yes.
Because I thought Gmail meant Google. No, it means G, Mason.
Oh, okay.
You know,
generation or anything. Okay, I always thought it meant Google. And then they say that the 5Gs is the 5th generation. That they,
yes. So, yes. It's always a symbol because the Gmail symbol is a Masonic apron. If you look at it, the Masons, they wear that apron like that. It's a red and white apron or a blue and white apron. And they tell you it's Gmail, but their God is the G. Is G in the square and compass, which is a grand arc. Just like MTV. I thought that meant music television. No. It's in the Masonic temple in MTV. It's just so many things. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember when my son, I think even my daughter, when they were into the MTV, they would watch it all the time.
Yeah. I thought it meant music, but it's Mason.
Now they have the movies and stuff on there. Or some shows or something that I know my daughter used to watch. And I
remember when they didn't. Mm-hmm. Right, that's what they expect. Well, anything they give us for free, it's usually something to it, like with Facebook and Google. I'm like, why is this free if it's because we didn't know?
Yeah, and because look, that was their way of getting your information.
Yes, and your information to them is worth billions of dollars.
That's the new currency. The currency is the data.
Yes, because when the internet first came out, yes, people weren't comfortable giving it, so they said, "Okay, we'll give you a free." Mm-hmm.
Yep. And fortunately, I'm from the older group, so I still am not comfortable giving out too much information.
Yeah, no, you're right in that. Because information is everything.
Yes. And on the phone, I'm really funny because people, they call and is this yours? I'm like, who are you? And no, I'm not answering that. I only deal business, you have to send it to me on paper. I only deal with paper. I don't deal with digital over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not telling you anything.
They got those scam calls. And I noticed it seems like it stopped. It stopped since this coronavirus thing. Because my phone, I used to get them every day, and it seems like it's slowed down a little bit. So.
Oh, well, you're fortunate. On my cell phone, which hardly anybody has my cell phone number because I don't know it myself. And I'll get like 3 or 4 calls on there a day. I'm like, who are you people?
Mm-hmm. Robocalls.
I know
from India. Mm-hmm.
Yes, India and the Philippines. And this is a shame because now when I just hear that voice and, I'm like, click. Because I know it's a scam. Yes, so I don't even talk to them.
Yeah, I don't, because sometimes exactly. They want to get some type of answer. So I don't say anything. They'll say, "Oh, do you live here?" or "Is this such?" I'm like, I'm not telling you nothing.
You know what I used to do? I used to play with them, and they would ask me, "Do I live here?" And I'm like, "Do you live here? I didn't know you lived here." And like, "Is this your number?" And there's a problem with your computer. I said, "Oh my God, something's wrong with your computer. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. You better take it to the shop right away." And I would just mess with them.
Yeah, I used to do that when I get to work.
No, and it's your name. This, I'm like, "That's your name? Oh, that's such a nice name."
Wow.
Yeah, I do that to waste their time sometimes.
Yeah,
I'll tell them,
like,
I'll
you want to
walk
follow up for me?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about
I'll give them a fake name.
You talking about the census?
These robocalls. No, we talking about them robocalls.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I play with them. I play with them.
From India.
Oh God.
I'll walk them through the whole process.
Exactly.
And then they'll send me somebody and they'll try to sell something. I'll go, "Oh yeah, that's really good. So what do I send my payment?" And then they get excited, and then I'm like, and then I'll be like,
"Oh, they don't get mad. They get mad when I say that because they want the information right then and there. Well, can't you? Well, give me your credit card." I'm like, "No, I'm not going to do that."
Give them a fake number.
And no, look, I may mess up and give them a real number to somebody's account. And I'm not going to do anything to get me in trouble. I just tell them, "No, I only do. You have to send me the information." I told one of them, "Well, why don't you just come to the house and bring it to me?"
Yeah, but it's amazing how, exactly, that's what you should. It's amazing to me, though, how a lot of those they're usually from different countries. It's amazing how it's a lot of people who actually do send them money.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I've seen where they have emails that are, horribly misspelled, bad English, and because it's people that play the lottery, they'll think they really won. Well, they want to believe they won. And they'll say, "Oh, just send us the taxes on it. $30,000 for the taxes, and we're gonna mail you your your inheritance," or whatever they say. And
I remember one year I got a check. One year they sent me a check, and I, and they wanted you to send them $1,000, but I took it to the bank. But I went to the the bank representatives, and I talked to them first, and they checked it, and they told me it was a scam.
Wow, that's a good move.
But it took them a while to check.
And there's something, so they must have been
good.
But
I wasn't putting it in my account.
No.
Pardon me?
It must have been a good kind of way they tried to scam you, because if they took them a while, it wasn't something that was super obvious, even though you knew you had a gut feeling.
Yeah, well, they checked the bank and everything, and the account and the money was there, but it was a check that was already written on. And then they found out, later that they were having where checks was coming like that, and then later it came on the news, where if you get these checks, do not, because they want you to send them so much money from from it. Like, I'm not sending these people no money.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of scams.
Lance, did you see that?
Yeah. I mean, what is the world going to do when they realize this? Like,
how about it? You see, there's also a link in there where you can hear him saying it.
Let me see. Okay, I got this here. Let me see if I can play this on the show. Let me see. I hope they don't have any CNN jingles on it. I'll move it up a few seconds. Let me turn this actual lever down so I can. Okay, we'll play this.
That Dr. Birx and I went in and formally made a recommendation to the president to actually have a, quote, shutdown in the sense of not really shutdown, but to really have strong mitigation. We discussed it. Obviously, there would be concern by some that, in fact, that might have some negative consequences. Nonetheless, the president listened to the recommendation and went to the mitigation. The next second time that I went with Dr. Birx into the president and said, 15 days are not enough. We need to go 30 days. Obviously, there were people who had a problem with that because of the potential secondary effects. Nonetheless, at that time, the president went with the health recommendations, and we extended it another 30 days. So I can only tell you what I know and what my recommendations were. But clearly, as happens all the time, there were interpretations of that response to a hypothetical question that I just thought it would be very nice for me to clarify because I didn't have the chance to clarify. Thank you.
Excuse me, the date.
You know, to be honest with you, I don't even remember what the date was, but I can just tell you the first and only time that I went in and said we should do mitigation strongly, the response was, yes, we'll do it.
And what did he do?
Okay, let me play this other one here. We have Trump talking. Hold on.
Okay.
Open. What would you do then?
I think everybody wants to open. I mean,
So can I just ask one
I
other
guess,
thing on
you
the...
know, that could happen, but I don't think that would happen.
States that have closed, ordered schools closed. It's been states that have ordered businesses like restaurants.
That's because
and
I let
bars
that
closed.
happen. Because I would have preferred that. I let that happen. But if I wanted to, I could have closed it up. But I let that happen. And I like the way they've done it. And the 7 that remained really in sort of a semi-lockdown, if you look at those states, they've really done a very good job. They're very much different from a New York or from other places where they've been hit very hard.
So you're prepared then to take one state and say, I order you to open your schools, I order you to force kids to be able to go?
Yes, Mr. President. Following up on that, there are 2 consortiums of states today, California, Oregon, Washington on the West Coast, northeastern states, totally representing about 100 million people who said they're going to cooperate and decide when to reopen.
Well, they can
those
decide,
states.
but...
Does that undermine what you're trying to
No,
do?
not at all. Let me just tell you, very simple. I'm going to put it very simply. The President of the United States has the authority to do what the President has the authority to do, which is very powerful. The President of the United States calls the shots. If we weren't here for the states, you would have had a problem in this country like you've never seen before. We were here to back them up, and we've more than backed them up. We did a job that nobody ever thought was possible. It's a decision for the President of the United States. Now, with that being said, we're going to work with the states because it's very important. You have local governments. They're pinpointed. It's really, you talk about, it's like a microchip. They're pinpointed. We have local government that hopefully will do a good job. And if they don't do a good job, I'd step in so fast. But no, they can't do anything without the approval of the President of the United States. Go ahead, please.
So if some states refuse to reopen and you order them to, the 10th Amendment to the Constitution says all powers that don't reside in the President or the Congress reside in the states. How do you overcome that?
Well, if some states refuse to open, I would like to see that person run for election. They're going to open. They're going to all open.
The ballot box.
I think that's something that's not going to happen. They want to open. They have to open. They have to get open. Every one of those states, the people want to go and they want to. Now, some are in a different situation. You have, I won't name states now, but I will over the next 2 or 3 days. I'm going to be very specific. But you have some states where this is not the kind of a problem that it is in New York or Louisiana or Michigan or other places that got hit very hard. Illinois got hit very hard. But all states want to open, and they want to open as soon as possible. But they want to open safely, and so do I. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the French President, Emmanuel Macron, said that he will keep the shutdown in France till the middle of May. Does that mean that the U.S. will keep the ban?
No,
on
France
flights
got hit
from
very
Europe?
hard. France got hit very hard. And again, he has to do what he has to do. He's a friend of mine. But France, Spain has just been decimated. You look at what's happened in Italy, it's a very well-known fact, what happened in Italy. No, they were hit very hard.
Question for Secretary Mnuchin. Has everybody that you would like to have, the 100 business people on the Economic Council, have they all been invited already? Have they all agreed to
They haven't been invited yet. We just reviewed the names with the president today.
Okay, I'll drop the
Part of
link.
United Nations.
Yeah, I'll drop the link in there, but I'm not gonna play this whole. I didn't realize that this one was like 2 hours and a half. So I played a little bit of it.
No. Go to the second one. Go to the second one.
Okay, yeah, no.
There's another one right under that.
Yeah, I went to Farsi, whatever his name is, and then I went to the to the press conference, but the press conference.
His is only a couple of minutes. I think like 2 minutes.
It was
If
actually.
memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, I think he played that one first.
Yeah, I played that one first, and the other one that's like 2 hours and 27 minutes.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, no problem. They give you a taste.
That was too
you know.
long.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be doing a lot more of that. I just have to make sure, like, with so-called CNN, Fox, Headline News, all of these news stations, that they always have like a little jingle. TMZ has it, some little funny noise. That thing is registered that when you think it's simple and you replay it, like on YouTube, they'll flag your video. They'll know that it's you. So when you play it, you got to kind of get around it. No, it's okay. I mean, I've become the master of it. I kind of like let the first few seconds go by when they're talking, but they embed their little jingles and stuff so they can catch you like that. So, for a lot of other people, I'm gonna do the same thing to them. Because the mainstream will do stuff to you too and put your stuff out there without permission. But they have the power to outlast you. You can't go at them in court. You know what I mean? They're like, we have millions of dollars.
Yeah.
You're waiting for a stimulus check. What are you going to do to us in court?
Yeah.
So that's how they do.
A lot of churches going to be shut down too.
Yeah, a lot of things. I mean, so this is really engineered, but people don't want to really hear that. I mean, you could see it out of nowhere.
Do you know about Event 201?
Event 201?
Yes.
Well, you go.
To me, what we're going through now is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when you look at that link data, that should help answer your question.
Look at that.
Did you think so, Lance?
Say it again?
He asked, did I hear about Event 201? And I said, if he looks at that link, that should answer his question.
Oh,
they've been planning this.
Yeah,
that's the one with the doctor, right?
Fauci.
Yeah.
They have the movie. Lawrence Fishburne plays him in the movie Contagion, and the estimates of the deaths, all the way down to the cities and the CDC, all of that was in that movie. Down to it coming from a bat. So when I saw that, and that movie came out nine years ago.
And that was Contagion. That's on Netflix, right?
Did I watch it on Netflix?
I thought I'd seen it, but I didn't watch it.
No, it's not on Netflix.
I seen the movie Contagion. Oh, okay. I didn't watch it, but I thought I'd seen that title on Netflix.
Yeah, it is. It's one on Netflix called what's it called? It's called Pandemic. They have that on there. But no, this movie came out in 2011, and everything in that movie is playing out. It's almost like you're watching what's happening now. So when I saw how closely it followed, I was like, this was absolutely a script.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, all the way down to the shutting stuff down. They showed people in the movie buying up hand sanitizer. They showed, I was just like, come on. Like, how could a person watch this and not? It was a part of the movie where they said they ran out of respirators. It was just crazy.
My.
Same thing.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, that's saying that they have to tell you about it first.
Yeah.
And they usually do Hollywood.
Yeah, well, they said that's how the devil works. The law is he has to tell you before he does it. But as long as he tells you, even if he tells you in a weird way, then they say that's how he's allowed to do it because he told you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like somebody getting around like a loophole in the law. Like the law says, oh, you got to do this in order to have this. And you do it, but you do it in such a sneaky way that you damn near didn't. But yeah, that movie right there, I didn't even watch the news after that. I said, well, this right here told me.
Told you more than the news
watch that
ever
movie,
could.
Everything.
Yep.
I
Absolutely.
haven't seen the movie.
Yeah,
but
you
I've
can see
heard
that.
about it.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Mm.
Yep. Because it's so, like, the entire movie is about that. There's nothing in the movie that didn't happen. Like,
oh boy,
so close. Yeah, I mean, it really, you know, it made me just gasp because I'm like, they could have followed it closely. No, this is a script. It's like reading a script. Yeah.
You know, I wonder if you see, if when movies and things like that come out, if you could say, if we could say, no, I do not sign. I'm not signing for this. I'm not giving my consent for this to happen here.
You could, but they say the act of watching is consent. This is what they know with hypnosis. Yeah. Do you remember back in the old days when they would talk about the concept of hypnosis? They always show a guy with a watch or something, and he'd say, stare at this, right? And you have to stare for a while, and then he'd say, yeah, you're getting sleepy. Okay, well, the concept of TV, they were figuring out, they're trying to figure out how they could hypnotize masses of people because a hypnotist, can only do the people that he's in front of. So they invented the television where you staring long enough for hypnosis to be effective. You stare long enough, you go into a hypnotic state, which we call normally in regular life we call it daydreaming. Where you find yourself in thought and you're kind of staring, but you're thinking, you're dreaming. Well, they figured out with TV. After a certain amount of time, they start putting the messages in there because you're already staring, and then it goes right into your subconscious. It's deep, but they thought of it.
Yeah, I know they used to do that for advertising.
Oh yeah, they still do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I see it with my grandchildren where they could be watching television and they just staring. You got to put your hands and everything in front of their faces and stuff to get them blinking and anything, just for them to even acknowledge you because they're just showing puffed up cartoons.
My dad does that. I'm so glad I'm glad I'm not like that. But yeah, I'll catch him if he's watching TV because I don't see him that often. But I just remember when I was younger, if the TV's on and he's watching it, he's in it, and then I'm like, yo. He'll be like, oh, what was you saying? And I'm like, wow, that TV is that. You know what I mean? And we don't understand but they have formulated what I'm saying is they perfected it.
Yes, they have. Well, I think when they took it off the antenna and made it digital, that probably, added.
Oh, yeah. Yes, the HD thing, that enhanced the effectiveness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the flashing lights.
You have HD even if you don't want it.
Yeah, that's all they sell now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's deep. But you have to be careful because it's called predictive programming, where they tell you and then you've seen what they're gonna do. Mm-hmm. So when it happens in real life, you're saying, man, this feels familiar. Like I just can't put my finger on it. Like I've seen it before.
You do.
Wow.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, they're yeah. So I don't know if they're gonna do that with this purge thing because it's cute right now, you know. Oh, we're in our houses having. Listen, let it go for 6 months. No, I'm just saying, like, you know, people saying.
I can't stand it now.
I know.
I can't stand it now. My sons, they will come over, and I tell them I want to go to the supermarket, and they will not let me go to the supermarket.
Mm.
They're just like, Mom, I'll go for you. You know, tell me what you need, and I will bring it to you. I
You want to pick your own stuff.
So,
right.
yeah. You know, and my youngest son told me, so, well, Mom, you want to go outside? Go out back.
Mm.
Go sit out back for a while. I'm like, I don't want to sit out back. Well, Mom,
right.
You know, I'm like, I want to go to the store. And I'm like, Mom, you don't need to go to the store. Whatever you need, just tell me. We'll get it.
Yeah, they're just trying to protect you.
Yeah, but I want to go to the store. My daughter-in-law brought me some strawberries, and they were not sweet. And they were too big. And I'm like,
Yep.
And you know how you liked it. You know how you would, want to pick
got
it.
me grapes and the seedless. I'm like, I need to do this myself.
Well, they started to make it. You can't find them with seeds. You can't find them with seeds now. I'm like, what is this?
You know what? See, on those I leave, but I wanted those grapes so bad, and they taste so good, but I'm still like, these don't have seeds in them.
You get the green grapes? What kind of grapes you get?
No, they were like a purple. Not a red.
Grapes, yeah.
The red grapes. The red
reddish.
grapes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they're good, but darn. I still was looking for the seeds.
Mm-hmm.
That's
it's just crazy.
I need to go myself. Yeah, that's just how I want to go to the store.
Yeah, and some people just want to get out. Yeah, just get out the house.
Yeah, and I don't want to go and sit out in the backyard.
Exactly.
Right.
Like,
Is this the next Holocaust? Or we got to.
Pardon me?
Huh? No, so is this the next Holocaust? Is this the next Holocaust? We got to show our papers to go outside?
You know what? You know, now for a while, I think I don't know if it's still, well, if you're a truck driver and stuff like that and you're going to different states, they have it where you have to show your papers, that you can drive and that you're essential, that you have to be out on the roads and stuff. But I think they still have the curfews.
Yeah.
That's why I said everybody's on punishment.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think everybody's on punishment, and everybody got to be in by 7 or 8 o'clock.
It's a shame. Yeah, they staged. This is just it's like 9/11. They staged that whole thing too. They rehearsed it.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Then the children can't go to school, and I know I told people, I said, you're homeschooling now anyway, and if you have to go to you have that vaccine and everything, and for the children to go back to school, you better stay home and continue. You're making it work now. Find a way to make it work, before where you staying home and homeschooling your children.
Yeah, they had that in the movie too.
I mean, I know it's going to be hard, but
they had in that.
You're going to have to.
You're going to have to figure it out because they had in the movie, the Contagion movie, where his daughter or whatever, since they couldn't go to school, she wanted to go to the prom, and so he set up the living room and said prom night, and invited her boyfriend over, whatever, and they had to dance in the living room like it was, a mock. Yes. So they were already talking about how we would be locked in this movie as well. I mean, it's so much that it just took me a while to believe they could do something that blatant and show you exactly what they was going to do.
Damn, they get away with
people
it.
People still,
They still, yeah.
they get away with it. Mm-hmm. They got away with 9/11. Nobody got charged. Is that crazy? Blaming it on some guy in another country that they had business with his family. Shut down the whole country to let their family fly. And people still, oh no, it was the terror. It's like, no. Ain't nowhere in the world you could hijack 4 commercial airlines and nobody shoots you down. It was so, well, Hitler, I remember this. Hitler made a quote. They were saying, how was he so powerful? How did he get everybody? He said, you tell the lie. He said, but you make the lie big. He said, make it big.
Right.
Make it a really big lie. And he said, and make it simple. He said, and then he said, if you say it long enough, people will just accept it because it's simple and it's easy to repeat. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
That's really deep. So.
Yeah, put it in a jingle.
Yes.
A little tune or something like that. Put a little bit of rhyming and stuff to it, and it just sticks with you.
Yes. This long-term memory, they studied that, and that's got a lot to do with hypnosis too, because they learn. This is why commercials. It's like rape. I hate to use the word rape, but it's like mind rape because you don't want to watch it, but they show it to you over and over and over, and they know that even if you don't want to see it, if they repeat it enough, it'll stay in your mind.
They'll pick it up. Yeah.
Yes, like those jingles. It's jingles that'll be with you for the rest of your life. You don't even have to finish them.
Yes. Yes, I don't know how old you are, but so you may not remember, but I'm sure that Lance probably does. The Oscar Mayer wiener.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. That's right.
Oh, how I remember.
I mean, I said it's been years, and I don't even think they do that anymore. But I still remember that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they mastered it. Yep, and the jingles. That's talking about bells, because they did studies on animals, and they figured out how to trigger bells, subconsciously trigger a response, a command response. Like a pet or something, and you snap your finger and they do whatever. Well, they got us trained on bells, so that's why they call them jingles, because the bells in your school, in school they train the kids with bells. Everything's with bells. Your doorbell, everything's a bell. And they notice, your bells, it triggers a response.
Yeah, it makes
so I was like, wow.
Because it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a predictable response. Yeah. It's crazy. You'd be surprised. Like I said, we live in our lives. We don't think somebody's sitting here studying how to control the entire population, but they really actually refined it now where they can make us do whatever. Basically, it's unbelievable, including psychology tricks like taking somebody that you like or you're Star Trek or someone that you idolize and get them to make you accept an ideal. They've done that for years. Make you love somebody on TV, and then they come and they say, "Oh, well, sign this," or we want. And you go ahead and do it because you like the person or you look up to them. It's just really crazy.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a lab rat. The lab rat don't know. All he knows is he getting the cheese in his mind. Oh, I got the cheese though. That's all he's thinking about.
Yeah.
Poison all in the cheese.
Yeah, because they're going to tempt you with something that they know that you like.
Oh, yeah. A lot of
bribery. Us enough to know what we like.
Yep. We're no different.
Yeah, that is so true.
And money. They print the money. They literally print money on sheets.
Yeah. But that's not money.
Exactly.
That's not money. My grandmother would tell you what money is.
That's right.
You know, you tell her you have money, and she'll say, you know, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
If you don't have gold and silver, you don't have money. What you have is a Federal Reserve note. Look on it. Look on it. It'll tell you.
Yep.
It's a Federal Reserve.
That's all it is. A note is an IOU.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a debt.
Note. That's right. Backed by nothing. So we used to have the gold standard.
Yeah,
they removed
but it's backed by your sweat. It's backed by your sweat equity.
Yes,
you are.
labor.
Yes, backed by your labor.
That's why they tell you work all your life. Work.
Yeah. And that's the reason why they took the gold out. Remember, they took the gold out in 33 or 34?
33. I was telling people about that. 33. They confiscated all the gold. I was like, how can you confiscate gold?
And then they did have the gold back, and they got rid of that. And then in 71, under Nixon, they took out the silver.
Yes. And then they killed Kennedy.
And now you know what to hold on
for
to.
abolishing. Exactly. And
well, he was trying. He was trying to.
Yeah, no, Kennedy tried to. Well, he did actually. He abolished the Federal Reserve for
No, we still have the Federal Reserve. We never lost it.
Well, no, I'm talking about they reinstated it after they assassinated him.
Because
the Federal.
That.
Yeah, you should look at his documents.
I know he was trying to. I didn't know he succeeded.
He did, and then they reversed it after they killed him. It was only on the books for like a few days, so it didn't really get a chance to. He was trying to be a hero, and it's funny because he actually thought he was doing the right thing, you know, and that they were going to not retaliate. But yeah, they put him in a drop top so everybody could see it.
Yeah.
Make an example.
That
was vicious. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
But now you know what to hold on to. You know to hold on to any coins that you get that is before 71, 71 and up, to hold on to them because that is real silver.
Yes.
And to hold on to gold because that's real money.
Yeah, they're paying for you to send your gold in though now. Everywhere you look, cash for gold because they know that's all it's going to be. No, I'm saying they're promoting it. No, I don't.
They promoted that. They promoted that years ago. Don't do that. That's because they know that's real money. They want you to give that up.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Don't do that. Oh, hold on to that. Keep in mind that everything's going to become digital. It's not going to be any paper or anything like that. So what you will have is actual real gold. If you have to barter with, you'll have actual real money.
That's correct.
And that's something that can't be tracked.
Yeah, it's something that has a value, actual tangible.
Yeah.
But did you see how they tried to make the U.S. digital dollar when they were about to do this stimulus, and then they said they're going to hold back. They were trying to make people accept the digital. Yeah, you should check that out. They were trying to accept the digital dollar to get the stimulus payment, but because they.
Go ahead, honey. I'm sorry.
Wow.
No.
I'm sorry. I was talking over you. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. They were just they were trying to get us to accept it to get that little $1,200. So if you go check that out, you'll see they couldn't get it passed quick enough. But yeah, they tried to do it U.S. digital dollar. So I was like, wow, this is the whole thing. I guess to get us so desperate and shut everything down that they'll say, okay, we'll let you come back if you accept this digital dollar. And people are like, well, shit, you know, I just want to get back, you know, living. They may take it.
It's digital now. Really, it's digital now. It's been digital for a long time. most people use their debit cards, credit cards. Not many people use cash.
That's very true.
So, I mean, it's all different. Everything's digital.
Yes. Yeah, they're trying to do that. Trying to remove it all together.
Yeah.
This is crazy. I knew they were going to try, though.
Well, they'll eventually succeed. I believe they will.
Well, I hope not, but
paper money. That's why I said you don't get checks anymore. That's digital.
That's correct.
You use cards for everything. So, you really don't have paper money.
Yeah, you're right. And a lot of businesses don't even, some places
don't even accept
they only have a debit. Yeah, they only have a debit.
Right.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Because you can't even pay your bills.
Pardon me.
You said what? You remember what?
I remember years ago when they first started a credit card. Cards, you go to use a credit card, and people will frown up their faces and everything because they had to check your ID. They had do all this stuff for you to that
use
and
it.
Checks and stuff like that. And people would be frustrated behind you because they know they were going to have to wait a little bit longer. Now, if you use cash, people get disgusted.
That's
now
very
that,
true.
The person cashier has to count it all out and everything else, and so because yep. And
You're
then you notice
right.
they got to check the $50 bills, the $20 bills. They're checking to make sure that it's not counterfeit. So it's taking up more time in the line. So naturally, people, well, of course, want the digital so that you don't have to go through all of that anymore.
Very true. Very true.
And then you don't have to worry about getting robbed.
Yeah, that's the other selling feature. They say, oh, well, you won't, your money will have insurance,
right, it'll be safe, yeah.
It'll be safe. And that's what they always say. Your freedom is in jeopardy when they say as soon as they start using the word protect and safe,
right,
they coming after your freedom.
Yes. Because everything is, what you're willing to give up.
Right.
What rights are you willing to give up?
They say that the Liberty Tree has to be refreshed with blood, meaning you have to fight to keep your freedom. So I haven't seen a real actual revolt in a long time now. I haven't seen.
They have one in oh boy, I want to say Michigan, but I may be wrong. I know it. Look, I know it begins with an M. Forgive me because I don't remember. Michigan.
So they're having one revolt.
Yeah, well they're protesting everything being closed. They're ready to come out there. Well, they're out there now. They have the protests and everything that they've been doing, and now I think they're supposed to have one today in Harrisburg, in Pennsylvania. People want to go back to work. People want to get out the house.
Well, Bill Gates said that he wants everyone vaccinated. And he said if it's not, he said it might be 18 months. I said 18 months, yeah. This will be like, I can't imagine what people would do in 18 months if they had to live like this for 18 months. It'd be all kind of...
That'd be a product of eugenics. Yeah. A lot of babies being born, but it's also eugenics. I mean, how many people are going to survive? How many marriages are going to survive?
How many marriages are going to survive since kids are going to be at home every day now? That's going to crush some people. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Because now you ain't got you cooped up in there with them. Please don't have more than 2. Oh my God. You talk about.
Yeah.
And then that's more meals too, because it used to be spaced out where in a day you can go and you eat at school or you eat at your job or you eat out a little bit and you come home, you may eat dinner or you may eat a meal or two. But now since they're stuck at home, that's 3 meals a day you got to have for everybody.
Yeah.
And the stores are closed. It's shit on people.
Squeezing slowly but surely.
That it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then hope that we don't lose power. And
oh yeah, now that'll be for real. If they cut the internet, if they cut the internet,
that's what I was saying.
Things like that.
Oh,
even for a day, that's going to be horrible.
People flip when they.
Can you imagine the people that are going to lose their minds?
That's what's keeping us cool now.
Crazy if she can't find her phone. No, she can drop her phone somewhere and leave it, and she starts losing her mind until she finds that phone.
Yeah. What was you gonna say, Brother Lane?
No, I was saying that when the internet went, well, actually YouTube went down for a short period of time. Was it like a year and a half ago? And people flipped, and that's what's kind of holding us together right now, pretty much. That they're getting used to it, and it's their pacifier. They're taking their mind away because they search what they want. Now, if they drop YouTube, then what? What do you do? Watch TV, or I mean, I'm not saying us, but now we have to really face with the boredom, the frustration, and now, they're easing us into a different place now, and it's not going to be good. We can get through
That's what I'm saying.
But we're going to have to be strong in it and reject this way of living they're trying to push us into and show some discipline.
Yeah, and then remember, this is the first round. Remember, they're calling for a second round.
Yeah,
close to election time.
Yeah, ain't that crazy?
Now, can you imagine the folks that are going to be upset because they can't get out and vote for their president?
That's true. That's the whole gig, to get him stay in office, because they're going to say, well, it couldn't be an accurate election because people couldn't turn out and the virus, and we don't want people gathered up. It's crazy.
Yep, and have another shut-in. You locked in again.
This is crazy. But they planned it. Trust me, something this big, they don't take chances. Yeah, they even had a rehearsal, which is the event.
Yeah,
the 201.
And then for it to be all over the world.
Yes.
For it to be everywhere.
And I knew that was fake because look how quickly they say it spread. I'm like, nothing spreads. They just mentioned it. Then they were saying it's all around the world now. I'm like, wait a minute. You didn't even give us a week. And it's all around the world, I'm supposed to believe? No, they were actually too zealous, which showed just how, fake it was. So they were just, and then there's going to be pockets, I don't care where a virus is, there's pockets of the world where they don't come in contact with other people. So how did it spread in those places if there's no one from these?
They say it's airborne.
Yeah.
They said it's airborne, so it knows which way to travel. I guess it's flying on top of the planes. It's sitting on top of the planes. It's getting a ride. It's on the boats and everything. It's getting a ride.
Yeah, they had that in The Simpsons. They had this virus spreading that came from China through these packages. And then they showed the virus, like, on the street, waiting for the street, like, like with the cars. The virus.
Oh, I was just joking when I said that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But they literally put that in The Simpsons as a joke, showing the virus wait for the red light. Wait for the green light at the stop sign and traveling around airborne. I said, you got to be kidding.
Then they got these little suitcases with it, where it has other little things that goes with it, so it can drop things off here and there. It's just a shame. Lord forgive me. I'm sorry, y'all. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, it's just they didn't plan. They planned this. That's the thing, and it's sad that our own country plans things to keep us in
showing their true colors.
A certain, yeah.
I'm going to tell you now. Don't y'all think I'm crazy, but you know what? Look it up because it's on YouTube. Because I know I think somebody had showed it to me years ago, but. There is this oh shoot, what is that silly show called? Bart Simpson. Is that the name of the show? The Simpsons.
Simpsons. Mm-hmm.
And they have when Trump just becomes president, or he's getting ready to, but they show him going up the stairs on the escalator, and Lisa becomes president, and they were asking why the economy and everything was so bad, why the country was broke. And she said it was because of this is left over from the Trump presidency.
Yes, I saw that. Yep.
And I said, isn't that something? Because where are we now?
Yes. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Did you see that, Lance?
I heard about it. I didn't see it because it was sent to me and this guy was telling me about it. But
it's on YouTube now unless they took it off now.
Oh, they're good for that now.
It's still on there.
Oh, it's still up?
Pardon me?
No, it's still up?
Yeah, it's still up, but they remove it when it's relevant. They keep it before it happens. Because they had something on Netflix that was so incriminating. It was a show in Japanese, actually. It was a show in Japanese, but you could put the English subtitles, right?
Right.
It was called My Secret Terrorist. It was called My Secret Terrorist, and the lady in the series, this came out in 2018. She goes to a doctor, and they tell her it's the coronavirus. They said it, but it was in Japanese. But somebody had the English subtitles, and she said, yes, it was. She said it's a man-made virus that was manipulated as a to be a weapon. She said it attacks your immune
bioweapon
system. Yes. Said it was developed in China. I couldn't believe they were showing this, spreading this on Instagram and other places, and then all of a sudden it was on Netflix, right? So people were checking it out to see if it was real, and now they just this is a series. They removed that entire series off Netflix.
Wow.
Yes. As soon as people were, because it was so incriminating. I mean, it was exactly what they were telling you how it was made, the virus. And I was like, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
But the coronavirus, that's been around for years.
Yeah.
I mean,
but no, they were talking about this one. Yeah, they were talking about this one. I was like, wow. But I think they get off secretly. I think they get something out of telling us and mocking us that, look, we told you what we was going to do, Yeah. And you didn't. Yeah. They told us about 9/11 before they did it several times, several movies and everything. But, it actually happened.
The other one, The Simpsons.
I think they had a Simpson episode for that one too.
Donald Trump.
The Simpsons or that other
yeah, they did.
That other show, American Dad.
Yes, yeah, they had in 9/11 on The Simpsons. There's just a lot of things they do, but we so distracted.
Because I know somebody told me I had to switch, like, in a cartoon, it's like, really? In a cartoon?
Yep.
And when I looked, I was like, oh, shoot. Yeah, well, I guess they're right.
Yes, that's what they do. They hide it in those things that you think are innocuous. Oh, this is a kid's show. But it's telling you the real.
Well, it's not a good kid. It's not a good kid show.
That's right.
It's like I would almost say almost like an adult cartoon or teenagers, because Bart is very disrespectful.
Mm-hmm. But they figured that out. They figured out no one's gonna. Well, put it like this: if I tell you the truth in a comedy show, right?
Yeah.
You see, it's protected because no, it's just a joke. Or if I tell you the truth in a movie, it's just a movie. So they use these protected forms so that people will discredit and say, "What are you talking about? It's just." No, they want to. That's the only, because if they told you outright, people would attack and say, "How dare you?" So instead they go, "Oh, it's just a joke." It's just a joke.
And then there's a lot of things are said in a joke. A lot of truth is in a joke.
Yes, that's their way of legally protecting themselves. What? Yeah. That's a comedy. What do you mean? That's not real. Mm-hmm. Makes perfect sense, though.
Yeah. But look at the comedians that tell you a whole lot of truth. You get a whole lot from the comedians.
Yes. Yep. That's correct.
And they're telling the truth.
They're telling the truth as a joke and telling a lie as the truth. As a serious.
Lance, did you hear what the doctor said yet?
Which doctor?
The
one
from the video.
From the video. Yeah. Oh yeah.
The 2-minute clip. Yeah. He played it.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I played it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's because no, because I through my computer headphones, because when he's playing it, we can't hear it since we're on the
I forgot to tell you all that you won't be able to hear it. You have to hear it through the actual end product, which is the video. But for some reason, when I play stuff here on my module, it doesn't go to the people who are on the line. I guess maybe there's no way of controlling how loud it is. It might blow your eardrums out, so you got to hear it like when it goes up on the video. And there's a little delay there too, like a few seconds.
But wasn't that something?
What he said, yes.
Yep.
He just flat out said he was.
And it's like people were in shock. They didn't even react to it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's trauma too. They learned about trauma by a lot of the Nazi experiments in Germany, where they were just given free reign to do all kind of human experiments. Well, they figured out the threshold that a human goes into shock. So they bombard you with so much stuff. Like, okay, I'm saying the average person, right? The average person, when you subject them to pain or trauma or something, they scream. They have these very pronounced reactions. But they learn that if you keep bombarding them, eventually they just like freeze, because it's so much. They don't scream, or they're just trying to process it, and they just, it's like they become desensitized and they can't respond. They're doing with us. We're trying to react to what they just did that was devastating, and then they do something else, and you're not even allowed. You're trying to process it all. That's another form of warfare, so that you can't. You just froze. You're trying to process it all, and then they hit you with something else. It's crazy. Yeah.
You can't just relax these days.
I'm sorry for disturbing y'all's conversation. And
no, you're part of the conversation, sister. This way we do it. No. This is the way it's supposed to be. You call in when you want, and you just flow. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like we're sitting around in the living room right now, just relaxing and talking. You know what I mean? So, no, you can't interrupt. You bring so much to the table.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely go check out her blog talk.
Definitely.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, on Sundays is Dry Bone Sausage Show, but I do mine during the week.
Mm-hmm.
Dry Bones is in Florida where you are.
I'm in Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
He's in Miami. Yeah, he's in Miami.
Okay, yeah, that's just like a.
And I'm not down there with all that heat.
It's going to be hot tomorrow, I believe,
Y'all
too.
keep that heat.
Because it's not cold now. I mean, it's nice right now, nice breeze going. I'm outside in the sun porch and just enjoying it, you know. Breathe the air and the trees.
It's 51 here, and right now it's 51, and I think today it's only going to get to 60. Now that's perfect. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, depending on where you're at.
How?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think spring is the perfect, or at least spring weather. You know, a nice breeze, but it's not too cold, not too hot. That's perfect for me.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Like 70. 70's okay. I don't like the 80s and the 90s. That's like, oh, no, y'all keep that hot weather. That's too hot for me.
Yeah, nothing wrong with heat.
I like it.
But not where it's not enjoyable. Yeah.
No, but see, here we get the humidity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the stuff. That's worse than... Because it's all about how it feels, really.
Mm-hmm.
People be talking about the temp. If it feels hotter, yeah, that's suffering.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real suffering.
Yeah, I said, nope, y'all can keep that hot weather.
Shoot, I'm trying to shake this cold weather. I'm in Chicago.
Yeah, how's it up there? It's still cold up there?
It was snowing 2 days ago.
God, dog.
Yeah, I see where y'all have
I'm like,
snow.
And you know, it's because they're manipulating the weather because they, you know, the coronavirus, whatever, they say it can't survive in heat.
Trying to keep it cold.
So I know they're probably, yes.
Yes. And that's so backwards. That is really backwards. Now, growing up, I remember always being told we needed a good snow. You know, you need the cold weather to kill off the germs. Now, how is this growing? No, well, no, they're saying that the heat kills it. I never heard of that. I never heard of the heat killing germs.
I know.
That's usually how they grow.
Exactly.
So this whole thing is backwards. And, you know, look, and to get rid of the virus, what do? You wash your hands. You know, cover your face when you sneeze and stuff like that, and that kills the virus. And what kind of virus is this that it can live, you know, that it can be killed that way?
It's called false.
Right.
Yeah, no virus ever. Like, what I'm saying is this is the weirdest virus I've ever heard of. It has the development of it, lets you know, man-made, because that was a woman talking about that, saying the contagious period for virus happens later in development, not when it first comes on the scene. That's how you know they've been messing with.
Mm-hmm.
It's like seeing a 7-year-old child with a full beard. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You have
my
puberty.
phone is getting ready to die. Did y'all hear my phone beeping? It's getting ready to die.
You're die.
Oh, okay.
All right.
It's on the charger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Well,
I'm sorry.
thank
I
you
don't
for
want it
coming
to just
through.
cut off on me.
Yes.
But thank you for taking my call.
Of course. It's an honor and a pleasure.
Y'all
Love
have
you,
a
sweetheart.
good
You know that.
Hey, y'all have a good day.
Yes, and you have some good rest.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Wow.
We don't got nobody else on the...
Not on the call, but there are a couple of people still watching.
Okay.
About 68 people. I know they're probably saying, hey, maybe half of them fell asleep on the phone. If they're watching on the phone about the computer.
Yep.
You know, you know how that goes.
I've done that.
That was actually...
I think I fell asleep listening to Jamal, because he was saying something... it was interesting though. Some real powerful stuff.
Yes.
I just need to go back because he was talking about Malachi York, and it's a lot of scandal around him, but I've never really looked into his stuff, his books or whatever.
Right.
So the fact that he was, saying a lot of this information that I discovered on my own, I was like, that's confirmation.
It shows you something special.
Check some more of this out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, when you arrive at the same truth from different places, it says something.
Yeah, because I'm thinking I'm finding this, and then I'm like, wait a minute, he's saying it's parthenogenic? Because I've been telling people that, and they were fighting me about, oh no, you need a man. You need a man. I've heard women say that. You need a man. And I'm like, the mitochondrial DNA is in a woman. And I'm like, how come a man ain't never gave birth if we need a man? But they don't want to hear it. They're looking at right now. So, but yeah, that's real interesting.
Wow.
And most people don't go beyond the surface. That's why your show is so powerful, because you get people who go deep down into the rabbit hole.
That's what we want,
Yeah, that's how you get the truth. Because there's people that are scared to go in there. But what if I get stuck and I can't come back out? No, you scared that you're gonna go too deep and your dream gonna be you're gonna see your dream that you sleep. That's what it's about. People don't want to wake up because the dream is comfortable.
Right.
And I ain't gonna lie, I've experienced that. I've had dreams where it'd be good stuff happening, and the cat will make a sound. I'm like, damn, why would you? And I'm trying to get back to it, and you can't get back.
I know, right? That's crazy.
Yeah, So that's how it is for people, that believe the fantasy and the illusion that they living in. They're comfortable. You like, no, you sleep, right? I'm like, what? No, why would you tell me that? Because it's funny. It's so true. When you sleep, you don't even know you sleep, because I've been in dreams. I'm doing all kind of stuff.
Right.
And I wake up like, man, I really thought I was for real. I'm like,
So what might this level might be? Makes you wonder.
Yes. Well, we're asleep right now. That's what the Matrix is. It's a sleep pool. So that you won't realize something has you in a container to be sucked for your energy. But meanwhile, it's in the movie, you ever seen Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
That movie is deep if you know what they're talking about.
Especially
in that movie, they implant dreams,
right,
and memories into the.
They were telling you from back then.
Yeah, they were telling you back then, and when you implant it, you believe that you went here, you did this and all that, but the key was he started waking up, and he said, "Wait a minute." He was asking his, because they put a fake memory in him that was his wife. And,
right.
He worked for this company and all this. And he said, wait a minute. He said, wait. Because he was living his life. It was almost like the Truman Show. He was like, he asked his wife, he said, wait a minute. How long have we been married? And she's like, honey, eat your breakfast. You're tripping again. Just eat your food and don't worry about all that. We've been together for a long. And he said, no, but when did I meet you?
Right.
And so then she, put the sex on him. So she just kept, the Matrix kept him from really going deep asking these questions. And that's what's going on with us in this life. We, it's like, oh, but you got to go to work. Don't worry about, why are you worried about all that shit about some dinosaurs and where we come? Don't worry about that. Just, get some money live good. So he just kept digging, and he found out, oh, wait a minute. There's a company that implanted this false memory in my mind that I'm this man with a wife and I work here and all. He's like, no. And he come to find out the company he really worked for was against the company that implanted him.
See that?
It's deep stuff. You might have to watch it again. But that's what it was. That's why they call it total recall. Total recall is talking about your soul.
That's right.
When your soul does a total recall, you will know how you got down here and what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Then the system will fight you then. Because you're going to be waking other people up and they're like, nah, you messing up our livestock. You know what I'm saying? That's some good meat you spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to have animals running off the farm. Running off the farm. And they like, man, get this dude. He messing up our profit. That's right. So, yeah, the total recall. You got to ask questions. And people deep down know it's more to life. They're just too comfortable. And the worst is when you're successful or what you think you're successful. Because if you are, you like, I'm good. Whether it's a lie or not, I'm sure. Oh, I got money or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you the worst because then you ain't gonna wake up for nothing. And so they make that ground beef. You know?
Real.
It's like explaining to a child, because your child, you give them some spaghetti, some beef spaghetti.
Yes.
With hamburger meat. And they say, Mommy, or Dad, so how'd you get this meat? How is this made? You might lie to them because you don't want them, you want them to eat. You say, oh, it's just good for you. Just eat it, But if you told them, oh, we took a cow and I keep going to the cow. I don't know why we're going.
No, but that's a good analogy.
Yeah. Well, honey, we trapped this cow and we fed him and got him good and fat, and kept him from knowing what we was gonna do, and then we hung him upside down and split him down the middle, drained the blood, and then we chopped it into pieces, and then we cleaned it up, put it in a package, and sold it and stuff. You see what I'm saying? He'd be like, what?
Mm-hmm.
No way. And you eat this? Yeah, that's what it is. Wow, that's disgusting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
A child would say that.
Right.
But when you're so used to it, you're just like, oh, that's just life. Well, that's the same as, that's what I'm saying. That's what humans are. You really need to see the movie Jupiter Ascending. That was crazy. When I watched that, they showed the gods. They said Earth was a what they say not farm, but I can't remember the.
Mm-hmm.
It was based on farming though. They said it was like an area for they farm, and they called it harvest.
Damn.
They called it a harvest when they would get ready, because you know how we've heard about when the population gets really big, they have a flood or something.
Yeah.
All these events you hear about in the past. Yeah, where they kind of reset. They said they were calling it harvest. But they said they live off of our fears and our energy that we produce. Our body, they say our body is designed to produce what we call emotion. And the stronger the emotions, the more energy they get off of you. So it's the same as the egg, the chicken you got in your barn that you take the electric rod and you shock it.
Right.
To give you eggs. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you have it for, is to produce those eggs over and over. So that's what they want these entities or archons or whatever you want to call them, they're above, up there, in the sky.
Right.
That we call outer space. They're sitting up there, and they're like, "Yo, we need some fear. We need some fear from y'all." You know what I mean? So when our energy starts rising,
they need to be fed that fear meal.
Yes, they need to be fed. They're hungry. So they're saying, "Oh, their energy's rising up. Here they come with this love stuff and this unity." Every time that happens, the fear goes down. So they're like, "Damn, we gotta do something else to get them scared again." So then, boom, through the government or the governed men, I heard they work with those entities, and those entities keep them in power.
Yes,
by giving them what they want from us, which is fear. So it's deep. But then the people in high authority, they eat fear too, though. They're vampires as well. They scare the children and drink the adrenochrome out of their blood. They said that's the highest drug you can get right now. They said that made cocaine.
Right, that's how I was figuring. Because, even when they put the Novocaine, I believe it is, when you go to the dentist, it's a different kind of cocaine. They shoot it in you and you feel that rush. I don't like it. Heart start beating all fast and everything. And say, wait a second. No way.
Right. The cocaine, pure cocaine, they say that is, highly, it's a feeling you can't get with other drugs. Not saying I'm a drug expert, but this is what I hear and why it's so sought out. So imagine that times maybe 50 or 60. Can you imagine that?
Jeez.
And then going back down, well, that's what they said they get out of that adrenochrome from the children. So then it becomes like, it ain't about how they get it. It's like, I gotta have it.
Right.
So then they, that's how they get, because they're like, how could they do something so evil? To get that high.
They're
like,
addicted to it. That's right.
Shoot. We gotta do what we gotta do to get it. It's like the crackhead that stole her mother's stove. She had to get that.
Right. Steal your mother's stove and turn around and try to help you find it. That's what crackheads do.
Yeah. Yeah, help you look for it.
Knowing good and darn well what they did.
Yeah, so we are the cocaine or the crack
for these other entities.
Archons.
That's crazy.
Yes, and the pure, just like pure cocaine or fish scale, the pure it is, the high. Okay, well, with children, the pure it's like before you go through puberty, it's not fully adrenaline, it's adrenochrome, which is pure. So it's like getting cocaine from that guy on the street, and he ain't got he got filler in there, versus getting it from the source, the fish scale, where it's pure. That's why they want the children. So they can get it through our fears too, the adults, through our adrenaline, but it ain't it's just not the same. And that's why you need to see the movie Dr. Sleep. They actually put it in there. I was like, wow, they were going after the children in the movie. And they would suck it up. They showed like this, they had like a effect where you saw like this white, smoky energy coming out of them whenever they would get scared. And these vampire like beings in the movie, they were all just sucking it up, just like I was like, wow. And it kept them alive.
Wow.
It kept them that's I think that's the most great movie they've made on that topic. so far, and I think that came out last year too. Yeah, that was a very deep movie. It's disturbing, actually, how they didn't hold nothing back. You know, they showed the whole process with the child screaming and everything.
Dang.
So I was like, wow, yeah. So, and it's funny because, you know, it's funny. We as humans, we consider ourselves such important with our ego that we don't see ourselves as other living beings. We see ourselves as somehow apart from that. But think about, I'll give you an example. If you stepped on a roach, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no like real remorse, or it's just like, oh, that's just a roach. You see what I'm saying? Because we feel that we're a higher life form. So there's no guilt, or, you know. So that's how it is with these archons. It's the same thing. They don't, you know, we're like, oh, that's evil. Imagine if you was a roach, right?
I know.
You got your family or whatever, and you see this giant, because we be giants to them, just like we call the ancients and those huge beings, we call them giants. But imagine you see a giant, and you got your family, whatever, and he just take his foot and just, you see what I'm saying? You're like, oh, that's evil, that's wicked.
Mm-hmm.
He killed my uncle, you know what I'm saying? But you see what I'm saying? To you looking up saying, this is an evil being. How can he be so corrupt and evil? He don't even care, you know. But meanwhile, he don't even know you having that conversation. Or we don't even know that the roach is having that conversation. We just like, man, we need to get these roaches out of here because they're getting on my nerve.
So we're the elite according to them.
These roaches, yeah, you just see it as a pest, or either a pet. Like when we have these animals and chickens, there's no remorse. You know, when I go and you eat some barbecue chicken or some jerk chicken, or you look in your fingers and you're like, man, this is good. You prepared this well. There's no remorse about chopping the chicken's head off or whatever. I'm just using this example to see that higher, when you feel yourself as a higher life form, it's no, the morality sense is not there. It's just like, well, I'm just eating.
Right.
We got to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they see it. You know, because we look at them, we say, oh, they're evil, they're demons. And they are in relation to where we are. In our relationship to them, they are. But I'm saying they might not even be worried about that shit. They might be like the same as we see it, you know, like I said, that roach. I ain't thinking, you going about your day. You ain't worried about that. You like, what? Or you could take a little microscopic microphone or something where you could go down and you hear the ants talking or something. Or you hear the roaches and they saying, man, they're evil. They wicked, man. Look how they just destroy us, step on us. They something else. They don't even consider us. We trying to live.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on.
Wow.
But the crazy part, but the crazy part is because I don't call them elite, because that's a
giving them power,
that's a
right?
term of endearment, or a term of or a term of it's like honor.
Yeah.
The elite. That's like saying we're not elite. No, they ain't no damn elite. I call them vampires.
They're elite.
Or the bloodsuckers. The elite. There you go. Elite. That's what they're doing. But there's no remorse because it's a food source.
Mm-hmm.
The same way when I go in a grocery store, I say, oh, that steak looks good. No, maybe, okay, let me see. No, maybe I'll get some wings. No, let me get some shrimp. Okay, yeah, let me get the shrimp. You ain't thinking nothing about how they got that shrimp. You're just like, that's going to be good tonight. And that's basically It's so crazy because, like I say, we don't even want to consider, your ego considers that such the death to consider that you could be in a food chain yourself. So it just completely puts that out of the equation. But you know, it's funny, all life forms think that way on this earth with the ego.
Until they find out the
like a
hard
roach
way.
has an ego.
Exactly.
Right. The roach, the ant, the cat, the stuff you see in the world, they see you, they see themselves as just as important as you see yourself as a human.
That's a good point.
That's the thing we don't get, though. You know what I mean? They're looking at you like, I'm a person, and this person is against my survival. I'm just saying that's how they see it.
Right.
But in the order of things, you know, because it's beyond what we can see, if these things were visible, which they were, apparently in the ancient time, that's what they're saying. They were visible to us. It was like before there was free range farming. Did you know there's a history on farming? When they first were farming, they had a problem because the animals, they had them real tied up close together, and the animals were seeing other animals get killed in front of them.
Yeah.
And so they was having a hard time. So they said, they're like, damn, we gotta